Thomas is a young man who died in a car accident and accidentally found himself in a parallel world. After that, his life changed completely because he became a monster with the authorization system. But now, let's go back a little bit and see how this story just started in a regular school. It was Thomas's turn to show her physical strength and pass the physical development exam. He did not look very confident in his abilities. It was clear that this guy had very little physical strength. He started swinging on the bar like a sausage, and it was hard for the teacher to watch. The other guys started laughing at Thomas right away. They were all much stronger than him. He was able to stay on the bar for only 8 seconds, which is his new record, because last time he was 1 second shorter. But compared to the other guys, it was too little. They seemed to be dying of laughter. Thomas is the same guy who is called Mr. 8 Seconds, and this is not the first time he has heard other students ridicule him. When Thomas was a young child, he was very ill, and after he recovered, he became weak and prone to illness. He was told that he had to work harder because the high school exam was coming up, and he might not get a single point in physical education. Even if he works hard, it still won't change his fate. He is one of the 5 weakest students, and the others are constantly making fun of him. After school, his uncle Robert came to him and brought him a mail parcel. Serious illnesses in his childhood took away all his family's money, and now they are even in heavy debt. In order to earn money and pay off his debts, his father left Thomas with his mother and went to the southern part of the country to earn money. But he sometimes sent me different gifts from there, and this time it was a Godzilla toy. His father sent a toy of his brother Edward's as a gift for Thomas's upcoming birthday. This touched the boy very much. He also wanted to become an invincible little monster, but it is very difficult. This toy looked invincible and fearless, and suddenly someone grabbed it. And it was another student. He started laughing at Thomas and said that grown-up boys shouldn't play with toys. He was with his friends. And he also said that now he understood why Thomas was so weak and tender. They were about to give the boy the toy and continued to mock and tease him. Thomas realized that he was too weak to take the toy by force, so he tried to negotiate with the boys. They started throwing this toy at each other like a basketball, and Thomas even wanted to cry. Realizing that this was a new village, the boys threw the toy away and said they no longer needed it. Thomas looked very angry. It was a gift from his father, whom he had not seen for a long time, and it made him very angry. He called these guys fools who did not know how to behave, turned around, and went to take the toy. It was at this moment that a situation occurred that changed the guy's life before and after. He was so angry that he did not see a large truck heading in his direction at full speed. The other boys tried to shout to him, but Thomas did not hear them, and the driver did not have time to slow down. When Thomas finally saw what was happening, it was almost impossible to react. A truck weighing several thousand pounds at full speed knocked a small and weak boy off the road. Thomas was knocked down and many drops of blood immediately appeared on the road, and the Godzilla was also injured. When the other guys ran up to him, they saw a picture from a horror movie. It was hard to watch. Thomas was covered in blood with his legs twisted and showed no signs of life. He opened his eyes and saw a water world in front of him, with various fish and sea creatures swimming around him. He saw that his arms had completely changed, and soon he also realized that he had a tail. Thomas did not understand what had happened. Had the car not killed him? Was it just a dream? The boy thought that this did not look like paradise. He could not understand why he had turned into an unknown sea monster. Suddenly, an unknown creature appeared in front of him. It was a mark, the face of the system. He said that after the host's consciousness returned, the system of evolution into a monster was automatically activated. So Thomas realized that the monster had logged in, and Mark confirmed it and said that he never cheats. He asked Thomas to look at the screen. It had many different symbols and different characteristics of the monster. Now the blood of an ancient lord, a divine beast described in various legends, flows into Thomas, but he is still small and has a long way to go. Thomas immediately wondered if he could come in every day to collect the reward, or if he could use the evolution points to improve. Has it really been reborn and become a sacred beast from the mountains and seas and now has its own system? He thought it was absolutely impossible. Was it really not a dream but a reality? The sensations of movement of my tail were really real, so I had to get used to the new body and new opportunities. Realizing that this was real, Thomas asked Mark to let him log in. This was the first successful entry into the system, and now Thomas is in the Mariana Trench at medium depth. The system explained that by combining faces, he would earn evolution points that ensure growth. There's a chance to learn the victim's abilities, so until Thomas dies, he has to eat constantly. He immediately felt terribly hungry as soon as he thought about food. It seems that if he doesn't eat someone in 10 minutes, he will die. When Thomas saw the light ahead, he remembered that many sea creatures can emit light and wondered if they were tasty. A deep-sea fish, very commonly known as a lanternfish, plump body and mouth full of sharp teeth, has something like a lantern above its head. When Thomas saw this fish up close, he thought it was just as terrifying as it looked on Instagram. Despite the huge difference in size, he decided to move on and look for something much nicer looking. Mark appeared before him again and told Thomas not to be afraid, because the lanternfish was smaller than his ears. These words were very apt and worked on Thomas. He said that he was not afraid of some horrible freak with a flashlight over his face. The guy remembered that now his body is not as small and weak as it used to be. Now he has become a real Godzilla, and no sea creature can stop him. As Thomas swam closer to the lanternfish, he began to examine it and wondered at the strange behavior of this little monster. He wondered whether it was even possible to eat lanternfish, and whether he would gain evolutionary skills for doing so. Mark said that if he didn't eat, he would die soon, and the lanternfish was not poisonous and quite tasty. Thomas thought it was not the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life, but he had tasted it before with his father. So, realizing that he had no choice, he immediately swallowed this disgusting fish and said that it was quite tasty. He immediately felt that the system had not deceived him, and now he had new abilities and evolution points. He gained the skill of illumination, and when he activated it, bright rays of light were immediately visible from his back. It looked very cool, and it was all possible only because he ate a small fish. This remarkable ability immediately began to attract other fish, giving them another chance to eat. Through evolution, Thomas becomes an even more ugly monster who wants to eat everything in the world. But this gives him many new abilities and speeds up his evolution. In his past life, he didn't eat seafood often, but now his life has changed even in this regard. When he got 1,000 points of evolution, he called Mark and said it was time to evolve. Thanks to 300 points of evolution, its scales were immediately strengthened, and thanks to 200 points of evolution, it gained giant claws. Thomas did not stop there, but asked Mark to increase his body shape by 500 evolution points. Thanks to this, it was able to grow by 3 feet, so growing by 300 feet would not be too difficult. Toma asked Mark if he was still in his world, but Mark replied that the owner had to explore and discover it himself. Thomas was very interested. It was like some kind of open-world game. The Mariana Trench shows that he must be on the ground, but if he were in a human city now, he would definitely be attacked by missiles. Now it is too small, but if you grow to 300 feet, you can show yourself to the whole world. By then, rocket massage and the destruction of the land of cherry blossoms will be no problem for him, so he must keep eating. After realizing how his evolution and ability improvement worked, Thomas immediately continued to gain additional points. His strategy was simple. He emitted light, and other sea creatures came to him on their own. But soon this strategy led him to a huge octopus. Is it a kraken from Pirates of the Caribbean? This king of the deep sea is also attracted to bright light, and at the moment Thomas is no rival to him. It's not even big enough to get out of these tentacles, and if you don't come up with a plan, you can suffocate. It would be very funny to die almost immediately after being reborn, but it is really possible now. Thomas didn't know what to do, and suddenly he saw something huge, even bigger than the octopus, appear above them. It was a sperm whale that weighs 60 tons, the largest toothed whale in the world with the largest and longest dive underwater. As soon as the octopus saw this monster, it immediately let Thomas go. Was he really so easily saved? It seems the Kraken is interested in something much more interesting than the little Godzilla. A real sea battle of the titans began, with the octopus trying to grab a huge sperm whale and strangle it with its tentacles. Having been transformed into a monster, Thomas got too carried away. In front of two huge creatures, he is still a thin and weak chicken. Although now that he's become a real sea monster, he doesn't want to bury his head in the sand. The monster at the top of the food chain must be cruel, ruthless, and fearless. Thomas said that he would never run away again, and that from now on no living being on the planet would abuse him. That is why he actively swam forward toward these two huge monsters without feeling any fear. As he approached the octopus, he grabbed it and said that anyone who angered it would be torn to pieces. After saying this, he tore off a piece of the Sea King's body and began to eat it. It tasted like raw squid, but in any case, it was much tastier than lanternfish. The system immediately reported that for just one squid bite, Thomas received 21 points of evolution as a Lord of the Deep. Realizing these possibilities, Thomas immediately began to tear the octopus into many pieces. Each bite gave it 21 points of evolution. And of course, the octopus immediately felt that someone was tearing off its tentacles. He immediately forgot about the battle with the sperm whale and turned his attention to Thomas. The octopus had never seen such impudence. This little Godzilla continued to tear at his tentacles with a confident expression. Thomas told him that there was no need to scare him anymore because of his small size. He was a monster now, and he would not be afraid of anything. He was not going to watch his body being eaten away step by step, so he grabbed a tomato. But the sperm whale intervened in this fight again, as if it too wanted to be in the spotlight. So at that moment, the squid-eating festival began, with sperm whales and godzillas feasting on this delicious seafood from different sides. Soon, only small pieces remained of the king of the deep sea, and the Thomas and sperm whale looked like fat pigs. Despite the fact that Thomas ate only half of the squid, he received 3,000 points of evolution of the Lord of the Deep. After he saw the report from the system, an aggressive sperm whale swam up to him. Thomas had already fully entered the role of a real monster and thought that now he had to eat the sperm whale. The sperm whale did not understand why Thomas, being so small, was so confident. He thought he could easily swallow him. But having received the body of a Godzilla, the boy was no longer going to calmly watch others look down on him. Feeling this inner peace and confidence in his abilities, the sperm whale realized that it would be better to return home. Thomas said he would not touch him because he helped him destroy the octopus. Then the guy turned to the mark and said that it was time to increase the size again thanks to the evolution points he had gained. His weight was increased, along with his claws and sharp teeth, and his body shape improved. Now it weighs 24 tons and has the skills of destruction, bite, and dragon tail. He also gained special skills in absorption, illumination, and night vision enhancement. At this rate of evolution, thanks to the remains of the Lord of the Deep, Thomas will be able to double in size. The mark appeared and congratulated his master on eating the first king of the deep sea. Now he received the Monster Compass Award. This reward seemed rather incomprehensible, and Thomas did not understand why he needed it. Mark explained that if monsters appeared near him, the compass would be able to point them in the exact direction. Thomas realized that with this gift, even the Lord of the Deep would not be afraid of him. After another week of getting used to his new body, Thomas realized that there were no large fish near the surface, and sharks were not enough for him. It has grown so much that the combination of the Lord of the Deep does not give it many evolution points. And now he has a problem. If he continues to swim near the surface, he will die of hunger. So Thomas decided to return to the depths of the sea again and told Mark that he wanted to log in. Now he is in the Sea of Polar Islands, and he received a reward for logging in: explosive breathing. When you log in new places, they give you incredible abilities, and Thomas was happy to get a new power. But suddenly the compass activated and began to show that there were many different monsters on this island. Thomas saw something here. There are many strong currents. If not for his weight and length, he would have been swept away into the open ocean. But now he is not afraid of these problems. He is no longer as small as he was after his rebirth. When he got closer to the island, he grabbed the shore and started climbing the mountain. Despite his heavy weight, his strength has also increased, so it was not a problem. He saw a giant dragonfly in front of him, the largest insect that has ever existed in the world. Next to it was an ancient centipede, the first invertebrate to appear in the time of the dinosaurs. This is probably due to the island's space-time anomaly, which is why all these ancient creatures appeared. Thomas was happy. He realized that now he could have his fill and get a lot of evolution points. Although he can breathe underwater, he still loves fresh air and wildlife. Suddenly he saw strange creatures overhead. At first he thought they were birds, but then he realized he was mistaken. These huge aerial monsters started attacking him, despite the fact that he was bigger than they were. Thomas is very angry. He doesn't want to be perceived as prey because he should be at the top of the food chain. These monsters were not easy to catch. They were very fast and flexible. But during this time, Thomas also became much stronger and smarter, so the winged monsters were doomed. He grabbed one of them and began to taste it, and the other winged monsters immediately began to run away. The system informed him that he had received 375 points in pterosaur evolution. The system also congratulated Thomas on the first pterosaur he had eaten, and for this he was awarded another 1,000 evolutionary points. Thomas was happy. He had been tired of seafood for days, and he was happy to try something new. Realizing that the other pterosaurs were not going to come down to him, he decided to test his new ability. He began to activate all his power and his tail began to glow strangely. The winged monsters had never seen anything like this before, and they quickly realized that it would be better to be friends with Godzilla. It looks like Thomas has tried a new toothpaste, and now he can dazzle everyone else with his radiant smile. The fire breath was activated, and the pterosaurs had already begun to say goodbye to their lives. But as it turned out, Thomas still hadn't developed this ability to the required level. It was a total fiasco. Realizing that they had been fooled by fake special effects, the winged monsters immediately began to attack. Very quickly, reinforcements arrived and they all attacked the Godzilla as a team. Thomas started shouting at the Mark and said that instead of a powerful explosive breath, he got some kind of lighter. Mark explained that Thomas did not use this power correctly. First, he needed to concentrate and feel the energy of his body. Thomas thought it was very similar to the CI purification technique he had read about in a cultivation manga. He asked Mark if he was sure that this was the right instruction, because now he himself would become someone's lunch. Mark remained calm and said that Thomas should believe him and try to concentrate all the energy of his body in one place. Although it sounded rather mysterious, Thomas decided to try it and trust the system. He closed his eyes, relaxed, and gathered all his energy into a single impulse to activate his explosive breathing. But the winged dinosaurs continued to interfere with him, their claws causing Thomas great harm. Even though they were much smaller than he was, they were able to knock him down and bleed him out. They looked like voracious rats and kept moving forward to destroy the Godzilla. He was beaten like the last loser at school, and he couldn't even respond to it, so is he still a dangerous monster? It was hard for Mark to watch his master, who had developed incredible strength over the weeks, being beaten so vigorously. Thomas recalled that he had experienced similar emotions in his life, and in those moments he focused on the closest person, as if they were standing next to him. He realized that he was experiencing the same emotions and words now, and the situation repeated itself. He recalled that at that moment he was able to gather all his strength and use it to break away and knock down his enemies. And at that moment he finally managed to activate the power of explosive breathing. It looked very powerful. Now the winged monsters realized that they had decided to attack this stranger in vain. The explosive breath was so powerful that it sent its force many kilometers ahead. The winged monsters were destroyed in a few seconds, and their skin was not ready to meet this burning breath. Thomas was happy that he had finally been able to activate this incredible power, and that he could now defeat anyone. But it also became clear that this ability took too much of his energy, and he urgently needed to eat and rest. Under his feet, he saw the freshly baked bodies of winged monsters, which must be quite tasty. So he immediately started eating, even though he didn't have any sweet and sour sauce with him. The system quickly reported that he had received more than 1,000 evolutionary points for the pterosaur. When his delicious home-cooked lunch was finished, he felt an incredible accomplishment. After walking a few meters, he saw a huge hole in the mountain, which was formed by his fiery breath. He realized that there must be many different animals near this lake, so he had to drink the water very quietly. But when he got even closer, he wondered if it was really a lake with water, because it looked very suspicious. A few seconds later, he saw that a large monster had been hiding under the big mountain all along. It is a giant Dacian cow. It does not live in lakes and rivers, and its back and belly are overgrown with bones, so it looks like a mountain. This huge creature can stay under the ice for up to 4 days, and its stone wall is the perfect camouflage. But before Thomas could get a good look at this huge cow, new creatures appeared out of the water. This is an imperial crocodile. It lived in Africa in ancient times and was one of the largest crocodiles in history. There were quite a few of these crocodiles in this lake, and they also came here to eat a tasty cow. In less than 2 minutes, only bones remained of the giant Dacian cow. The crocodiles were too hungry. After their lunch was finished, they turned around and saw a potential dessert in front of them. Now it became clear why none of the other monsters came to this lake to drink water. But Thomas did not consider them strong rivals. He thought it was time to show these crocodiles who was the biggest predator on this island. But something very unusual happened. A huge human hand appeared and grabbed one of the crocodiles. The imperial crocodile began to scream in pain and could do nothing to stop it. In a few seconds, this huge and fierce monster was completely destroyed. It had no chance of survival. Thomas was watching this all the time. He did not understand what was happening and who this unknown creature was. A few seconds later, the giant reappeared and jumped into the lake as if killing one crocodile wasn't enough. It was a huge King Kong, an ancient barbarian monkey about whom legends and fairy tales were written. So far, this huge monkey hadn't paid any attention to Thomas and continued to eat delicious crocodiles. The flock of imperial crocodiles was unhappy that their brothers and sisters were being shamelessly destroyed. King Kong felt that the imperial crocodiles were preparing an ambush for him and wanted to attack him from behind. That's why he decided to strike back and play proactively. This huge ape had great strength, and even a flock of imperial crocodiles could not stop it. In a few minutes, many crocodiles were killed. Only a few managed to escape, and it was time for a quiet dinner. It was at this moment that the first eye contact between King Kong and Godzilla occurred, and the legendary confrontation was born before our eyes. King Kong immediately began to show his humanity and aggression. He started shouting and preparing for battle. Thomas realized that the huge ape was much stronger than him at the moment, and it was better not to start this conflict. That's why Thomas pretended that he was just walking through the forest and wasn't going to interfere with Mr. King Kong. He wondered if King Kong understood what he was saying, because if he didn't, there could be problems. Gorillas smile when they are scared or nervous. When a gorilla raises its hand, it means that it is asking for something to be given to it, or asking another gorilla to go away. It seems that King Kong sensed that Godzilla wanted to trap him, and decided to be the first to attack. This huge ape had many high-ranked combat abilities. At this point, Thomas would be very difficult to defeat. King Kong usually won because of his strength and power, but his technique also had problems. His limbs are well developed, but his mind is too simple and his movements too predictable. Though he has great strength and speed, he has nothing but his muscles and his mind. It was thanks to his intelligence that Thomas decided to win this fight. First, he dodged the monkey's blow and then immediately bit him on the arm. Taking advantage of this mistake by the King Kong, Thomas was able to shift his center of gravity and throw him off balance. Godzilla has very weak movements, but he can always use his secret weapon, his tail. Because of the bite, the King Kong didn't see the tail strike, and he realized that he was losing the advantage in this fight. With one last punch left, Thomas decided to use a right uppercut. He must have forgotten that the body of a Godzilla is not adapted to boxing. It was a bad idea. During all this time, King Kong was able to regain his strength and change his tactics, and now he will be much more cautious in his attacks. He jumped forward and struck a powerful blow to the heart of the Godzilla, while constantly paying attention to the opponent's tail. After working on his mistakes, King Kong looked much more convincing and started winning again. This huge gorilla is not only much stronger than a Tom, but also has much faster and more flexible body movements. King Kong was not going to rest on his laurels and wanted to finish off his victim and enjoy his delicious flesh. Thomas realized that his situation was very bad. He could only win with explosive breathing, but he needed energy for that. Moreover, if Thomas uses up all his energy and fails to kill the King Kong, he is doomed to die. That's why he decided to hold off his opponent for a while and use the power of his teeth. He bit my hand again and began to clench his jaws as much as possible, and the gorilla's hand bled. But King Kong was not going to give his hand to an unknown lizard. He decided to tear the Godzilla's jaw open. He grabbed the Godzilla by the face and began to pull its jaws apart, and he saw something. It seems that during all this time, Thomas managed to accumulate the necessary energy and decided to use his main trump card. Focusing on his inner energy and activating all his strength, he began to prepare explosive breathing. King Kong has never seen anything like this before. He has fought various monsters before, but he has never met his equal in strength. He got scared and let go of the Godzilla's head. He hardly understood what was happening, but you could see the fear in his eyes. This huge monkey tried to run away and hide, but Thomas used his tail in time. Gripping the King Kong tightly, he activated his explosive breath and directed it at his opponent. It was an explosion of real kinetic energy. This island has never seen anything like it in its history. But despite the fact that explosive breath can destroy dozens of winged dinosaurs, it could not kill a single King Kong. Thomas couldn't believe that his main weapon hadn't worked. Did the King Kong really have such a strong skin? It seems that these burns only made the monkey angry, and now the real battle will begin. But it turned out to be the other way around. Although King Kong was angry, he immediately got up and started running away. Thomas began to rejoice that he had defeated the King of the Beasts, and now he was the main monster on the island. But as it turned out, the imperial crocodiles were still around. They felt that Godzilla had lost important energy and decided to attack at that moment. But even without a lot of energy, Godzilla is still an incredibly powerful monster. Thomas started feasting on imperial crocodiles and getting easy evolution points thanks to this dinner. The system also congratulated him on gaining a new special skill, armor reinforcement. Thomas had never felt so strong. He believed he could kill imperial crocodiles with a single blow. After this interesting and intense day, a week of life on this island followed. Thanks to a lighter version of explosive breathing, Thomas has learned how to roast meat. So fast is his progress. Thanks to the new login, he gained the skill of atomic breathing, which is considered to be level A. Tumorous breath is an unstable gas produced by a radioactive capsule in a brontosaurus, and after eruption it looks like fog. Yesterday, Thomas learned the skill of armor, and today he has learned atomic breathing. Now he is like a European emperor. If he had logged in a few days ago, he would have also received the Monster Compass update and been able to view monster attributes. A giant ancient rat ran up to him. It has a strong sense of smell and large front teeth. Usually the giant rat hides in the grass to hunt rabbits, so Thomas decided to feed it. This rat reminded him of his past life, when he was just a skinny little boy who was constantly being bullied by others. Thomas said that the rat was very lucky, and now he would be its boss, who would constantly protect and feed it. During these few weeks after his rebirth, he gained many new abilities and grew significantly in size. The system reported that he had the genes of the ancient lord of the divine beast Kwai, described in the classics of mountains and seas. He was sad to be alone on this island, and he thought he needed to find a monster to keep him company. King Kong looks smart and strong, but he is unlikely to accept Godzilla as a younger brother. Mark appeared and said that Thomas currently has 48,000 evolution points, and this would significantly improve his body shape. He started the augmentation process and activated the power of the system. Thomas hoped for significant improvements in his abilities, but as it turned out, it only grew by 1 foot. Such a huge amount of evolutionary points brought such a small effect. Mark explained that this is not a system error at all, and the bigger the body of Thomas becomes, the more points are needed to increase it. Thomas was upset. He dreams of becoming the biggest monster in history, but to do so he will have to eat the whole world. He decided to go in search of a Kong and lay the foundation for their future friendship. On the floor, he saw the remains of a King Kong hair from their last fight. He called his new friend, the Mandarin Rat, and said that now it was time to help him. He showed the Mandarin the hair of a huge gorilla and asked her to find it by smell. He also said that if the Tangerine could find a King Kong, he would feed it fresh meat all year round. The rat was happy with this offer and immediately ran forward in search of a huge gorilla. The imperial crocodile and other monsters of the island were happy that the plague god was gone and hoped that he would never return. Thomas went to look for a partner and promised to return and destroy all those who treated him badly. This island was quite large, and the Tangerine brought Thomas into a rather unusual environment. It was like a desert on an island, a place that was gloomy and terrifying. There were many skeletons of insects around, and he thought that the Tangerine had made a mistake and led him to a completely different place. It doesn't look like a Kong house, there are no birds flying around, and the smell is like a garbage dump. Thomas also noticed that his compass did not detect a huge gorilla in the vicinity, so it seems that the Tangerine girl was really wrong. But the rat continued to point confidently to the cave and said that King Kong must be hiding there. Thomas went ahead and said he could protect the Tangerine from any monsters. It was all quite strange. The compass did not show the presence of monsters, but strange sounds were heard in this cave. After walking a few dozen meters, Thomas began to think that it might be a spider's lair. He was looking in different directions and trying to figure out where the owner of this house was hiding, if you can call it that. Suddenly, he saw a very beautiful girl in front of him. Could the King Kong really transform into this beauty? Thomas was amazed. His recent enemy turned out to be so nice. It looks like they could develop a very close friendship. He didn't understand how a King Kong could become a girl, and why he was so small now. The girl started shouting at Godzilla and said that she shouldn't be here. Thomas was surprised that the King Kong not only turned into a girl, but also could speak human language. Perhaps the gorilla first turned into a spirit and then became a little girl. At that moment, the girl started screaming and told Thomas to turn around immediately. She was unhappy that he hadn't come to save her sooner. Now they could both be someone's breakfast. A few seconds later, unknown green monsters began attacking them. They were not very large in size, but they looked very ugly and scary. It is a dead, rotten reptile. Their species lives in groups, has sharp teeth and a strong tail, and can spray venom. This gecko is the old enemy of the King Kong, and he is also the ruler of the underworld. Thomas was not going to wait for this gecko to bite him with its poisonous teeth, so he crushed the lizard's head. There were too many of these filthy and stinking creatures in this cave, so we have to destroy them all now. Toma remembered kung fu movies and started attacking the lizards with his powerful legs. Green monsters will be insidious and dangerous, even despite their small size. They surrounded him from all sides and tried to bite his body, but they are not as easy to fight off as it seems. Thomas was very angry and decided to show these monsters what real power means. He has focused and concentrated all his energy in one place, and now the real special effects will begin. The little girl watched with her mouth open in amazement, wondering what was going to happen. After Thomas activated his energy and destroyed dozens of green lizards, the situation became more controlled. The only downside was that these dead lizards left too much nasty slime on his body. Thomas was too busy cleaning the mucus that he forgot to watch the little girl. Fortunately, he remembered about her in time and destroyed the lizard that tried to eat the girl alive. He told all these disgusting green creatures that he was now protecting the girl and would not allow anyone to hurt her. These warnings didn't scare the inhabitants of this cave much, as these green lizards don't seem to be afraid of anyone in this world. Realizing that even beautiful words do not help, Thomas decided to use his true power. He activated the explosive breath and sent many disgusting creatures to hell, which is where they belong. 100 lizards were baked for a Chinese restaurant, although their smell was unbearable. The girl silently watched this process of frying lizards. Thomas turned to her and assured her that no monster would harm her now, and she could not worry. After that, he started trying to help her free herself from the very sticky and strong mucus that was holding her to the cave wall. Her chest still bore the wound from their last battle, even though more than 7 days had passed. Thomas was wondering how she became human. Her chest wound looks quite serious. Soon, the girl was completely free of the sticky mucus and started running around the cave looking for something. Very soon it became clear that she was looking for a weapon. Doesn't she realize that Thomas protected her from the monsters? He began to assure her that he did not offend the weak and that she should not be afraid of him. He had come to protect her. Suddenly, the girl took out something and started showing it to Thomas. At first, he did not understand what it was. She said she ate it and changed. Her human language was very bad. It was hard to understand what she meant. Only a few seconds later, he realized that it was a fruit, after eating which the king cone turned into a girl. Is this the same devil's fruit? The werewolf fruit from fantasy novels? Soon they decided to leave the stinking cave together and go outside to get some fresh air. Thomas asked the girl to get ready and told her that she was about to witness a real miracle. Soon he activated his energy and used the power of an explosive breath, which scared the girl. This was done to fry up some more lizards. They looked pretty disgusting. But to get evolutionary points, you have to eat everything. The girl looked at it enthusiastically and said that it smelled delicious. Perhaps she had problems with the receptors in her nose. Thomas was glad that his efforts were not in vain and said that she could start eating. The Mandarin also started the dinner with them, as she had long dreamed of eating these lizards. Thomas called the girl a little monkey and said that he liked her much better now. But would she ever be able to become a King Kong again? If she had remained in her previous body all this time, she would not have been offended by reptiles in this cave. The girl replied that she would never be able to become a King Kong again. But judging by her expression, she didn't care. Thomas wondered what kind of fruit she had eaten. She wouldn't be able to last long in a jungle filled with monsters. She may have parents, brothers or sisters, or she may be an only child, and you need to find out the answers to these questions. If it weren't for Thomas, she would have been eaten by these dead reptiles, and without him she wouldn't be able to live even until tomorrow. Thomas decided to ask Mark if he could turn the girl back into a King Kong. Mark replied that the system is a real science, and it is indeed possible, but first of all, it is necessary to analyze the composition of the fruit she ate. He will learn the composition and then be able to change it. She will eat the fruit again and turn into a huge gorilla. Thomas said that he had to find this fruit as soon as possible because he could also eat it and turn into a human if necessary. This will allow him to return to the real world and see his parents, which is why it is so important. Thomas said that as soon as they finished eating, the girl should take them to the place where she had found the fruit. The system notified him that he had been rewarded with 20,000 evolution points for eating his first dead, rotten reptile. If he is not on Earth now, it means he is traveling in parallel worlds. And if he can become human again, he can meet this girl and live happily ever after on this island. After 2 hours of searching, I saw that there were too many human bones on this island. He wondered what had happened here, if there were ordinary people in this parallel world as well. Together with the girl, they approached a large mountain and saw a tree that looked like it was the one that grew these unusual fruits. Thomas decided to go up and pick some fruit for Mark to analyze. He took the girl with him on his shoulders. She was too small and did not cause any trouble. A pterosaur was flying near this fruit tree, and Thomas hoped that it would not attack him at such a bad time. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. The winged monster realized that now was the perfect time to attack. Thomas prepared to defend himself, which would be quite difficult to do in such an uncomfortable environment. But everything turned out to be quite the opposite. The winged monster is not a tomato, but a tree with fruit. He picked and ate one of the fruits and immediately felt its magical effect. In a few seconds, this winged monster turned into an ordinary man, a man with a strange hairstyle. But without wings, it was difficult for him to fly. And now it became clear why there were so many human bones around. The winged monsters flew to this tree, plucked the fruit, turned into people, and fell to the ground. Thomas thought that this place was very dangerous, so he had to quickly harvest the crops and get out. But suddenly he saw something much bigger and more dangerous than a pterosaur. He decided to start his acquaintance with kind words and offered the creature delicious reptile meat. It was a bird of death, a mysterious and large bird with the genes of an ancient beast. Usually its appearance always brings death. Thomas does not understand why this bird came here. Maybe it is guarding this strange tree? He also doesn't understand why she looks down and smiles strangely. Does she know something they don't? The bird of death began to approach Thomas and the girl, looking mysterious and resembling an owl. Thomas did not know how to behave, but it seems that the bird of death is not going to attack him. He decided to greet her and said that he had come here to pick a delicious fruit from the tree on the advice of his girlfriend. He tore off 2 juicy fruits and said that he did not want to distract the bird of death any longer, so he would return to his home. It seems that the bird of death took some forbidden pills today, and she began to have strange visions. After that, she got angry and prepared to fly. It looked quite aggressive. Her red eyes were directed at Thomas, and judging by her expression, she was not in the mood for friendship. At the last moment, Thomas managed to dodge the attack of its beak and survived. Without wings, a fall from this height could have been fatal for him. He realized that this bird of death was sick in the head. Probably the sun had baked its brains too much. Thomas asked Mark to hold the fruit and analyze it with the system, as it was very difficult for him to hold it in his small hands. Mark was happy to help the owner, but said that the analysis required 100,000 evolution points. The problem was that at the moment, Thomas had only 93,000 points of evolution, so it was impossible to analyze. If he had known about this, he would not have wasted evolution points on different skills, but it's too late to think about it now. The bird of death approached Thomas, activated its sharp talons and inflicted a severe wound on his back. It was an unequal battle because the bird had wings and could attack easy prey too easily. But Thomas also had his own strengths and decided that it was the perfect time to cook fried chicken. He activated all his energy and used his fire breath, a power that always comes to the rescue at the most important moment. The bird of death felt this fiery breath and flew down. But it was still alive and it managed to stay in the air. This bird is too strong. Neither explosive breath nor atomic breath could defeat it, so it must be attacked only at close range. It was Thomas who waited until the bird of death came close to him and launched his attack. He jumped on her back and told her that it was time to ride this unruly bird. Soon he began to bite its neck, imagining that it was delicious bacon, and the bird was not very happy. She got angry and realized that she had to try to throw this big dinosaur off of her immediately. Thomas was trying his best to hold on to her, and she was close to falling over as well. The bird of death realized that it had to turn on the turbo mode and flew to the maximum altitude. Thomas thought that in his past life he never flew on airplanes. Now he has become a monster and can ride on other monsters, feeling the thrill of flight. He began to rejoice and enjoy the process too soon, because the bird of death turned 180 degrees. This was her cunning plan, and now it will be much harder to stay on top of her than before. Thomas and the girl looked very frightened, as if the bird of death had lost its mind and was about to hit a rock. Soon Thomas noticed that there was a lake near them. He began to analyze the situation and think of a rescue plan. He decided to choose the right moment to activate his explosive breathing and jump into the lake. He realizes that he has strong skin and strong bones. He should not fall to his death. So he activated all his energy again, concentrated, and began to attack the bird of death with his fiery breath. She immediately felt burning sensations on her back, and the air began to smell like fried chicken. After he distracted the bird, he immediately jumped into the lake, hoping that he could survive with the girl. The bird of death suffered a severe wound on its back and crashed into a tree with magical fruits. These incredible fruits that turn monsters into humans began to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Thomas was able to survive with the girl. He decided to give her a name and named her Linda. After the plan was successfully executed, he saw that the bird of death had fallen to the ground and showed no signs of life. He told Linda that they had won, and now they would have fried chicken for dinner. But first, it was time to taste the very magical fruit for which they had risked their lives. Thomas took one of the fruits and swallowed it, and at first he did not feel any change in his body. But in a few seconds he felt in his heart as if some amazing energy wanted to break free. He began to regret eating the fruit and said he didn't want to become small and weak again. Very quickly, the process of transformation of Thomas into a man was completed. He became tall, handsome, and muscular. The only downside was that for some reason it had a small tail, which was not explained. He thought that as soon as the system finished analyzing the fruit, he would be able to regain his Godzilla form. At the moment, he is not sure whether the big bird has died, so it will be very dangerous to walk in the form of a human. He spent 6,000 evolutionary points to systematically analyze the fruit, and if the bird really died, he should eat it and gain new evolutionary points. But a few seconds later, Thomas saw that the bird of death was still moving. After what he has done, she will surely be very angry and crave cruel revenge. The bird of death is so cruel that it uses the body of a dead person as a toy. But a few seconds later, She threw away her new toy and ate the crystal she had just found. As soon as this happened, her wounds on her body began to heal quickly, like a wolverine. Luckily for Thomas and Linda, it took off very quickly and flew away. This time, they were really lucky. But on the other hand, Thomas won't be able to fry her up and eat her to get new evolutionary points. They need to speed up and find a place to hide. Or better yet, find food for the evening. Even if it doesn't work out, Thomas can find some monster corpses and eat them, which will also add evolution points. While the guy was thinking about finishing off the wounded bird, Linda ordered him to speed up and said that there was danger behind them. It seems that Thomas was too dreamy to see the imperial crocodile approaching them. He was already very close to the boy and was preparing to eat him alive. While Thomas was thinking about food, he became a potential prey. The boy was very angry and told the crocodile that he was very ill-mannered, that he should not attack from behind without warning. At the moment, in this small and weak body, Thomas is defenseless against the monsters from the jungle. He did not want to die so early, and dreamed of returning to the body of a fearless monster. At a critical moment, a person gains additional strength, and because of the fear of death, Thomas began to swim at the speed of a shark. But there were too many imperial crocodiles in this lake. They completely surrounded the boy. He decided not to run away anymore and to take up the fight against these ill-mannered monsters. Emperor crocodiles have very powerful jaw muscles, thanks to which they can easily break the bones of their victims. But some muscles of the lower jaw are much thinner and weaker, which is why the crocodile has a difficult time opening its mouth. That is why an adult can use his strength to keep a crocodile's mouth closed. Even though Thomas is no longer in the body of the big monster, his brain still helps him find his way to victory. The imperial crocodile was not used to surrendering so easily to such weak opponents, so he began to intervene. If Thomas let go of his jaws now, the crocodile would immediately eat him. On the other hand, if he doesn't let go of the crocodile's jaws, the other crocodiles will catch up with him and tear him to pieces. As luck would have it, Linda came to his rescue, throwing him a vine and telling him to grab it. The crocodiles tried their best to prevent him from escaping, and at the last moment to tear his head off. Their huge jaws were very close to biting off his little tail, and not only his tail, but fortunately, Thomas managed to save his naked ass and grab the vine in time. This is how Linda first saved the boy from certain death, and her experience in the jungle proved to be very useful. The girl was happy and began to copy the bungee, as it seems some of her habits still remained despite the transformation. But it is not yet time to rejoice and relax because the imperial crocodile is still around. One of them jumped out of the lake and nearly bit off Thomas and Linda's legs, as crocodiles seem to be masters of stealth attacks. This Linda has completely forgotten that she is no longer a huge King Kong, but a small and fragile girl. She began to scream at the crocodile, but Thomas reminded her in time that she was too weak to fight the imperial crocodile. Perhaps they ate too many crocodiles earlier, and now these Pakatki are trying to take revenge on them. At that moment, the Mark appeared and began to mock his master, who had lost his strength and power. Thomas asked to lend him the evolution points and transform his body back into a Godzilla body. Mark explained that the system always adheres to its own rules and cannot lend evolution points. Even though the owner may die, the rules still must not be broken. Thomas said that the system has no conscience and leaves the naked host to fight against the cruel monsters of the jungle. Mark laughed and said that the system could only help the owner by giving him new clothes. At this point, Linda started to climb the tree. It seems she is not stupid at all and knows how to use her strengths. She ordered Thomas to do the same, but the boy said he could not climb trees. But as soon as the crocodile approached him, he realized that if he didn't climb the tree now, he would become an easy prey. This feeling is clearly not the stimulation of physical capabilities due to being in a critically dangerous situation. Because in his past life, even using all his strength, Thomas could not pull himself up on the bar even once. But now, even when he is a human again, his physical form is much stronger than in his previous life. So he also climbed a tree to the linden tree and managed to escape the jaws of the imperial crocodile. But these crocodiles have been living in these jungles for a long time, and they have a lot of experience in hunting. That's why the crocodile hit the tree with its body several times and made Thomas fall. Once again, Linda came to his aid. The girl quickly oriented herself in the situation and grabbed Thomas's hand. He thanked his monkey sister for this help, because if not for her, his life would have ended long ago. Her experience in this jungle is now crucial because Thomas has no Godzilla powers. Together, they were able to climb to a safe height and take a break from the crocodile attacks. The imperial crocodiles gathered all their strength and together began to hit the tree and try to bring it to the ground. As always, as soon as Thomas felt safe, he mocked his enemies. He started calling crocodiles stupid, and at that moment Linda started looking at him strangely. She smiled and suggested they train together, but Thomas thought that meant fighting each other. The guy was sure that he could easily defeat the girl with his physical strength. But very quickly it became clear that the Linda has not lost its power and flexibility and still poses a very serious threat to anyone. Thomas said that this was not the time for a fight and asked her to stop because he saw something near them. As it turned out, an ancient giant python had been walking by unnoticed. This huge giant has no venom in its teeth, but likes to hide in trees and attack its prey unnoticed. Or his compass shows that this giant python is much stronger than he is. Surely this compass is Captain Obvious. Thomas tried to make friends with this huge snake and become friends, but it didn't work out very well. Linda took the boy by the hand and told him to run away. Now hope for rescue is her experience. She skillfully jumped from branch to branch, and if Thomas wants to survive, he must do the same. The guy asked the system to give him a magic fruit. He wants to feed it to a python and turn this monster into an ordinary person. Mark said that to get the magic fruit, you need at least 100,000 evolution points. And even if the guy manages to find that many evolution points, he will still have to wait for the program to launch. Thomas said that the system has an incredibly large number of problems and is just waiting for its owner to be eaten. While he was promising to write bad reviews about the system, the big python had already started attacking the Link. As a true gentleman, Thomas decided to save the girl at the cost of his own life, so he jumped and pushed her body away from the python's teeth at the last moment. Linda was rescued and survived, but she did not look happy because she was worried about Thomas. The guy failed to dodge at the last moment and was eaten by an ancient giant python. At first he didn't understand what had happened, and then, smelling an unpleasant odor, he realized what was in the python's stomach. He was very lucky to have good physical fitness, so the python's gastric juice has not yet taken effect. But if he does not leave this place quickly, his body will soon completely disintegrate. After he became a human again, he had no way to test whether his Godzilla abilities would work. Mark ordered him to stop and said that if Thomas continued to condense his energy, he would die immediately. He also explained that Thomas could not use his abilities in a human body because the flesh of this body would not withstand the load. Mark also explained that now the explosive breathing has been replaced by explosive eating, and he has to eat the python's internal organs to get evolution points. That is, the energy of Thomas's body works differently in the human form than in the form of a Godzilla, and this should be used. The internal organs of the python tasted very foul, as if the Toman had eaten stinky socks that had not been washed for a week. The system immediately notified him that he had received 150 points of evolution for the ancient giant python. Hearing this, the guy was happy and continued to eat the python's internal organs to increase his evolutionary points. At this time, the python was in terrible pain and screaming, not realizing what was happening in its stomach. The monster began to roll over in different directions and prevent Thomas from continuing his delicious lunch. The guy said that nothing would stop him and he would get what he needed. Soon he felt the spasms of the python's internal organs and realized that the monster was trying to spit him out. Thomas thought that the python was behaving inconsistently, first inviting him into its belly and now trying to spit him out. At this point, Mark appeared and said that the evolution points were enough to get the magic fruit. But first, you will need to wait for the full analysis process, which can take about 30 minutes. Thomas was very angry and said that he did not want to spend so much time in this horrible and smelly place. Mark explained that for him, evolutionary points are like gasoline for a car. If he doesn't get them, he won't be able to work. To speed up the process of analyzing the magic fruit, you need to get a few thousand more evolution points. Realizing he had no choice, Thomas began attacking the monster's internal organs to speed up the analysis process. The ancient giant python was in great pain at this moment, and he had already regretted attacking these little worms many times. Thanks to the additional evolution points, the process was completed ahead of schedule, and the magic fruit for returning to the monster's body was formed. Red magic fruit makes a monster into a human, green magic fruit makes a human into a monster. The fruit tasted a little bitter, but Thomas quickly ate it and waited for the activation. He also imagined how, after the transformation, he would tear the imperial crocodiles and the giant python to pieces. But no matter how hard he tried, he still hasn't become a monster. Maybe Mark tricked him and gave him an ordinary orange? Mark explained that this fruit contains energy that does not belong to this world. After this energy hits the monster, a small core is formed, which splits the monster's body and turns it into a human. Mark reformatted the energy of the fruit, and now the concentration of energy should become denser. The boy should feel the crystal inside his body. Although it sounds strange, Thomas must use his mind to destroy the inner crystal. Only then can he become a monster again. After the crystal is destroyed, the energy of the crystal nucleus must be directed to its own finite state. Thomas decided to trust the system and tried to concentrate and find the inner crystal. But now he needs to figure out how to break the crystal nucleus and channel the energy into the body's limbs. In his past life, a physical education teacher taught him how to throw a ball, which required the use of full arm strength. Thomas understood the theory well, but in practice, he always had problems with this task. Now he is no longer that small and weak worm, and he is confident that he will succeed. After concentrating and spending several minutes on it, he was able to break the inner crystal. As soon as this happened, he immediately felt a surge of titanic energy and the beginning of his transformation into a monster. Linda also realized what was happening and began to rejoice when she saw the python's belly growing rapidly. Maybe a few seconds later, the python's body was torn into several pieces. A similar transformation process successfully completed. Thomas turned into a huge Godzilla again, and now he is not afraid of any pythons or crocodiles. He reminded his enemies of how they tried to kill him and said that now there would be a second round. 10 minutes later, an entire flock of imperial crocodiles was destroyed by the power of Godzilla. Thomas thought he never wanted to return to a human body again, because it was too dangerous and scary. He feels much more confident in the monster's body, despite his fat stomach, small hands, and ugly face. While Thomas was roasting the python and crocodiles, Linda asked him why he had returned to the body of a Godzilla. She also did not understand why he had become so big, but Thomas was not going to tell her all his secrets. He only said that he gets up early, eats well, and trains constantly, which is why he is so strong and powerful. All of them were very hungry and enjoyed delicious dishes and monster delicacies. For the new achievements, the system gave Thomas the monster fruit of life, which can cure any injury, even a fatal one, by eating it. Mark said that this fruit can relieve fever, detoxification, and fatigue, as well as clear the mind and improve vision. Thomas replied that this fruit looked like a green pumpkin, and that he hated this dish the most in his life. He thought it would be wrong to throw away this gift from the system, so he decided to give the fruit to Linda. He thought that thanks to the fruit's magical powers, the girl would be able to heal her chest wound. Linda gladly accepted the gift and immediately started eating the green pumpkin. But it turned out to be so tasteless that she almost died. But in a few seconds, she felt that the wound on her chest had completely healed and no longer hurt. When she realized that this tasteless fruit really worked, she began to eat it as if it were a Big Mac. After that, she immediately felt a surge of new strength and energy. She had never felt so strong in a human body. Thomas thought that if Linda hadn't hit herself in the chest so often, her wound would have healed long ago. The girl explained that as soon as she meets a monster, she immediately starts screaming and beating her chest. And if she is lucky, this will help to avoid a fight. It was a very unexpected confession, and Thomas asked her why she hadn't beaten him when they first met. The girl explained that Thomas started waving his hand, which meant that he was giving up and giving her his food. So if it doesn't scream and beat its chest, it will definitely have to fight to defend its territory. The world of monsters is not as bad as it seems. It is quite simple. If you play by the rules, you can avoid problems. Thomas wondered if he started growling and showing his aggression. Would everyone realize that he was the strongest? He also wondered what would happen if he showed his explosive breathing. He asked Linda to eat faster and gain evolution points, and then he could help her become a King Kong again. He also asked the girl how she was able to eat the magic fruit and avoid being attacked by the bird of death. Linda recalled that moment and said that she was very hungry, so she decided to eat some fruit instead of meat. And then, suddenly, she became a naked girl and started falling from a great height to the ground. Thomas began to imagine this beautiful picture, and Linda immediately started yelling at him and calling him a pervert. Then she continued her story and said that she managed to grab the rock at the last moment. She hung on the rock for a long time and saw one of the ugly green lizards fly out of the cave. She decided to crawl closer and saw the bird of death fighting against a flock of dead reptiles. It seemed that the reptiles were winning, because the head of the bird of death was almost completely bald. So these vile monsters were also mocking the bird of death, and Thomas thought he would have to keep a closer eye on this bird. Linda said that after severe injuries, the bird found strength and managed to escape from the reptile's teeth. But the problem was that the reptiles turned their attention to Linda and grabbed her. Now Thomas understood how it all happened, but it was strange that the reptiles did not immediately eat the girl. Linda explained that they left her alive because they wanted to sacrifice her to the reptile king. Thomas was amazed to hear this suspenseful detective story. It seems the reptile king wanted to make Linda his wife. The girl said that once upon a time this island was very beautiful. She had a big family where everyone was happy. But at some point, these rotten reptiles appeared. They ate all the vegetation on the island and destroyed all the vitality of the jungle. Now it's clear why there is such a bad smell around their cave and it feels like you are in the desert. Linda said that her parents and their friends united and went to the lair of these reptiles to destroy the king. But they never came back. And when she grew up, she decided to continue her parents' work, namely, to defend the island. She also went to the reptiles' lair to find her parents, but she was unsuccessful. Thomas said that she was now like a sister to him, and the island was like a second home, and he would not let the reptiles destroy it. But it will be difficult to defeat the king of monsters, so now we need to continue our development and increase our strength. Soon, he saw a pack of jackals. They are very cruel and have sharp teeth. Their main weapon is teamwork and spikes on their backs. It seems they saw a ground sloth and decided to kill it to eat it. The ground sloth stood up on its hind legs to look bigger and began to destroy the jackals with its huge claws. Several jackals flew in Thomas's direction, and he decided to seize the moment and score some evolution points. The jackals continued to attack the sloth and tried to win the battle by sheer numbers. Thomas decided to wait for the best moment and attack and eat both sides of the conflict. He decided to cheer for the big sloth because he is fighting alone against a whole pack of jackals. For some reason, at one point, the sloth focused all his attention on Thomas and began to run at him with great speed. It was not clear what the sloth wanted to do. Did he want to start fighting Godzilla instead of jackals? He must have overestimated his strength and capabilities too much because a Godzilla is much stronger than an ordinary sloth. Thomas easily dodged his attack and began to tear off pieces of juicy meat. It was very tasty, and the system immediately reported that he had successfully received 500 evolution points for the giant ground sloth. Thomas continued to enjoy his new meal and did not notice the other animals approaching him. It was a pack of the same jackals. They were still hungry and planning to have a delicious meal. They had never seen a Godzilla before, and they thought it would be easy prey for them. But the first jackal that decided to attack Godzilla became a tasty snack for the sloth's meat. Thomas easily snacked on it in several pieces and got a lot of evolution points from the system. Seeing their brother so brutally torn to pieces, a pack of jackals readied their spikes and rushed into battle. Their tactics were classic. They attacked from different sides and tried to outnumber their big rival. Although it was difficult, Thomas grabbed their bodies and bit them into several pieces. Linda was on his shoulder all this time, and some jackals made her their main target. Although it has become much smaller and weaker than before, it still remains very dangerous. It was a good duo of a monster and a man who successfully repelled the attacks of a pack of jackals. Thomas was pleased that this small and fragile girl was trying to protect him, but he was worried that she might get hurt as well. That's why, in order not to endanger the girl, he decided to activate one of his strongest points. It activated an electric charge on its tail and thus killed many jackals. Some of them even died from this lightning strike, and those who survived now began to fear Godzilla. When they realized they could not win, they started to come out like real wolves. Thomas remembered that he needed to keep gaining evolutionary points, so he decided to eat the whole flock together. But it seems that their call was addressed to their leader, and he soon came to their aid. Thomas wasn't scared at all when he saw this terrible giant. He was excited that he could get a lot of evolutionary points if he defeated it. He decided that the huge jackal leader would not run away, so now he had to finish off the ground sloth. The leader of the jackals decided that this was absolutely attention to him and began to attack. Thomas was angry because of this circle. He doesn't like it when people don't let him finish the main course and force him to go straight to dessert. The leader of the jackals must have overestimated his chances and failed to realize that he was facing a real giant of monsters. That's why the leader quickly turned around and pretended to run away, allowing the Godzilla to continue eating the sloth. But it was just his cunning plan to distract Godzilla and take his life. While the leader was dreaming of gnawing on the Godzilla's throat, Thomas was happy to have already gained 100,000 evolutionary points. Now he can officially begin the process of synthesizing the magic fruit, which requires waiting 18 minutes. He completely forgot that Linda was still next to him, and she was also very hungry. Thomas was angry that this pack of vile jackals had taken up too much of his time. He decided to take revenge for this and destroy their main leader, so that maybe they would realize who the real king of the jungle is. This leader can be eaten right away and add to your evolutionary points. The huge jackal dreamed of victory and believed that Godzilla was too confident and needed to be taught a lesson. But in some jungles, the smartest, and especially the strongest, always wins. Thomas was able to inflict severe wounds on the leader of the jackals without using any special abilities. As Linda said, in the world of monsters and jungles, competing for territory and food is a common thing. This means that the leader of the jackals needs to show his strength and make sure that his pack does not come to this territory again. Even its huge spikes on its back could not help the main jackal now. It looked helpless. Thomas hit him so hard that he flew several dozen meters and hit a rock. It was very painful. The leader could not allow himself to be beaten so easily in front of his subjects. Realizing that this huge jackal wanted more, Godzilla activated his additional abilities. The fire-breathing mode has been activated, and now the jackal will understand what real hell on earth means. It can make a delicious roasted wolf as long as its skin is not too burnt. The leader was left with almost no circle fur and no longer had the strength to continue this battle. He will surely be disgraced in his pack, even though he is the strongest. Oddly enough, in difficult moments, society always unites around a common goal, and the little jackals came to the aid of their king. Thomas is excited about what's happening because for him it means fast food delivery and extra evolution points. But something distracted him. Someone continued to imitate the voice of a wolf. Could there be another pack of jackals nearby? As it turned out, they were approached by the wolf general, a huge ancient creature that can destroy even the strongest monsters. When Thomas saw him, he was afraid, because he realized that this wolf general might be a martial arts master. Just looking at the wolf was enough to make me pee my pants, not to mention the fact that the wolf has its own sword. This is an extraordinary little jackal, a real general who must be respected. Moreover, this wolf has its own beacon, and it can very quickly cause huge problems for Godzilla and Linda. This wolf was watching the girl very closely, and Thomas thought he wanted to eat her. At that moment, his eyes seemed to explode with bright flames and he rushed to attack. Thomas felt real fear. However, Thomas is ready to fight to the death for his sister Linda. The wolf used its teeth and claws to inflict nasty wounds on Godzilla. It seems to have been a distraction. The wolf showed that he was interested in Linda, but eventually aimed for the eyes of the Godzilla. Smelling the blood, the general continued to attack. He still did not use his sword, but he was still very dangerous. Thomas realized that he couldn't lose concentration, because not only could he get hurt, but Linda could get hurt as well. This wolf turned out to be very smart and cunning, and it was a much more serious opponent than all the other monsters Thomas had faced. Thomas started shouting loudly and said that he was the real general of this island, and he would not let anyone insult Linda. Thomas also decided to choose a clever tactic and attack the wolf with the help of various bones lying under his feet. This plan turned out to be quite good, but the wolf was too fast and flexible and dodged attacks in time. Realizing that bones could not defeat the wolf general, Thomas decided to use his main weapon, explosive breath. The wolf general knew what it was. He had already seen the leader of the jackals lose his skin after being attacked by fire breath. Thomas was sure that his energy was enough to roast the wolf alive. But General Wolf was too cunning. He managed to take a few steps to the side and dodge the attack. In response, Thomas smiled and told the wolf general that they were now tied. But the general of the wolves was not going to be satisfied with a draw. He was only thinking about victory. He pushed himself off the ground and jumped from a great height at the Godzilla. And it looks like a real battle is about to begin. It became clear that the wolf general had decided to use his main weapon and pull out a sword. When Thomas saw this, he was immediately afraid it was an equal fight. But now, thanks to the sword, the wolf can start winning. He fought with his sword in his pouch and inflicted a severe wound to the Godzilla's right shoulder. Thomas immediately felt great pain and told the wolf that it was not fair to fight with his bare hands against a sharp sword. It turned out that the wolf has a significant advantage without risking anything at all. It's an unfair fight. Thomas quickly realized that he had to run away or he would be slaughtered like a little pig. At that moment, he thought not only about his own salvation, but also about the salvation of his little sister. He thought that he had to quickly turn Linda into a King Kong, and then together they could defeat this wolf, the general. But first, he asked her to wait in the tree and not risk her own life while he continued the battle against the wolf. General Wolf was there all the time and dealt very painful blows with his sword to the Gojira. While Linda was hiding in the tree, Thomas felt terrible pain and saw blood flowing all over his body. He told the wolf that he was not the only one who could use weapons, and decided to use his strength to throw a tree at the wolf. It was a rather simple and stupid strategy, so the wolf easily dodged this attack. But as it turned out, it was just a mosquito bait, and the real attack would begin a little later. Having fully prepared all his kinetic energy, Thomas used the fire breath again. This time, the wolf was not ready for such a combined and clever attack and was severely injured. His right paw suffered the most as it was severely burned. But the problem was that his skin was too thick and strong, and his explosive breath could not penetrate it. Thomas realized that the wolf's strongest weapon was not claws and claws, but a sword, and his plan was to try to deprive the wolf of this sword. If he makes another critical strike, The wolf must lose his sword from his mouth. Thomas has new problems. The jackal pack has returned and decided to join the battle against Godzilla. They started chewing on his legs and distracting their general from the attack. At that moment, General Wolf jumped again from a great height and prepared to strike again with his sword. Thomas was angry because of the union of these toothy monsters. The wolf hits him with a sword, the jackal bites his legs. What a bad manners. He started shouting and said that two people should not attack one another. Probably their martial arts masters had not taught them honor. Suddenly, not far from the battlefield, a huge bird with a familiar coloration appeared. It was the same bird of death. It was still alive and looking great, and it was interested in this fight. Her attention was also drawn to a little girl in a tree, as if the bird of death had been looking for her for a long time. It looks like Thomas is in real trouble. A wolf and a jackal are trying to kill him, and the bird of death is trying to kidnap Linda. It was very lucky that the girl was still flexible and fast. She managed to dodge the bird's attack. At first, Thomas did not understand what the bird of death was doing in this place, but then he guessed its plans. Linda managed to get down from the tree into the bushes and tried to hide. Thomas really wanted to help her, but he had real problems because of the attack of two monsters at the same time. He had never had any real friends in his life, let alone those who risk their own lives for him. So no matter what happens, he can't let the Linda get hurt. He considered her a real little sister and promised to fulfill all her wishes. But the problem was that General Wolf was not going to let Thomas go and dreamed of finishing off the wounded beast. He struck a powerful blow with his sword and made a big hole in the Godzilla's chest. At the same time, the leader of the jackals continued to bite his legs and prevent him from moving. It was very difficult to withstand the coordinated attack of these two toothy monsters, but it was not so easy for the wolves. The general tried to get his sword and realized that he could not do it. Thomas began to activate his body's energy and told the wolf general that he was trapped. He deliberately showed his weaknesses to his opponents, and as long as they didn't hurt his heart, he was not afraid of anything. He said that he was not afraid of even deep wounds and would now show what real revenge means. After he inflicted incredible wounds on the general, it was his turn to destroy the jackal's boss. The delicious meat of the jackal boss earned him more than 1,000 evolution points. General Wolf was still alive, but he could not get the sword out of Godzilla's body. The system asked Thomas if he was ready to receive the magic fruit and start the transformation process. The process was completely completed, and Thomas ordered the magic fruit to be given to him. After receiving it, he immediately threw it to Linda and ordered her to eat it quickly. At that moment, the girl was in real trouble because the bird of death was very close to her. Linda caught the magic fruit and immediately began to eat it. Thomas told her to speed up and use his method of transformation that he had taught her. As soon as the girl finished eating the magic fruit, she saw that the bird of death was already preparing to eat her. At that moment, it seemed that her situation was hopeless and that a truly bloody scene was about to begin. But something strange happened. The Lin's hand grew 100 times larger and struck the bird of death with a strong blow. This meant only one thing. The transformation process was complete, and the Linda had turned into a King Kong. The bird of death was immediately knocked out by a titanic punch to the face. She was happy that she had turned into a huge monster again, and she began to cheer and dance. Linda recalled how Thomas planned to make the bird of death their ally and friend. She decided to take the initiative and personally have a friendly conversation with the bird of death. Linda probably misunderstood the word friendship and cooperation, as her dialogue immediately began with kicking the bird. She continued to beat the bird and told it that they should definitely become best friends. If anyone knows the number of the Linda, tell her that this is not how it works. Of course, the bird of death did not understand and did not respond, which is why Linda continued to beat it. A little later, the bird managed to escape from her arms and flee. But a similar friendship between the King Kong and the bird of death did not work out. This made King Kong very angry. But she had an interesting idea, probably even dumber than the last one. She thought that in order to make friends with the bird of death, she should give it a gift, such as a piece of wood. The bird of death replied that it had already had a birthday a long time ago, and it would not be happy with such gifts. The bird continued to scream and told Linda that friends are made in a completely different way. At first, Thomas thought he was imagining things, but then he heard that the bird really started to scream in Kong. He thought that there was nothing strange about a gorilla throwing a tree at a bird. It was a common situation in the jungle. Then, Thomas decided not to be distracted by the gorilla and the bird and to focus his attention on fighting this dog. For some reason, the wolf stood still, as if frightened by the fact that the girl he was insulting had become a huge gorilla. General Wolf was left without his main weapon, and now he has two opponents instead of one. We should also remember that the wolf has lost its ally, the leader of the jackals. But the general did not know what fear was. Even without weapons and support, He continued to move forward like a Terminator. Even though the battle had been going on for a long time, he was still very energetic and strong. It seems that his main goal is to get his sword back, but Thomas can't let that happen. The guy felt that his body was no longer obeying him, probably due to the loss of a lot of energy. The bigger the body, the harder it is for it to tolerate the loss of large amounts of blood, but Godzilla is still Godzilla. Meanwhile, the bird of death returned and said it was time to start the second round of the battle. This bird is very cunning. It has complete control over the air and can use various tricks to attack. No matter how big and strong your body is, it's hard to fight when you have a sword sticking out of your chest. General Wolf chose the perfect moment and began a plan to intercept the sword. King Kong started to run to help his older brother, but the bird of death was against this plan. It caught up with the gorilla and inflicted a severe wound on its back thanks to its large claws. The Godzilla and King Kong duo were doing very poorly, and it was urgent to turn the situation upside down. Feeling that General Wolf was sitting on his back, Thomas decided to activate the power of his spikes. This clever wolf immediately remembered what happened last time, and he didn't like these flashbacks. That's why he jumped off his back in time to escape the Godzilla's power. He started to run away, and Thomas said that he knew that this dog was afraid of him. But as it turned out, the wolf was tricked again, because he was not the main target of Godzilla. The activation of explosive breathing was needed precisely to attack the bird of death. The main threat came from it, because it fully controls the island's airspace. A portion of the blue energy hit the target and caused the bird of death considerable pain. An incredibly weak guy who was bullied every day of his past life today gave all his strength for his only friend. So now it's time for Linda to intervene, as the outcome of the last round depends solely on her. Linda realized that her time had come, and she had to finish off the wolf general. Once again feeling the incredible strength in her hands, she jumped and dealt the wolf a titanic blow. But despite his severe injury, the general was not going to give up and continued to fight. He quickly regained his strength and ran to attack the Kong. He immediately bit the gorilla's leg and began to clench his strong jaws to break the bones. King Kong has destroyed more than a dozen monsters on this island. He is hardened by fierce battles and is not afraid of anything. But the wolf also has a legendary past. He was promoted to general for a reason. The wolf jumped up into a tree, pushed off, and began to attack the gorilla again with its sharp teeth. This time, his target was not the leg, but the arm of a King Kong, a combined attack by a professional killer. Thomas watched this battle and thought that he was very lucky, because if it wasn't for Linda, he would have died long ago. It is very difficult to fight this wolf. Even big and strong gorillas cannot easily defeat it. The wolf continues to keep up the incredible pace of the battle, even though he should have lost all his strength long ago. Then Thomas noticed that the other jackals had fled into the woods. Perhaps the wolf was only fighting to buy time to retreat? It seems that this red dog is really too smart and is the king of wolves for a reason. Linda continued to fight off his sharp teeth. Sometimes she succeeded, but there was blood on her body as well. As if sensing weakness, the wolf turned its attention to the wounded Godzilla. Even if he won time to retreat, he did it for his comrades because he hardly wanted to run away himself. The wolf must have been trying to understand King Kong's weaknesses, distract him, and attack the wounded Godzilla. Thomas was very lucky to have a friend like Linda, who came to his rescue again. She grabbed the wolf by the legs and threw his head against a tree. Finally, the wolf also felt the power of a real gorilla king. While he was lying on the ground unconscious, Linda was beating her chest and enjoying the lightning attack. It seems that now the wolf no longer had the energy and self-confidence he had before. Thomas doesn't understand why the wolf wants to kill him so badly. But even without a sword and with severe injuries, he keeps going. It seems that this sword is a real treasure, because it easily broke the thickest skin of the Godzilla. Probably the wolf treasures this weapon very much. Although it is not known where this wolf came from, it seems that it has a part of the human mind. Even Kung Fu is hard to fight against this wolf, and it is not known which of them will win this fight. Thomas decided to intervene and started shouting for the two big monsters to stop and calm down. He turned to the wolf because he was sure that it understood him and offered to negotiate. Linda did not want to stop and wanted to continue the fight because she thought she had almost won. It seems that the wolf also understands Thomas's words, which can only be explained by the fact that he has had contact with humans before. Thomas said he was ready to return the wolf his precious sword and hoped that in the future they would no longer be enemies. It was clear that the wolf understood what Thomas was talking about. Perhaps there had been people on this island before with whom he had communicated. Thomas asked Lin to carefully take the sword out of his body and give it to the wolf, making sure not to make any sudden movements. But the situation immediately escalated. Because it was very painful to pull the sword out of the Godzilla's body, there was too much blood. As soon as the wolf heard the monster's cries, it immediately began to howl, but it was unclear why it was doing so. Thomas and Linda immediately tensed up, wondering if the wolf was calling under the mount and wanted to continue the fight. But then everything fell into place. The wolf didn't call anyone, he just wanted to show Thomas something. He took soil from the island and put it on his wounded paw, as if to show him how to do it. Thomas immediately realized what the wolf meant. If you take dry earth, it will help stop the bleeding. This is a really smart move. Now we have much more confidence that General Wolf has had contact with people before. Linda helped stop the bleeding and remove the sword from Thomas's body. As they had agreed, General Volk was returned less than immediately. The lucky wolf took his weapon and walked away, and at that moment a mysterious woman appeared not far from him. She said that if she could not take the spiritual core of the ancient gorilla, then she had to take the spiritual core of the wolf. Meanwhile, Thomas was still suffering from pain due to the wounds inflicted by the wolf. Linda tried to help him and gathered a lot of earth to stop the bleeding. She must have forgotten that she needed to find clean ground that wasn't full of worms. Thomas asked her to get out of the way and go find some food to replenish her energy. She quickly remembered that not far from her were the bodies of dead jackals and a sloth. Having found them, she decided to cook a delicious barbecue. When she was stringing the jackal on a stick, even though it was dead, it still felt this pain. It was hard for Thomas to watch the bodies of the jackals, even if they were already dead, suffer so much. He also got angry when he saw that Linda didn't know how to grill meat and turned the barbecue too slowly. The big gorilla was too clumsy, and besides the poor meat preparation, it also suffered burns on its hand. The meat was not very tasty, but nevertheless the system gave enough points for evolution. Linda said that Thomas was overcomplicating things, and in fact, the kebab turned out incredibly tasty. The system reported a severe wound in the Godzilla's body, and evolution points were automatically taken for treatment. All of his wounds, which he received in the battle with the wolf, healed immediately. With all of his new abilities and incredible strength, Thomas should now be invincible. He recalled how he fought against the Bird of Death and the Wolf General, and he has no right to lose in such battles anymore. According to Lind, to defeat the King of Reptiles, you have to be a king of the jungle. He also realized that he needed to help his younger sister Linda develop her strength because in this jungle you need a real friend. Remembering the Bird of Death, Thomas decided to ask Lind where it had gone. Linda replied that the bird had fallen, and Thomas thought it was dead and began to dream of grilling it on the grill. But as soon as he arrived at the place where she was last seen, he saw that her body had disappeared. He was furious and did not understand where she had gone, and in his head he was already dreaming of eating her with a delicious sauce made from slug saliva. At this point, Mark appeared and said that he heard the energy vibrations of the circle, which indicate the transformation of the monster into a human being. Thomas was surprised and asked if this strange bird had turned into a man. Mark said that he had nothing to do with it, and he did not give the Bird of Death the magic fruit. Mark recalled how the Bird of Death took the core from the corpse of a T-Rex and ate it to heal all its wounds. So the bird restores its strength by eating the kernels of other monsters. It's a bit like the Thomas method, that is, eating other monsters. Linda, meanwhile, thought that her brother had become mentally retarded after the battle with the wolf and was talking to himself. Mark said that we need to kill the Bird of Death and analyze its body. Only then can we find the answer to this mystery. Thomas reminded us that even with the use of explosive breath, he could not kill the Bird of Death. The mayor explained that it was not necessary to kill it completely, just to scratch it a little so that a part of it remained for analysis. Thomas got up and told Linda that they were going back to his house because all the food on her property had been eaten. He assured Linda that there was plenty of food on his property, and they returned to his home. A week later, they were together as a real team. Linda learned to cook deliciously, and Mandarinka also helped with the housework. Thomas once again reminded the gorilla not to catch any more poisonous spiders. Even though their venom does not harm large monsters, they are still not tasty. Thomas was enjoying a wonderful life on the island and said he had to start eating. He thought that I should teach Linda how to make a fire so he wouldn't have to do anything for me. He logged into the system and received a new ability for doing so: the Dragon's Battle Roar. After the dragon's roar of battle, the blood of teammates begins to boil and enemies become frightened and dizzy. Thomas was happy that for the first time in 30 days, he had a new ability from the system. Mark appeared and congratulated the owner on the anniversary of his stay on the island, and said that he was giving him a set of amplification. He said that a power-up kit is a carefully prepared gift that cannot be compared to simple abilities. Now the system opens a shopping center and a system map for him, and gives him 300,000 evolution points. Thomas was happy and asked to open the shopping center to him as soon as possible and show him the entire assortment. The first thing he saw in the mall was a thunderbolt, a yin-yang eye, and a titanium mechanism. The thunder fruit has the ability to turn the body into a thunderstorm and allows you to move at lightning speed. The yin-yang eye will help you to better sense the situation during the battle and easily see the shortcomings of your opponents. The titanium mechanism will turn Thomas into a mechanical Godzilla. It's just amazing. Thomas thought that 300,000 points would be enough to kill all these incredible things. But as it turned out, they cost 100 times more. For example, the yin-yang eye costs 200 million evolutionary points. Mark said that this is all discounted because these goods are delivered from parallel worlds, and it costs a lot of money. Mark also explained that the mall has cheaper, more affordable department store goods. Thomas saw bone meal made of titanium, a lightning tail, and a cannon with charged energy particles. But still, all these goods were too expensive for us to buy. But fortunately for him, the Dragon Clan has an unlimited lifespan, so he can accumulate the necessary amount of points over many years and buy everything he needs. Continuing to look through the assortment of cheap goods, 10 minutes later, Thomas found something cheaper than 1,000,000. As it turned out, it's a common meat seasoning, 1,000 points beyond evolution. Thomas decided to start with small victories and bought the seasoning, which he got in a rather unusual way. The system congratulated the owner and said that he had made a small step for a monster, but a huge step for a gourmet. Everyone was looking forward to tasting the meat with these seasonings. While everyone was enjoying the delicious meat, Thomas asked the system to show him a map of the island. Mark explained that the island is very large and you can only see in detail the places where the owner personally visited. Thomas was interested in places where there is gray dead earth, because it indicates the appearance of reptiles. Mark explained that these damn reptiles continue to expand their zone of influence and want to take over the entire island. Thomas realized that he had to stop these green monsters immediately before they destroyed the entire island. Since Thomas is not ready to fight the reptilian king, he has to kill his subjects. He dreams of avenging Linda's parents and restoring the island's natural beauty and tranquility. Linda was happy that her friend cared about her so much and wanted to help her. He also decided that after they destroyed the reptiles, Linda should become the king of the island. He explained that his dream was to become the king of all monsters, not just one island. Linda asked who the king of the island and the king of the monsters were, and if they tasted better than the barbecue. Realizing that his gorilla sister was a bit mentally challenged, he hugged her and told her it didn't matter. At that moment, he decided to add a new seasoning to the meat he had just cooked. Linda started screaming and said that she had never smelled anything stinkier than that. At that moment, they saw tarantulas appear in the air above them. This immediately angered Linda. She thought it was a challenge, and she immediately jumped into action. It didn't matter where it fought, on the ground or in the air. Even without wings, it was always dangerous everywhere. But her problem was her poor brain development, and she probably forgot that she couldn't fly. Meanwhile, Thomas didn't pay much attention to it at all and continued to eat. He saw Linda running off to find a big rock. Does she really want to pick it up and try to kill the tarantula? He started shouting at her and said that she would not be able to solve all her problems with this stone. He asked her to calm down and let him try out his new skills from the system. He seems to have been referring to the experience of hearing the dragon's loud roar, which Mark talked about a lot. It was immediately clear that this was a very dangerous weapon, and the pterosaurs immediately felt its effects. At first, a wave of sound neutralized their movements and reactions, and then there was a huge explosion. After that, Thomas looked at Linda and said that she should be the king of the island, but she couldn't even beat ordinary birds. He told his younger sister, the gorilla, that tomorrow they would begin special training. Thomas began to think back to his physical education training at school to build a training plan. He called it a triathlon for monsters. It was done to help Linda become king of the island. As usual, Linda behaved like a little child. She asked if training tasted better than barbecue. Thomas tried to explain to her that these trainings were necessary so that, in the future, she could defeat the Bird of Death and General Wolf. He realized that he would not be able to persuade her in a quick way, so he bought a special seasoning. He explained that if Linda trained hard, she would get a delicious shish kebab with seasoning. This approach worked right away. The gorilla started to puff out her chest and said that she was ready to do anything for a delicious barbecue. Thomas was pleased. Foodies are very easy to persuade if you know the right approach. He explained that the first level of special training would be to improve strength. He wanted to show me an example of how to do a pull-up, but he forgot that he had very short arms. To make sure Linda understood what she had to do to improve her strength, Thomas decided to go all the way. He jumped up and grabbed the tree with his teeth, which looked quite unusual. He asked me not to pay much attention to it and explained that Linda would have to do it with her hands. But a few seconds later, he saw that she had disappeared. As it turned out, Linda had already climbed the mountain and offered to help him. It seemed she was really mentally retarded. Thomas thought that she already had enough strength, so he should move on to developing endurance. He explained that it is endurance that helps to win in a real battle and ordered her to run 1,000 meters. Thomas also did not want to lag behind and ran with her, and everyone who got under her feet was crushed. But despite all his efforts, he still couldn't win over the girl, just like he hadn't been able to do at school. A pleased Linda hinted that Thomas would soon give her the prize for the victory. While these two giants were running on water and land, they managed to step on the heads of many animals. Other animals of the island even organized a rally against too much speed and accidents. This is how the second stage of pensioner physical training ended, and the third stage is now underway. Thomas explained that endurance is only the foundation, but striking and fighting skills will show a true titan. This is how the third stage of special training began. It is called martial arts. Thomas decided to show the gorilla what a dragon's tail means, and it turned out quite effectively. But it seems that the Linda was only angry after missing this dangerous tail strike. Thomas immediately ran up to her and asked if she was okay, explaining that he was careless and didn't mean to knock her out. As it turned out, Linda only pretended to faint, which was done to strike back. Of course, Thomas started shouting and said that it was forbidden by the rules of martial arts. He told me that the dragon's blow should not hit me in the face, and I prepared to use my main strength. The gorilla was already familiar with fire breathing, so it managed to dodge and save its life. This fiery breath hit the animal rally, and it looks like these guys are out of luck today. Mark said that this place used to be very beautiful, but now it looks like a place where rotten reptiles have been. He explained that training to defeat the reptiles is good, but you can't destroy the island. Thomas suggested turning back into humans to avoid harming the environment, and Mark said it was possible. Special training of the human form can increase the ability of the physical body to tolerate crystalline nuclear energy. So I need to return to human form and continue this hellish training, but how to do it? Mark explained that in the process of transformation, the crystal core is destroyed by the power of the mind and transfers energy to the bones. Thomas suggested that his younger sister turn human and continue her studies. He said he would teach her all the basics of martial arts and asked her to repeat after him. He said that now you need to focus on your inner energy and imagine that you are in control of your inner power. While Linda was practicing this, Thomas realized that he had an unbearable urge to go to the bathroom. When Thomas returned and wanted to continue training, he saw that Linda had disappeared again. As it turned out, the gorilla had already managed to turn back into a little girl, and it was hard to notice her. Thomas was surprised to realize that she had turned back into a human so quickly. She seems to be very capable. He wondered, when he became a monster, would she underestimate him? Through the mind, the strength of his entire body is concentrated on Dantan and transformed into a crystal core. In all aspects of martial arts, Thomas lost in competitions against Linda, and realizing this motivates him greatly. He tried to catch up with her in the development of her inner energy and become a human being as well. But it seems that despite the fact that Linda is not very smart, her skills in stimulating internal energy are several levels higher. She had already managed to become a gorilla again, to hunt down prey, and asked him to light a fire. Thomas tried to concentrate, but for some reason he couldn't feel calm. He started shouting at her and told her not to talk to him when he was trying to concentrate. At that moment, strange things began to happen. Its mouth opened and everyone saw a strange glow. Linda thought he was going to activate his explosive breathing again and asked him to close his mouth. Perhaps this happened because explosive breathing is of a similar nature to the technique of turning into a human. If you direct the explosive breath to the ground, you can destroy the island, so it's better to swallow it. Although it was quite difficult to do, Thomas showed his best and took care of the environment. If he had had a phone, he would have immediately received a call from Greta Thunberg. So after swallowing his fiery breath, Thomas immediately turned back into a human being. And now the mechanism of transformation will be even simpler. Last time, he was busy running away from crocodiles and didn't have time to fully experience the strength of his own body. But now running 1,000 meters or doing 100 pull-ups will not be a problem for him. The guy immediately started training, despite the fact that his last meal was a day ago. He remembered how in his past life everyone called him a loser, and he wanted to set a new personal record. Surprisingly, he continued training all night until the next dawn. He was happy to be human again and tried to speed up his progress with special training. He was surprised to see that Linda and Tangerine were still sleeping. He started yelling at them and ordered them to get up and start their morning training. He ordered the Mandarin to patrol the island and watch out for monsters, and Linda was to become human again. He said that this time, if she beat him in training, he would cook 10 pieces of juicy meat with seasoning for her. Before Thomas could even finish speaking, the Linda had already begun to attack him with the aim of total destruction. She said that for 10 pieces of juicy meat with seasoning, she was ready to slaughter him like a pig. He asked her to stop and said that he hadn't had time to finish speaking yet, and that was not the way to behave. Thus, they spent a whole week of active training to improve their physical fitness. After this week of training, Linda looked very powerful and Thomas was covered in bruises. During this time, he managed to accumulate more than 500,000 evolution points. He asked the system to add these points to his development and keep 100,000 points just in case. The system updated his scores and said that he had passed the period of innocent childhood and it was time to move up in the level. Thanks to this, Thomas immediately grew several times larger, and Linda was shocked. He explained that he would continue to grow if he slept well, ate a lot, and exercised actively. He said that now we need to check their training results for the week, and then we can start destroying the reptiles. He said that if Linda did everything he told her to do, they would definitely destroy these green, disgusting creatures. The gorilla was happy. Her long-held dream was to avenge the death of her parents. Meanwhile, thousands of skeletons of the island's dead inhabitants have accumulated in the green reptile's lair. Thomas and Linda analyzed the situation and realized that no one was guarding the entrance to the cave, and they could easily get inside. As soon as he told his younger sister about the plan, she immediately disappeared somewhere, again. They trained hard all week to improve their fighting skills, but he never taught her to be careful. Of course, the green reptiles immediately noticed the intruders and began to attack. During the week of training, Linda also improved her fighting skills and began to demonstrate them to the reptiles. She was happy that she could easily tear them into several pieces. But while she was destroying a few reptiles, a whole army came to their aid. Thomas said that after their special training, it became much easier to destroy these green monsters. He also recalled his past defeats to the Deathbird and General Wolf, and now he has become a fighter of a completely different level and is ready to take revenge. The total extermination of the green reptiles began, and Thomas was happy because he realized that now they had food for the next week. He doesn't understand why they keep attacking and don't run away. They are too weak to defeat Godzilla and King Kong. Thomas enjoyed the destruction of these small and ugly monsters. He said that the barbecue would be especially delicious today. As soon as Linda heard the word shish kebab, her mouth immediately drooled, and she said she was ready to fight until the morning for the sake of delicious food. Thomas said that these reptiles can be called a real food delivery straight to the mouth. He also said that these were the bravest opponents he had ever seen on the island. But a few seconds later, the battle was over, and the green reptiles turned around and started running away. Thomas doesn't understand what happened. He was just praising them for their bravery. And now they started running away. Perhaps all this is connected with some circumstances in the cave, and we need to find out what is going on. Linda was incredibly angry and ordered the reptiles to come back because she wanted to make a delicious kebab out of them. Together, they went deep into the cave in search of green reptiles, despite the danger. On the monster's compass, Thomas could not see where the reptiles had gone, and there was some cunning plan. Soon after Linda and Thomas saw these little rascals, they started attacking them from the top floor. It looks like it was the plan of the entourage. They deliberately forced them into the middle of the cave to prevent them from retreating. Each individual reptile cannot kill the monster, but when they attack in groups, their venom begins to be felt. Thomas quickly realized that the situation was getting out of hand and decided to activate his fire breath. But he didn't have time to do so because he heard some loud noises, as if another titanic monster had entered the cave. A few seconds later, they saw a huge train coming at them. But it was the eyes of a monster. It was a huge reptile that attacked Godzilla in the first place. This reptile was much bigger than Thomas and Linda, and it will be very difficult to defeat it by joining forces. Its mouth was so big that it could swallow a whole tomato. Thomas was able to defend himself from the reptile's sharp teeth, but it attacked him with its venom. The bastard's saliva began to eat away at the Godzilla's skin, even though it was very thick and strong. This is how he met the direct descendant of the Reptile King, who personally participated in the capture of some parts of the island. Most likely, this is the son of the Reptile King, and Thomas thought that he should take him hostage to blackmail the king. The plan is certainly not bad, but it will be incredibly difficult to implement. The king's son began to attack with poisonous bombs that could easily pierce the mountain. Thomas was very lucky to dodge this attack because the speed of the bomb is not too high. The son of the reptilian king was ready to fire many bombs at once, like an automatic weapon. Toma realized that it would be very difficult for him to dodge so many attacks at once, and the situation escalated. Of course, he did not have time to dodge all the bombs at once, and some of the poison bombs hit the target. Linda saw what was happening all the time, but she could not help because she was being attacked by hundreds of small reptiles at the same time. It was hard for her to move, but she couldn't watch the Reptile King's son try to finish off the wounded Thomas. Thanks to the last week of active training, her physical strength increased and she was able to escape from the reptile's grip. She desperately rushed to the defense of her friend. Linda could not let him die. Fighting reptiles is a personal matter for her family, a matter of honor. She struck a powerful blow with her right hand and managed to severely injure the son of the Reptile King. But this brazen slug did not give up and continued to attack with its poisonous bombs. Rinda was able to easily dodge the first attack and said that her brother's explosive breath was much more dangerous than this green jam. Dodging explosive breathing during training has created a reflex. Thomas was pleased to see and understand the fact that his training helped her become better. But the monster's reptilian bombs continued to attack it from different directions and posed a real threat. One of these bombs did hit the gorilla's skin, which must have been very painful. Linda fell to the ground and started screaming, and the son of the Reptile King felt that he could finish off the wounded beast. Thomas did not understand how the bomb could change its direction and was very worried about his younger sister. But it was difficult to help him at that moment because he was also surrounded by an army of small reptiles. These bastards will attack until everyone is dead. They act as a truly unified mechanism. Thomas got really angry and told the reptiles that they had made him angry for nothing. He activated all his inner energy and began to electrocute the reptiles with his spikes. Meanwhile, Linda's situation was much worse. The son of the Reptile King was attacking her and was winning so far. But Thomas came to the rescue in time and activated the power of his tail. It was a very targeted and strong blow to the face. This blow sent the large reptile flying several meters away and allowed the linden to get up safely. As it turned out, small reptiles can also control and redirect poison bombs. This completely changes the course of this battle. Linda and Thomas looked very scared. As a true gentleman, Thomas decided to protect the girl and shield her from the atomic bombs with his own body. He underestimated the reptilian army. He thought they were too small and stupid, but numbers do matter. Meanwhile, the big reptile has prepared for another attack, and it seems to be not running out of energy. The patrolling green bombs flew at Linda and Thomas again, but this time they managed to dodge them. Thomas decided to change his image and suggested playing a little baseball. Either he's lost his mind or he has a brilliant plan. But no matter how interesting and clever his plan is, the size of the green reptile army is too large. He wanted to use his signature punch, but there were too many opponents around to prevent him from doing so. He saw that the main reptile was concentrating its forces and preparing to start firing poison bombs again. He could not let this happen, and that is why he activated his mental attack. The reptile titan immediately felt the power of the Godzilla, but it was not yet clear whether it would last long. It seems that no matter how strong Godzilla's mental attack is, the reptile's strength is much greater at the moment. As it turned out, Thomas's mental attack affected the poison bombs, and now it will be harder to dodge them. Thomas and Linda tried their best to dodge these bombs because no one wanted to get new burns. Everything around was covered in green bombs. I don't even understand how you can survive in this damn cave. Thomas was very scared because he almost lost very important manly things because of these dangerous attacks. He realized that it was urgent to make sure that the son of the Reptile King could no longer fire these bombs. That is why his main power, explosive breathing, was activated again. At that moment, it was as if the reptiles had deliberately gathered in a pile, and Thomas had hit them exactly. He was happy because the reptiles he was caught in could no longer redirect the shells from the poison bomb. He realized that he had to completely destroy the little reptiles, and only then focus his attention on the king's son. But the large reptile had its own opinion about this plan. It appeared out of nowhere and began to attack. Thomas could not foresee this. He was severely wounded and blood appeared on his body again. As soon as he opened his eyes and tried to get up, he saw that the poison bomb was already flying in his face. Seeing this, Linda tried to help him and threw him a small reptile to help him. It was a brilliant decision by such an unintelligent gorilla. Perhaps we were too harsh on its IQ. When Thomas saw that the poison bombs reflected off the small reptiles, he realized that this could be used to his advantage. After realizing this, he officially became a table tennis player and picked up another small reptile. He also told Linda to repeat his technique and defend herself from bombs with the help of small reptiles. The most ingenious things are the simplest, and Thomas has once again proved this ancient fact. But we must admit that his accuracy in hitting was not very good. It looks like this dragon would be a bad table tennis player. Due to a lack of accuracy, some poison bombs still hit his head and body. But even at that moment, he continued to be lucky again, because Linda came to his aid. His gorilla sister always saves him at the right time, and he should enter her in this year's table tennis Olympics. The son of the reptile king could not watch his enemies celebrate and started shooting poison bombs like a machine gun. The best table tennis player on the island began to demonstrate his hitting technique. Thomas was amazed and said that this was only possible thanks to his special training. Surprisingly enough, the giant gorilla was indeed able to repel all the poison bomb attacks. The reptile king's son looked somewhat upset and ordered his army to continue attacking. Thomas immediately saw that the little reptiles had changed their direction and attack pattern. They learned quite quickly. The son of the reptile king helped his little subordinates and released several more poison bombs. No matter how hard it was, Linda continued to successfully defend herself against these nasty demons. Sometimes it seemed that she was so angry that she was going to go crazy. It seems that a week of active training has turned Linda into a real king of this island. But as the Linda continues to deflect the blows, the speed of the poison bombs gets faster and faster. If something wasn't done immediately, the situation could end very badly, so Thomas decided to work. He ordered his younger sister to deflect poison bombs into the head of the largest reptile. This should be done until one of the poison bombs hits the target. The son of the reptile king felt that they were fighting on his territory, so he had to win. He fired dozens of poisonous bombs at his opponents, but they were all destroyed by the explosive breath of the Godzilla. Linda was happy and said that her dragon brother is incredible. Now they look like a really cool duo. But their satisfaction did not last long. For the son of the reptile king showed with his whole appearance that he was about to give them a real hell. Thomas can use his explosive breathing only a few times a day, so the best plan is to escape. It was like a race to the top, but instead of good grades, the winner kept his life. The reptilian king saw his rivals running out of the cave and sped up to catch up with them. But as it turned out, it was all just a cunning plan of the Titanic duo. They deliberately forced him to run out of the cave. They pretended to run into the forest and then hid behind the walls of the cave. This was all done to lure him out of his lair and make the fight an even match. Although their plan worked, they forgot about the army of small reptiles. These small green slugs constantly attacked and did not allow the titans to catch their breath. All the green reptiles immediately ran to the main boss and stood around him. They began to touch its severed limbs, and in a few seconds the main reptile began the process of regeneration. Very quickly, this green devil regained his lost hand. All indications are that the bodily fluid of green reptiles is a good medicine that can revive even the dead. A large number of poison bombs flew at the titans again, and Thomas asked Lynn to deflect them upwards. Thomas was well aware that poison bomb shells were not particularly effective in open space. Realizing that the main plan had failed, the son of the reptile king began to eat his little slaves. The titans were shocked that their rival was eating their own people, something this island had never seen before. It looked very disgusting, but it probably also has some hidden logic. Toma realized that this could be some kind of cunning plan and ordered the Linda to attack the main reptile faster. He ordered his younger sister to attack the main reptile and prevent it from eating his slaves. So while Thomas was destroying the little reptiles, Linda started attacking the boss. Linda tried to stop the boss and prevent him from continuing to eat his slaves. But this fat boss, having had his fill, started launching dozens of poison bombs at once again. Linda was in incredible physical shape and tried to repel these insidious attacks right away. But even she is not a god, and she cannot repel 20 poisonous bombs flying at her body at the same time. Seeing that his younger sister was being abused, Thomas ran to her rescue, or rather started to roll. This seems to be his new tactic. He formed the armor with the bodies of small reptiles, a rather interesting plan. The state of armor made of the bodies of small reptiles requires a lot of physical effort, so you need to win very quickly. He rushed into the attack with the intention of immediately destroying his enemy. The reptilian boss figured out his cunning intention and started firing his machine gun. Thomas was having a very hard time. The speed and force of the bastard's poison bombs were getting stronger and stronger every minute. But Godzilla didn't give up and kept going until he hit the reptilian boss. When he got close enough, Thomas activated his sharp teeth and tried to bite off one of the reptile's paws. He succeeded, but he hardly planned to eat this delicacy. The wounded boss immediately called all his employees for help, as he would probably start eating them again. Thomas felt that maintaining the reptilian armor was taking too much of his energy, so he needed to speed up and kill the boss. He realized that every second the reptilian boa regains its strength by eating its subjects. Thomas said that now the boss has no forearms, so he won't be able to hold off the ferocious Godzilla. The main reptile had his own plan for victory. A huge, incredible, atomic poison bomb. It will be very difficult to defend against such a large green bomb, and its hit can lead to death. Thanks to the armor made of small reptiles, Thomas tried to block the impact of this bomb. It was difficult, but possible. He held this atomic bomb with the last of his strength and began to call Linda for help, now more than ever. The gorilla has always had problems with perceiving information. Perhaps it confused its rivals? But then she helped Thomas, and they were able to repel a powerful attack by the son of the reptile king. During this time, Thomas recovered some of his energy and was able to use explosive breathing. His shot hit the target. He penetrated the atomic bomb and hit the boss's head. The main reptile fell to the ground and showed no signs of life, so it looks like it was a really accurate hit. Thomas was incredibly tired and sat down to rest for a while, and it seemed like everything was over. He said that they were very lucky to be alive today, but they are a really good team. A few seconds later, Thomas saw a butterfly and green grass under his feet. It was very strange, and he asked Mark to tell him what it could mean. And Mark immediately began the process of analysis. He explained that he had found some power in the body of green reptiles that did not belong to this world. It is because of this force that the green nature around us disappeared, and everything turned into a gray mass, which is how reptiles destroy the island. Mark said that this power is passed down from generation to generation, and the closer the reptile is to the king, the more frequent this energy is. Thomas immediately realized that now their plan was completely changed. The main thing was to kill the reptilian king and his inner circle. So to save the island and improve your fighting skills, you need to find the location of the reptile king on the map. But first, of course, you need to eat well and rest because this battle has taken too much energy. Linda has already started making kebabs out of dead green reptiles and asked her older brother to build a fire. Thomas explained that he had already used explosive breathing several times today and would never be able to do it again. He said that it was time to teach Linda how to drill wood and build a fire naturally. He began to gradually show her the technique and explained that he could not do it alone because his hands were too small. Since it was only the first attempt, the gorilla did not succeed and got angry. But after a few minutes of active attempts, she finally managed to get fire. A historic moment. This is how prehistoric humans made a huge step forward in terms of evolution millions of years ago. Thomas was relaxing and looking forward to a delicious dinner, but Linda was having trouble cooking. Even after a long stay on the fire, the color of the meat of the small reptiles did not change at all. Mark explained that this is not surprising at all, because the energy in the bodies of reptiles does not belong to this world, and they do not burn even in fire. But the energy of explosive breath and fiery lightning also does not belong to this world, so it can kill these reptiles. Thomas was so hungry that he said he was ready to eat these stinking slugs without even frying them. He quickly regretted his decision because they tasted worse than a long skunk. But for the sake of evolutionary points, he was even willing to eat these disgusting monstrosities and risk his own health. Mark explained that it is for this reason that these monsters are so strong that they cannot be defeated or killed by the inhabitants of this world. That's why the whole Linda family, uniting their forces, could not defeat them. But Godzilla is an exception to the rule. Thomas quickly realized that with the help of fire breath, he could fry these vile creatures. Linda also realized that only the fire breath could defeat these demons, and she thought that her brother did not need her help. She was immediately upset about it, and Thomas noticed the changes in her face and became interested in the reasons for her sadness. While they were enjoying their vacation and eating roasted meat, they were being secretly watched. It was the bird of death again, and it seems that this large bird plays a very important role in our history. She was surprised that these two titans could really kill so many reptiles, and their boss. At that moment, the bird of death immediately recalled his personal duel against these green monsters in their cave. These memories were very painful because the reptiles had done her a lot of harm. At that moment, the son of the reptile king was also there. The bird of death was millimeters away from death, paradoxically. The bird of death was approached by his assistant and told that now it was possible to kill two titans at the same time while they were resting. After her death, she answered that the titans could rest now. Her task was to find General Wolf and his sharp sword. Meanwhile, Thomas received a large number of evolution points, and the system gave him a new skill, an explosive bomb. He also upgraded his rating and can now use explosive breath all the time, although only a weakened version of it. Thomas was happy and said that although the day was dangerous, it brought many benefits. For the first time, Thomas saw a creature from the mysterious realm. The system gave him an additional 2 million evolution points. Thomas said that finally, the brand has started to show its generosity and give really fair rewards for achievements. Thomas also asked what the creature from the mysterious realm meant, as he had never heard of it before. Mark explained that the energy of the reptile prince comes from a mysterious realm, And now it is clear why reptiles have so many abilities. According to legend, a great catastrophe occurred in ancient times that divided space into separate parts. Mighty creatures and incredible power were able to survive in the mysterious realm, and perhaps the entrance to this place is on this island. Thomas immediately realized that when he entered the secret kingdom, he could eat many delicious monsters and become even stronger. After that, he asked Mark to open a shopping center so he could choose something interesting. He decided to find the fruit of the monster's life, and was very surprised to see that it was worth 500,000 points. He looked at his younger sister and saw her severe injuries and realized that he had to buy this fruit for her health. His wounds on his body have already healed, but her wounds still look quite bad. This magical product has a source of life in it and is ready to heal any wounds, which is why Thomas bought it for Linda. When he saw the gorilla's body losing its hair, he also remembered that the same thing happened to the bird of death after the battle with the reptiles. Meanwhile, Linda has already eaten the fruit of the monster's life, and the process of healing her wounds has begun. She was happy when her wounds healed quickly and immediately thanked her brother. Her size has also increased. The fruit of the monster's life is really showing impressive results, and Thomas decided to invest in his sister further. After that, Thomas asked the system to add 1.5 million of his evolution points to increase his strength. Linda was amazed at the speed of his progress, and she said she wanted to achieve the same results. Thomas said it was time to test his skills, and he scared the gorilla. The explosive breathing scared her very much all the time, and she had never seen such strength before meeting Thomas. Explosive breath bombs have learned to change their trajectory and ricochet off rocks. This means that Thomas has more opportunities to clear the island of nasty reptiles. Meanwhile, General Wolf and his assistants continued to search for the bird of death. At that moment, they saw an explosive breath bomb flying right at them. The bird of death grabbed its assistant and covered itself with his body. She thought it might be a poison bomb from the reptilian prince, but only then realized it was a Godzilla attack. Meanwhile, evening came and Thomas said that it was time for them to go home, and they should take the juicy bodies of the reptiles with them to eat in the morning. For the next 2 days, they actively trained again, changing back into humans, preparing for a new battle with reptiles. Their supply of dead reptiles has run out, so they need new food. Linda was happy to hear this. While training, they saw something very large flying overhead. This is the god of wind, a mutant pterodactyl known as a feathered pterodactyl, a real airborne war machine. Looking closely, Thomas saw that on the back of the pterodactyl was an unknown werewolf with a sword. There was a real life and death battle in the air, and the reasons for this conflict were unknown. Thomas and Linda tried to take a closer look, but the bright sun made it difficult to see much. This wolf-werewolf was very skillful in fighting 2 large pterodactyls simultaneously. He used his sword and attacked their eyes to blind them and defeat them with ease. One of these flying monsters began to fall rapidly to the ground. Perhaps it was already dead. When Linda saw this, she thought it was an attack by a winged monster, and she had to prepare for defense. She immediately activated all her skills that Thomas had taught her to turn into a gorilla. She did it very quickly, and the Kong reappeared and got ready to fight. The gorilla immediately tore up the nearest tree and threw it at the monster bird. It was an accurate hit, but she probably never realized that the bird was already dead. After the monster and the trees fell, a real smoke screen formed around it. After that, a werewolf appeared. He approached Thomas and said that he had finally met them. At first, he recognized the female gorilla, and then realized that Thomas was the dinosaur. Thomas looked at him and couldn't figure out who he was, so he asked if they knew each other. Wolf explained that they had met before and recalled their first sweet meeting. Very quickly, Thomas and Linda realized that this is General Wolf, and it seems that he can also become a human. The wolf offered to play a rematch, explaining that he had lost the last time only because he was in the form of a wolf. Thomas replied that the wolf sounded like a real fool. Was he really looking for him all this time to fight again? It seems that the wolf inadvertently ate the fruit of the monster's life, and his transformation into a human is not 100% complete. Perhaps the wolf ate the fruit of the monster's life, which was not fully formed, but the wolf did not want to listen to it and began to attack. Thomas dodged in time and asked the wolf to calm down and talk like normal people, even though the wolf is not a normal person. The wolf replied that he had to take revenge, or he would have to kill himself because of this disgrace. Thomas realized that his skin in the human body was not as strong and durable as the body of a Godzilla. Linda also realized that her friend could not withstand these dangerous sword attacks and began to attack the wolf. But the wolf was very fast, cunning, and flexible, and it easily dodged the attacks of the clumsy gorilla. Although this female gorilla fights like a real king of the island, the wolf has a much better fighting IQ. The gorilla tries to build on its strength and avoids tactics. and it is impossible to win with this strategy. The wolf, in turn, tried to fight smart, was tactically flexible, and relied on his speed. Thanks to this, he could easily evade attacks and use them to his advantage. Thomas started shouting at his younger sister and told her to be more careful with her powerful blows. The wolf continued to engage in provocations and told the gorilla that she had become much weaker since their last meeting. This cunning red dog knew how to make the gorilla rage and completely lose his mind. In moments of such greedy rage, Linda did not see where she was striking and almost killed Thomas. Meanwhile, the wolf werewolf approached Thomas and said that he looked very much like a real person. Thomas replied that for many years he had not been called a man, and he wanted to remain a monster. The wolf replied that he was surprised by Thomas's ability to switch his body, but that it would not help him. The wolf ran to attack again, hoping to cut the dragon's throat. Thomas said that a wolf fights with two swords, and it is not an equal fight. The wolf said that he knew how Thomas and Linda could turn from people into monsters, but this power would not help them. Thomas believed that on this ruthless island with so many monsters, there was no point in remaining human for long. But the wolf thought differently. The monster's large body loses the flexibility and speed that is available to humans. Humans have flexible hands. We have developed our hands to their maximum potential, but at the same time, our hands are our weakness. Having said these beautiful words, the wolf demonstrated what it means in practice. This wolf seems to be really familiar with humans. They probably taught him the martial art of the sword. As Thomas was preparing to lose his eye, the bird of death appeared and grabbed the wolf. Thomas was very angry. He said that no one had the right to take his enemies during the battle. This was such a personal insult that Godzilla decided to activate his fire breath. When the bird of death saw this demonic force again, it was frightened and began to defend itself with the help of its helpers. But her plan quickly failed. A new modification of explosive breathing helped change the direction of the attack. The explosive breath bomb bounced off the pterosaur's back and flew straight into the bird of death. The bird immediately lost consciousness and flew to the ground, and the wolf general was also set free. Linda said that her big brother is incredibly cool. He defeated everyone again with his extraordinary strength. Thomas couldn't understand why the wolf didn't kill him, even though he had the opportunity to do so. This wolf is 100% human and could be a very useful ally in the future. Thomas decided not to waste the moment and asked Linda to save the wolf so that he wouldn't break his back when he fell. Meanwhile, Thomas ran to look for the dead bird of death, but the damn chicken disappeared again. It looks like it's a real Terminator. Did she run away again, leaving everyone else in the dark? But Thomas noticed something in the neighboring trees in time. When he came even closer, he saw a very beautiful girl tangled in the vines. He quickly realized that this was the bird of death, and that it could also take human form. He also immediately noticed that she was much more attractive in human form than in bird form. The death bird's name was Helen, and she started screaming at the dragon and said that he was bored with her because he was constantly hitting her body with his explosive breath. She said that he and the gorilla had already stolen her fruit twice and disappeared, leaving her with nothing. Angry, she wanted to eat the gorilla for all these insults, but Godzilla intervened again. But then Helen said that Thomas had killed her enemy, and that is why she forgives him all his offenses and will not kill him. She ordered him not to interfere and let them kill the wolf in peace, but Thomas had a completely different plan. He said that they should become friends and destroy the reptiles together, and Helen didn't understand the point. She said that she was too busy with her own affairs, but Thomas explained that they had a common enemy and that he had to be destroyed. He reminded her that their common enemy had recently caused her to lose a lot of hair, a memory that made Helen very angry. He told her that baldness was nothing to worry about, but that he had a magic fruit that would help her hair grow back. Helen replied that she understood why all these long conversations were necessary. It was all done so that the gorilla could save the wolf. But then Helen smiled and asked Thomas to open his eyes wider and see what was happening. As it turned out, her assistants captured the wolf again and attacked the King Kong, and the situation became critical again. In how many seconds the huge monster birds grabbed the gorilla and took it away with them. Thomas was furious and said that no one had the right to touch his friends. He said he was going to destroy Helen. Helen replied that she was not in his power and that he was not a serious problem for her from the beginning. She said that these feathers were a real treasure. She did not want to use them against him, but she would have to do it. She said that she would now show her true strength and make sure that Thomas never came close to her again. So this mortal combat was officially launched. The strong magic of the Deathbird started to attack the Godzilla. Helen said that if Thomas had known how valuable these feathers were, he would have been grateful for her generosity. Thomas fell to the floor and writhed in pain, with cuts and blood all over his body. It was very difficult for him. He could not move normally, and if he continued to miss these attacks, he would soon die. She said that she wanted to kill him, but when she saw him bowing to her, she would let him live as a sign of respect. Helen considers herself the strongest on this island, and she ordered that no one should ever cross her path again. Then she demonstrated her ability to quickly change shape, turned into a bird, and flew away. Now the key problem for Thomas is to save his younger sister and the wolf, which will not be easy to do in the sky. He realized that this could not go on. He could not stand by and watch his friends being attacked. That's why the death bomb was activated again. And now Thomas pins all his hopes on this ability. The bird replied that it was not so stupid that it could be killed so easily. It could even repel simultaneous attacks. Thomas replied that he was ready to attack like a real automaton, something he had learned from reptiles. Although Helen respected this dangerous ability of the Godzilla, she was confident that she could deflect all of its blows. She said that she was very sad to fight against Thomas because he couldn't even hit her using multi-level attacks. But as it turned out, Thomas was too smart. He didn't aim at her. It was his cunning plan. He wanted to hit her pterosaur helpers to free Linda and General Wolf. This plan worked flawlessly, and the explosive breath bombs hit the target. Now Helen didn't look so confident in her own abilities. She realized that her opponent was not so weak. One of the pterosaurs remained intact and continued to hold the gorilla in its paws. That's why Linda had to use her strength and force her way to the ground. She landed safely and told Thomas that she thanked him for his help and that she was fine. She also said that she was unable to help the wolf but saw that it was alive and well. Thomas said that first they had to solve the problem with the bird of death and asked Lynn to help. Linda immediately started throwing dead pterodactyls at the bird of death, and Tom was upset because he wanted to eat them. Helen was able to successfully dodge the first blow, but Thomas didn't give up and activated his explosive breath. This bird was very smart and flexible. It easily dodged and repelled all the attacks of the Titans. But soon they saw that a wolf had climbed on her body. It seems he likes close combat. Helen was unable to see it coming right away and is now at risk of losing her eyes. She realized that her life was in danger only when General Wolf was right in front of her. His attacks were very swift and powerful, and you can immediately see a true martial artist. She started yelling at him and said that he had no right to use people's knowledge against her. But General Wolf continued to attack with his sword and cut off her precious feathers. A little later, he successfully landed on the ground, having finished his work. He told Helen that until she learned to fight against him, she would be a victim. Although Helen can summon the wind with her feathers, this wolf easily deflects all her attacks and is the perfect opponent to fight her. Thomas approached the wolf and said that they must fight together to win. The wolf replied that he would be of little use to such a large and stupid monster in these jungles. Thomas offered interesting conditions. If the wolf helps to destroy the bird, Thomas will become a man again and they will have a rematch. Helen realized that if they really united, she and her assistants would lose. She looked at Thomas and said that he was not worthy of her attention and could not be her rival. It was obvious that she was very scared of her future prospects, and Thomas felt it immediately. He offered her to become friends and fight together against the reptilian king, if she wanted to live. If she refuses, Thomas promised to take away all her beautiful feathers. She is very precious with them, so it is a strong argument. The wolf said that if the bird attacked him again, he would cut off its wings and it would never fly again. It seems that Helen decided to test his true strength and started trying to escape. A wolf does not like to be taken lightly, so he immediately took off like a bird and drew his sharp sword. Within seconds, the bird was lying on the ground, having lost a large number of its precious feathers. The pterosaurs immediately began to fly to her aid. They were always ready to give their lives for her. But Linda had other plans. She took a huge wooden stick and sent the pterosaurs into space. Helen was very angry and thought that this stupid wolf should have been killed long ago. Realizing that she would not be allowed to fly in peace, she decided to switch to fugitive mode. But she forgot that Godzilla has huge legs, and it would be almost impossible to escape from him. In a few seconds, Thomas easily caught up with her and showed that size doesn't matter, his small hands delivering a powerful punch. He said that Helen should recognize that he is a really strong opponent who should be respected. He suggested that she team up and fight against the reptilian king, but Helen again refused. The wolf could no longer calmly watch her bad behavior. He had to do what she was so afraid of. After losing a large number of her feathers, Helen almost started to cry, which is probably her weak point. She said that these feathers are too precious. Each one is the source of life for the monsters on this island. Thomas realized that she wanted to eat the wolf and gorilla's energy kernel, in which case they would not be able to become friends. If it really is a threat to their lives, they will have to kill it. Helen said that she would never leave the battlefield, and for the loss of her feathers she would take the lives of Titans. She said that the island is under threat of destruction, and it will take incredible strength to save it. That is why the island's monsters entrusted her with their powers and lives, turning them into her feathers. This changes the matter completely. Thomas mentioned that they tore off a lot of feathers. It seems she was very angry. She said that each feather had its own personal name, and she started to organize a real tornado. An incredibly strong wind rose, and it was very difficult to even stand. Despite his enormous weight, Thomas lost his balance and fell to the ground. Even a huge gorilla could not stand it, but it found a hole and ordered Thomas to hide in it. This is no longer just a small wind, but a real, natural disaster. Thomas noticed that the wolf had disappeared and hoped that at least he had a clever plan. Thomas saw the bird of death starting to fly somewhere. Was the wolf really up to something and trying to distract it? Thomas believed that he was the bird's main enemy, but for some reason it turned around and followed the wolf. Even if the wolf is very strong, he is unlikely to be able to tame this natural disaster, so he needs help. A new enemy appeared on the horizon, a two-toothed pterodactyl with incredible speed and sharp teeth. This pterodactyl is not too big, but due to its speed, it can defeat even huge titans. Helen ordered her assistants to attack the Godzilla and King Kong. It was a real army of pterodactyls. Their teeth are much sharper than a wolf's sword, so we need to find a way to stop them. Thomas said they couldn't run away when their new friend was in danger, so they had to do everything they could to save the wolf. Thomas orders Lin to rescue the general, while he activates his new ability. Loud ultrasound can stop the pterodactyl army for a while. But these ugly monsters managed to break through the power of ultrasound and began to bite the Godzilla. Thomas had no choice. He realized that now was not the time to make a fire, because he needed to eat raw meat. As it turned out, the evolution points gained during the battle immediately heal the wounds. Although these wounds still hurt, they won't stop the Godzilla from taking a lunch break. He ordered all the pterosaurs to attack him and decide once and for all who was the strongest. The wolf felt the true power of the hurricane. The bird of death approached him and prepared for revenge. But its claw attack was not successful. The wolf's speed is increasing and its direction is difficult to predict. Thanks to her constant attacks, he was able to learn to predict her future actions and easily defend against them. But as long as it activates the power of the tornado, it is almost impossible to go on the attack and take the initiative. The only thing the wolf can do now is to take away her attention and distract her, and allow the titans to escape. The bird of death continued its aggressive attacks and came close to its enemy. At this dangerous moment, a new assistant came to the general. It was Linda. Helen called the gorilla stupid because she overestimated her strength and now she will pay for it with blood. It was almost impossible to stop this shock tornado, and you wouldn't envy the gorilla now. The wolf thanked the assistant, but said that he would be able to kill the bird of death himself. Linda said that even if they lost, she would not leave him, and they should all stick together. Wolf thought these two titans were too stupid and naive, and maybe one day he would change his mind. But now he regarded the gorilla as his true friend and decided to fight to protect it. Although it was difficult for him to fight against the power of the tornado, he activated all his strength and turned on the energy of fire. This helped him to inflict considerable injuries on the bird of death, even though the wolf is still very dangerous despite its small size. Helen immediately fell to the ground and felt severe pain as the wolf's sword struck her deeply. Linda grabbed the wolf and managed to move away from the place where the bird of death fell, and together they became much more dangerous. Meanwhile, Thomas continued to destroy the pterosaurs. It was very difficult for him, and his whole body was covered with wounds and blood. Then he went up to the gorilla and the wolf and said that he was very happy that they were able to escape from the bird of death. At that moment, the wolf said his name for the first time. He said his name was Charles, and asked why they decided to save him. Thomas explained that they had to unite against common enemies and said he knew the weaknesses of the death bird. He explained that the bird has an advantage due to its tail and wings, and if you lure it into a narrow space, you can easily defeat it. In such conditions, its strengths will be completely excluded. The main thing is to find the right place for it. The wolf said that he had always known about the death bird's deeds and actions. It deceived monsters and forced people to find resources for it. Linda told me that she knew the right place for this, a poisonous cave near the lake. Since the wolf general does not know where this cave is, the gorilla must become the bait for the bird of death. Thomas was very afraid to give such a responsible role to the gorilla. The bird of death is very cruel, and everything can end badly. Linda assured me that she knew this jungle perfectly and would not let the bird of death catch her. Charles said that they had to make a decision quickly, or the bird of death would fly away again. Tom has always treated Linda like a little sister who needs to be protected, which is why he has a hard time letting her be bait. But remembering that she used to be the real king of this island, he decided to give her a chance to show her best. Linda was happy and began the process of transformation, and a rat was to help her in this difficult task. Thomas also told the wolf that in order not to be noticed, he should hide in its mouth. Linda transformed into a human form and sat on a tangerine and ordered them to run to the poisonous cave. Soon they saw that the bird of death continued to be obsessed with finding General Wolf. Linda realized that she had to immediately draw the bird's attention to herself and ordered the rat to wait for her near the poisonous cave. Linda decided to use the simplest weapon, the power of provocation, and started calling the bird of death bad names. In the jungle, various animals were resting and enjoying the beautiful weather and sunshine. But as soon as the bird of death appeared, everyone was immediately frightened and tried to run away to avoid becoming its victims. As soon as the death bird's attention was drawn to Linda, the girl immediately began to run away and called for help from the mandarin. It seems that a rather interesting and unusual duet between a girl and a prehistoric rat was born before our eyes. The bird of death saw that Linda had become human again, and the effect of the fruit of transformation on her must have been impermanent. As a warm-up before attacking the wolf, she decided to take the crystal core of the Linda to compensate for the lost energy. After she died, she wanted to ask the pterosaur for help, but saw that at that moment it was busy fighting a Godzilla. Although the bird of death realized that it would be difficult for it to find a small man in a large jungle, it had no choice. That's why she decided to ask for help from another of her slaves, a pack of mutated Archaeopteryx. She also asked a pack of dodo mutants to join this special operation and catch up with Lind. At this time, the Mandarin began to play a major role in this battle, and now its speed is needed more than ever. Thomas tried to catch up with them and told Linda that first they had to destroy the birds that show the mutants the way. Linda thanked me for the correct hints and started attacking the birds. Even though she is now in a human body, destroying the other monsters on the island is not a difficult task for her. She killed several birds that were showing the bird of death the way and noticed that a tornado was approaching. Thomas also hurried to help his friends and tried to get to the bird of death as quickly as possible. When Helen saw him, she started screaming and I told her that she would cut off his tail for his insolence and impudence. At that moment, Thomas activated his secret weapon. No, it's not explosive breathing, it's General Wolf. The bird of death could not have expected this, as it realized that now it would have to fight 3 monsters at once. In addition to General Wolf, there was another danger. Thomas activated atomic bombs from his fire breath. Thanks to its speed and cunning, the wolf distracted the bird's attention, and at that moment Thomas attacked it with bombs. This tactic had quite good success. The bird of death was now without its assistance, and it was harder than ever. No matter how much she wants it, she will now lose some more of her precious periods. In the meantime, Linda was able to break away from the pursuit and was satisfied with the work of her assistant. Even though the Tangerines set new world speed records that day, they can't stop there, because a real army of mutants is chasing them. When she saw that Mandarin and Linda were heading towards the poisonous caves, she began to realize that everything could be a cunning plan against her. So far, the Mandarin has not allowed anyone to catch up with her and has been confidently leading the race. On the way home, they stumbled over skeletons near the poisonous cave and huddled together. Not much intelligence in them, it seems. Linda was happy and congratulated the Mandarin on the successful marathon. Their mission was halfway accomplished. But for some reason, no one follows her into the cave, and Helen can be heard ordering her slaves to find Linda. Linda had forgotten that ordinary monsters do not like to go beyond the boundaries of the poisonous caves. A similar death bird knows that the owner of this cave is already dead, but its other slaves may not know this and be afraid to enter. The mutants and pterosaurs were preparing to enter the cave, but suddenly they heard some scary voices. Probably for the first time in her life, Linda showed her intelligence to the fullest. She imitated the voice of the reptile prince to intimidate others. The bird of death was very angry and said that its slaves were just a bunch of cowards and idiots who could do nothing. At that moment, General Wolf appeared on the horizon and called the bird a bad captain for a large army. He also had his own plan, which was to attack the bird with a huge rock. Surprisingly enough, even the simplest plan can work, and the bird was unable to dodge and was hit hard in the chest. These stones had almost completely pushed her into the poisonous cave, but there was only a little bit of pushing left. Of course, Mr. Godzilla has to do it, so Thomas switched on the wheel mode and began to roll rapidly in her direction. It was in this way that the combination of attacks by General Wolf and the Godzilla forced the bird of death to enter the poisonous cave. The impact of the fall was so severe that Thomas turned back into a human being. He began to look for this impudent bird, and the plan was almost completely fulfilled. The enemy was now driven into a dead end. As it turns out, not only Thomas and Linda have human form in this cave, but Helen has also turned into a beautiful girl. Thomas came up to her and started smiling, and asked her if she was ready to officially admit her defeat. But Helen had watched too many dog movies and decided that she could imitate their behavior as well. Thomas replied that even a wolf doesn't bite like her, and explained that he skipped ethics classes, so he would be happy to beat a woman. As she bit his hands, Thomas saw severe scars and bruises on her neck. He immediately stopped hitting her, saying he was sorry because he didn't mean to hurt her so much. Helen immediately grabbed her neck and started to back away. She wanted to say something, but something prevented her. As it turned out, there was a wolf general standing behind her. He pulled out his sword and said that he would cut her head off if she made another move. Helen was cornered and had no chance to get out, and against the background of the people, the tangerine looked like a real titan. But this cunning girl remained as confident as ever. She said that no one could stop her. Thomas immediately told her that if she did not apologize and admit defeat, she would lose her feathers. Helen replied that no one has the right to force her to turn into a bird, and promised to destroy them in less than a second. Thomas realizes that in this cave the bird of death is not dangerous at all, and he begins to think about the scar he saw on its body. He told me that it is impossible to kill a poisonous reptile. Even if it is very badly wounded, it can always rise from the dead. Helen had to eat every venomous reptile that attacked her, but she also ate a lot of venom that left her body with many scars. Linda said that they also ate a lot of delicious reptiles. Thanks to the fire, the reptiles become soft and very juicy. Helen recognized that Godzilla's fire gives him the ability to destroy reptiles and gives him an advantage over other monsters. Toma realized that this was the perfect moment to propose to her again, that they join forces and fight the reptilian king together. She said that their entire team was not worth even one of her feathers, and ordered the wolf to put away his miserable weapon. Thomas said that she had no choice, and now they all had to become a team and get to know each other better. He told me that his name was Thomas, and he was an ocean dweller. He accidentally found this island and met Linda. After telling his story, he asked the wolf where he got so many human weapons and where he learned this martial art. Charles replied that he had not yet agreed to fight with them against the reptilian king, and did not want to tell them anything about himself. Helen said that it was better not to count on this wolf because he was a coward and would not be able to help in the battle against the reptiles. It seems that a new conflict is brewing, and if they are not calmed down, a new round of fighting will begin. Thomas immediately intervened and said that they all needed to calm down and become real friends. Thomas asked Helen how she found the fruits of transformation and realized that they could be used to take away the monster's life force. The girl replied that they were still not close friends, so she was not obliged to answer all these questions. Thomas realized that he needed to make friends with the very top monsters, but if he didn't, the reptile king would be hard to defeat. That is why he realized that he had to show his new friends the sincerity of his intentions and use his evolution points. He bought a transformation fruit for them all and gave it to Helen as a sign of respect and new friendship. But the girl was very angry when she heard that the transformation fruit was bought with points that were obtained after eating her slaves. Linda told her new friend that this fruit could heal all her wounds and give her new strength. Helen didn't understand where the fruit in the boy's hand came from, but judging by Linda's face, this fruit really has great benefits. Of course, Thomas did not forget about his new friend the wolf and gave him a fruit to restore his energy. Charles said that although his body was experiencing some changes, he was a martial artist and would be able to restore his strength on his own. A few seconds after these words, he fell to the ground, as if the battle against the bird of death had taken too much of his strength. Thomas said that there was no need to hold back and be ashamed. It was better to eat this magical fruit and restore the supply of vital energy. Thomas noticed that the wolf could no longer turn into a monster, but if he wanted to, Thomas promised to help. Helen was very surprised to hear that you can change your state from a monster to a human at will. She used to think that Linda and Thomas were turning into humans because of the instability of the energy in their bodies. Thomas said that as long as he was around, nothing was impossible. He said that he was a god of nature and science and could be trusted. Linda didn't understand how he could say such nonsense with a serious face. She remembers well how he recklessly ate the fruit of transformation for the first time. Helen said that it was impossible to control such a force, and Charles did not really believe these words of Thomas either. Thomas promised to demonstrate that his words are not a lie if he is given the fruit of transformation. Helen didn't understand how he could ask her to do such things. The last time he did, a tree with fruit was damaged. Charles called the bird of death selfish and said that he would show it what a real knockout punch means. The two started fighting again and calling each other garbage and worthless. They probably don't know how to talk calmly and can only fight and conflict. So Thomas again acted as a calming agent. Helen admitted that when the tree with the magic fruit fell, she hid some fruit for the future. She promised to give him one tomato fruit so that he could demonstrate that he could control the energy of the fruit. If he can really do it, she will be ready to cooperate and fight against the reptilian king. She also told us that there is a swamp of bones on the island, where the fruit of transformation is hidden. Less than 10 seconds later, the wolf and Helen started quarreling again, the wolf calling her too greedy because she hid the fruit. Thomas began to calm everyone down again and said that it was time to go to the bone swamp and find the fruit. The Swamp of Bones is a monster graveyard with lots of fog and monsters ready to attack at any moment. Charles told Thomas that it was a very dangerous place and it was better not to go there. The wolf explained that he was in good control and did not want to transform into a monster again, but Thomas was still interested in the trip. Helen was surprised that Thomas was willing to go to an extremely dangerous place for the sake of transforming a wolf. Thomas is willing to go there to prove his honesty to everyone, and Linda has also expressed her willingness to help her older brother. Helen thought that this guy really looked quite confident, although he might have lost his mind from interacting with gorillas. She told Thomas that if he was really sure about it, she would show him where the fruit was hidden. Helen wanted to do this as a sign of gratitude for his gift, but Thomas said that he did not regret anything for his friends. The wolf said that this swamp is called the Graveyard of Monsters for a reason. Only real titans can go there. Charles said it was better to go there in a human body so that the mutants could carry them on their backs. He thanked them for their advice and told Charles and Helen to start eating the gift he'd given them. Although this green fruit tasted incredibly tasteless, the wolf and the bird of death began to eat it. They immediately began to feel pleasant sensations on their bodies, and some of their wounds quickly began to heal. Helen said that she was completely cured and felt an incredible surge of energy. Could the fruit help her feathers grow back? She asked Thomas for more such fruit and promised to give him the fruit of transformation in return. She tried to use all her feminine manipulations to get more green fruit from him. Thomas replied that he could not buy it and started whistling to call for a new vehicle. It was one of the dragons that serves the bird of death, she asked, not to eat her new friends but to take them to their destination. She also told Thomas and Linda not to insult her slaves or even think about making barbecue out of them. Linda and Thomas turned back into Titan monsters, thanked the Mandarin for her help, and let her rest. Helen didn't understand how Godzilla and King Kong could transform so easily. Were they really stronger than her? It's time for a trip to the Bone Swamp, and the fun is just beginning. The sun began to set over the horizon, and the wolf began to tell us how best to get to the Bone Swamp. Thomas replied that he was incredibly hungry and had better have a good meal before starting this journey. He also told us that he and his younger sister can turn into humans only once a day. Linda offered to help and immediately went hunting, and a few hours later they had a delicious dinner. All of them ate delicious meat that was cooked with the help of Godzilla's fire breath. The best reward for the wolf was always a delicious dinner, as it reminded him of pleasant moments from his childhood. Thomas suggested that he try his other specialty, fried chicken in a salad. It had been more than 10 years since Charles last tasted something so delicious that he even had a tear in his eye. Thomas decided to ask him if his host often cooked such dishes for him. Vovk cautiously replied that he would tell his story later when the time was right. He again hinted that it was so, and the drain is very dangerous. Charles doesn't really want to get back up as a monster, so this trip is not really necessary. Though he had never been there, he had heard stories that in addition to big monsters, there were huge plants with tentacles. Thomas was angry. He said that the wolf would not be able to resist the process of transformation into a monster. Charles's strength in the human body is incredible, but it won't be like this all the time. When the time comes, his body can be torn into many pieces. Thomas explained that he and Linda had come here voluntarily, and Charles would not have to pay them back in the future. He also explained that he wanted to help the wolf for no personal gain, but only because he didn't want to see Charles die. The wolf liked these words very much, thanked us for dinner, and said that he would stay for the night vigil. It was strange to realize that he had done nothing good for Thomas, and in return he received so much good. Once upon a time, his master taught the wolf that people are scarier than animals, but this is hardly the case. Charles climbed up a tree and saw strange green tentacles. Is it a swamp monster hunting? But nothing else happened, and Thomas, Linda, and Charles set out on their way. There was a lot of fog around, and the wolf warned his friends that the fog could be more dangerous than it seems. Vinda got scared and said that the tree lying on the road was in a different place 5 minutes ago. The wolf told her not to move and not to touch anything with her hands. He was right. And soon a mutated wooden mantis appeared in front of them, perfectly disguised as a dry tree. Its paws are sharp as swords, and thanks to the dry trees it tries to get closer to its victims. Linda is the type of woman who is never afraid of anything, but a new problem has appeared. Although she is not afraid of anything, her foot got into the mud, and now it is difficult for her to move. Thomas asked her to stay still to avoid making the situation worse and promised to help her quickly. The situation was close to critical because the wooden mantis was very close. General Wolf realized that the moment had come when he had to intervene and save his friends. He began to attack the mantis with his sword and immediately felt how strong its skin was. In addition to being quite strong and sturdy, this wooden mantis was also large in size. Charles began to fight the monster and shouted to his friends to run away as fast as possible. Charles activated all his energy and vitality and cut up the wooden mantis like a piece of bacon. After that, he started falling into the mud. And if he got into this mud, he would hardly be able to get out. Luckily for him, Thomas and Linda were able to pick him up in time. Thomas said that he could not survive another surprise in this swamp, the insects are too big. The wolf said that they could go home before it was too late, but Thomas did not want to listen to such suggestions. Now they need to get to the depths of this swamp and find the fruit of transformation. Thomas said that he needed a sword, a Charles sword, so that he could get through all these vines. He also asked Lynn to climb a tree and help him in this difficult task. But the swamp of bones terrifies even the island's strongest titans for a reason. As soon as Thomas and his friends were distracted, their vehicle immediately lost its head. Literally. There are too many dangerous animals in this swamp that can only cause trouble. At first, Thomas thought it would be safe in the tree, but these mantises can fly. There is no hiding. Sooner or later, we will have to accept this dangerous battle and win it. The wolf drew his sword and was the first to attack. He knew that he had to destroy the mantises as quickly as possible. Thomas told these monsters that they were bothering him too much, and so he had to give them a martial arts lesson. He attacked one of the wooden mantises and said he was going to chew its head off. At first, it seemed that these were just beautiful words, but Thomas forgot that he was not a Godzilla and literally began to bite the mantis. He activated his inner energy and began to tear off large pieces of mantis meat with ease. It was hardly very tasty, but it was a very effective way to win. He was close to completely destroying the mantis, but something very slippery came to his opponent's aid. It was a swamp fat frog, which usually hides constantly waiting for its prey. At this difficult moment, his younger sister came to Thomas's aid as usual, grabbing a vine and moving forward. The boy immediately grabbed her hand and started climbing a tree. Now they had to find a safer place. When they climbed the tree, Thomas asked Linda to hide and not move, because frogs react to any movement. The whole team hid and didn't move, while the frog had a delicious wooden mantis for breakfast. But one mantis was not enough for a full breakfast. She realized that people were hiding and started looking for them. Thomas reassured Linda and told her that the frog couldn't see them unless they were moving. They underestimated the frog's intelligence too much, and this ugly swamp creature began to make incomprehensible movements with its stomach. A little later, it became clear that she was preparing to spit an incomprehensible liquid at her potential prey. It seems that General Wolf became its main target because this dark liquid flew in his direction. In a few seconds, she stuck out her long tongue and grabbed the char. If even such a fast and clever warrior as Charles could not dodge its attack, then we can consider the frog to be really dangerous. Luckily, at the last moment, the wolf managed to grab a tree and held on with his last strength, and Thomas and Linda rushed to help. Approaching Charles, Thomas asked for a sword so that he could cut off the frog's tongue. Thomas said that he had watched Pirates of the Caribbean, so he knew how to fight with a sword very well, so Charles didn't have to worry. But it's one thing to watch movies about pirates, and quite another to be really good with a sword. Thomas quickly dropped the wolf's sword from his hands and heard many unpleasant words addressed to him. With the help of its long tongue, the frog began to pull the wolf toward it, and if you do nothing, the wolf will become its second breakfast. Thomas very quickly came up with a new plan of rescue. He took the paw of a mantis, which is famous for its sharpness. With the help of this mantis's paw, he cut the frog's disgusting tongue into two parts, and reason again prevailed over force. General Wolf was now free. He quickly untangled himself from that nasty tongue and prepared for battle. Although the frog had lost part of its body, it was still very dangerous. The frog quickly realized that he shouldn't have made the wolf angry, and he jumped down from the tree and used his sword against it. It was a well-aimed shot to the head, and the frog had no chance of surviving. Thomas congratulated his friend on the wonderful end of the battle, and the wolf ordered him to return the sword. Thomas apologized to the wolf several more times and said it was just a momentary lapse of concentration. Linda found the wolf's sword in time, and Charles immediately ran to get it. It seems that this sword is very important to Charles. He worries about it as if it were a part of his body. They had lost their main vehicle, but Thomas said it was nothing and suggested collecting vines. The difference between humans and monsters is that humans will use the materials around them to make various devices. Charles realized that he had some part of a human being in him, but he was far from Thomas's ingenuity. The guy explained that they would use these vines as hooks if necessary. Their journey continued, and inside the swamp forest they heard a strange sound. At first, it sounded like the sound of a small child crying, "Are there really other people in the swamp?" Wolf said that he had never heard anything like this on this island before and asked his team to be very careful. Thomas said it could be a giant salamander and asked us to look in different directions. He had never been so right in his guesses before, and in a second, he was personally convinced of it. The giant salamander has a very unpleasant temperament and sharp teeth. If it manages to bite its prey, it is 99% certain to die. So far, the team has been lucky enough to see this giant attack in time and managed to take a few steps back before it attacks. The first thing that came to their minds was the realization that they had to run away immediately, and they didn't need to be very smart to do so. Thomas asked Linda to give him a piece of vine. It seems that this clever man has come up with an interesting plan again. It was a rather original use of a vine to save us from a giant salamander. This gigantic monster is somewhat reminiscent of a frog. It is just as disgusting and unpleasant, but much larger. Very quickly, the team realized that they had a new problem, or rather another giant salamander. The wolf ordered Thomas and Linda to jump, but it was too late. If the salamander bit them, they would die. Salamanders never chew their prey, they swallow it right away. So Thomas suggested jumping into the salamander's mouth. He couldn't think of anything smarter, but it wasn't really a bad plan, since he already had experience getting into the stomach of a monster. He reminded us that he had been in the stomach of a giant python. Their monster body would be able to withstand the acid in the stomach of a salamander. So then they can find a way to get out of this place alive, but they will need to turn into monsters again. The giant salamander's stomach had a terrible smell, and everything around it was very disgusting. Then Thomas began to eat the salamander's disgusting stomach, and the wolf almost fainted when he saw it, and Linda immediately threw up. The system immediately credited the guy with many points in evolution and gave him a new skill, the cry of a giant salamander. This makes it possible to imitate a baby's cry and attract other giant salamanders, which is called a wolf in sheep's clothing. Linda approached her brother and asked him why he was doing this. They had just had breakfast. The wolf said that Thomas would not be able to chew a hole in the salamander's stomach because its skin was too strong. Charles said that he might be able to cut the skin with his sword, but at that moment the salamander began to move. Giant salamanders are very aggressive and eat their relatives when they are very hungry. Perhaps now there is a fight between two salamanders. As it turned out, two giant salamanders started fighting and trying to eat each other. It seemed like the battle was over, and the salamander that swallowed the team probably won the battle and ate the opponent. But if this is true, then the body of a huge salamander should soon fall on Thomas and company. Charles said that there was no need to worry. He had his favorite sword and that was enough to save him. Very quickly, he used the power of his sword and made a hole in the giant salamander's stomach. This salamander died immediately before it could swallow its smaller rival. Linda was happy. She felt the fresh air, which was much more pleasant than the smell of the salamander's stomach. Linda did not understand why Thomas continued to eat, even though they were free. The guy replied that the meat of this animal is very tender and tasty, and if you could fry it, it would be a real delicacy. The wolf said that there might be other dangerous animals nearby, so they had to hurry and continue on their way. Linda listened to her older brother's advice and took some salamander meat with her on the trip, and it really turned out to be delicious. The deep bone swamp was more muddy than at the beginning, but it was possible to move along the roots of trees. Ahead of them was a very thick fog that made it impossible to see clearly, and there was a very unpleasant smell. The team quickly started having problems, and everyone started feeling sick and having headaches. Soon they saw a mutated devil's tongue, a huge flower with an unpleasant smell of rotting corpses. This odor can be poisonous to everyone except insects, and it was the reason for the team's poor health. Suddenly, Mark Thomas appeared and immediately asked him to buy him a gas mask, but Mark replied that it would cost a lot of evolution points. Thomas said that you can never rely on the system in a difficult moment. The system probably wants the owner to die. For 1,000 evolution points, Thomas was able to change his torn clothes, which somehow calmed him down. Thomas gave everyone his torn clothes and ordered them to pour urine on them and cover their mouths and noses with them, a suggestion the wolf did not like very much. Thomas explained that the reason for the weakness and headache was the smell of the devil's flower, and this method would help to save them. Thomas, like a true gentleman, offered Linda help and gave her a cloth that was covered in his urine. I have never seen such absurdity in my life, and I don't even know how to comment on it. But in order to survive, I had to take such an unpleasant step, and strangely enough, it really helped. Continuing their journey through the bone swamp, the team met a mutated titanium beetle. To intimidate opponents, it starts making hissing sounds, and it has a strong jaw and hard skin. The devil's flower uses the smell of corpses to attract insects, which is why there is a lot of danger around. General Wolf was the first to test the power of the Titan beetle, so he drew his sword and attacked. This time, the battle did not last long. The wolf quickly used his signature punch and killed the beetle. It's unusual because usually the monsters in this swamp cause the team much more trouble. Thomas and Talinda were happy that they became friends with Charles. He is a very skilled and experienced warrior indeed. Many more Titan beetles immediately appeared in the vicinity, and the team decided to flee immediately. It was unclear what awaited them ahead, but no one wanted to fight a flock of giant beetles. There was plenty of danger around, and Linda saw one of the Titan beetles being eaten by a huge flower online. It is a mutated Venus, a trap of mutated insect plant that preys on giant insects. The mutated Venus has sharp spikes, and if it grabs its prey, it will be almost impossible to get out of its mouth. There were too many of these dangerous plants around, and this swamp could be considered a real minefield. Thomas ordered his entire team to get out of there immediately and find a safer road to the fruits of transformation. But instead of talking, we should have been watching our feet, because now they will all end up in the mouth of a mutated Venus. Like a true captain, although no one appointed him captain, Thomas decided to save his teammates. At the last moment, before the plant's mouth closed, he managed to push his friends out of this hellish place. Linda and Charles immediately began trying to get Thomas out of the plant's mouth, but his right leg and shoulder were pierced by thorns. At that moment, a huge titanium beetle managed to get out of the flower, which prevented Linda from pulling out Thomas. Thomas started to fall into the mouth of this devilish plant, but Linda managed to grab his hand. She tried to pull him out of this hell, but instead he pulled her in and they fell together. The internal juices of this mutated plant can disintegrate any prey. This slippery mixture quickly begins to split the skin, while there is still time for Thomas to start looking for a Linda. This slippery mixture is very thick and corrosive, and all the wounds on Thomas's body immediately began to hurt and burn. He saw a Linda not far from him, and it was clear from the girl's appearance that she would not be able to stay in this mixture for long. Now they are in the very center of a swamp of bones. If Thomas turns into a monster, his body may drown. But at this point, he has no other choice. If he doesn't start the conversion process, the lead will die. So the guy immediately turned on the transformation and turned into a Godzilla again. Of course, this was enough to destroy this devilish plant and save Linda. Thomas immediately threw her into the wolf's arms and asked him to help her regain consciousness. It was then that the real problems began, as the Godzilla immediately began to sink in the mud due to its size. Charles realized that they could not save Thomas in this form. They needed to find something that could support his weight, such as a tree. During this time, Linda fully recovered from the acid dip and asked her older brother to wait a bit longer. She is always ready to do anything for him, so she immediately turned into a huge gorilla to help. She began to climb a large tree that stood next to them to take a vine. The idea was very simple, to give a vine to Thomas so that he could hold on and try to get out of the swamp. Thomas immediately grabbed this ticket to life and began to strain his weak arms as much as possible. Soon he was rescued, and it was good that there was such a large tree nearby. Otherwise, he would have remained in the swamp forever. When Thomas looked at the tree more closely, he realized that it was an ogre, and he immediately told Linda about it. The tree ogre is the most terrifying creature of the bone swamp, and no one has ever been able to escape from it and be saved. A tree cannibal uses vines and branches to grab a victim, strangle it, and suck out all its life juices. Before the gorilla could get down to the ground, she immediately felt a large vine grab her stomach. Charles realized that he had to save his friend immediately, drew his sword and ran forward. No matter how hard he tried to help, the vine was very powerful and strong, and it was difficult to cut it with a single sword. Thomas got angry and said that the tree eater had gone too far, and it was time to teach him a lesson. It immediately gathered all its energy in the crystal core and activated explosive breathing. He had to be extremely precise because if Thomas had made a mistake, the gorilla would have turned into a kebab. But fortunately for everyone, he demonstrated incredible accuracy, and in addition to table tennis, he could play billiards very well. The ogre tree was not stupid either. It began to use the mud to extinguish the flames. After that, the cannibal tree began to push all its vines into the swamp so that they could no longer catch fire. Linda wanted to help and started biting the vines, but it was unlikely to help, because even the wolf's sword could not cut the vine. The ogre tree finished its transformation and created an artificial arm with the help of vines. This scared the whole team, but Charles did not lose his optimism. He sharpened his sword and was ready for revenge. The artificial arm of the ogre tree looked 3 times bigger than a Kong, and we were in for an incredible fight. Linda managed to dodge in time and saved her life. If she had been less fast, the tree would have broken all her bones. The gorilla did not want to wait for help from his team and immediately began attacking to confirm his title as king of the island. But the ogre tree is an experienced plant that has been living on this island for hundreds of years and has destroyed thousands of monsters. With the help of this experience, it had an advantage over the gorilla and began to win. Thomas realized that he had to immediately intervene in this conflict and help his younger sister. It was time to activate the fire breath again. The ogre tree was not going to tolerate this fire on its body and struck a forbidden blow below the belt. Probably, instead of a delicious barbecue, the team will eat an omelet today. Before they could catch their breath, Thomas and Linda found themselves caught in the vines of the trees. They could not move and get out of these chains. Now all hope is with General Wolf. The ogre tree uses all its abilities to defend itself and skillfully launches a counterattack. General Wolf has fought various titans in his long life, but he has never seen anything like this. The artificial hand hit him with its finger like an insect, and even a martial arts master could do nothing against this demon. Thomas did not lose his optimism. He thanked General Wolf for buying some time for them. Toma told the tree that it was time to burn it completely and make a huge hole in it. He activated his inner powers and fire breath, but the tree was even smarter and tied his mouth with a vine. Thomas, the General Wolf, and the gorilla were caught by a tree by an ogre, and now there is almost no chance of survival. The tree cannibal began to squeeze the vines as much as possible. This is done to strangle the victim and then eat it. Thomas began to choke. It was very hard to bear. Is this the end of their story? Thomas decided to call Mark and asked him how many evolution points he had accumulated recently. He asked the system to use these evolution points and increase his size. He believed that this would help break the vine. Mark checked the balance of evolution points, said that there were more than 2 million points left, and activated the growth process. This helped to break the vine, and the system reported that Thomas had passed the stage of childhood and entered a period of growth. Charles and Linda watched in amazement as their friend grew even bigger and stronger. When Thomas broke free of the vine, he began to fall to the ground and immediately activated his fire breath. Soon he did what he promised, and the ogre tree had a big hole in its trunk. Thomas saw that the tree did not want to let his friends go even now, so he decided to introduce him to the world sword. Perhaps after activating this ability, the ogre tree will change its attitude towards strangers and become kinder. After a few minutes of active energy radiation, they managed to convince the tree ogre to let Linda and Charles go. Linda told her older brother that she too wanted to do her best and destroy the tree. Thomas replied that it was not necessary now, and if she did not listen to him, he would no longer cook her a delicious barbecue. The ogre tree started talking and said that it no longer wanted to fight with them and wanted peace. No one expected such a turn of events. While an artificial arm was still imaginable, a talking tree was not. The tree ogre explained that it did not intend to kill anyone. It was just curious to test the strength of the new guests of the swamp. Thomas replied that the tree's attacks were ruthless and brutal, and he didn't really believe those words. The tree said that if it wanted to destroy the team of titans, it could easily do so. The tree also said that Thomas would not be able to get out of this swamp, but he had a different opinion. Thomas said that in the monster's body he had a lot of interesting ideas and options for attacks, and started screaming as if he was being cut. The ogre tree was immediately frightened and said that it did not want any trouble and did not like it. Thomas heard the sounds of the monsters and asked the gorilla to find the vines because they might need them. As it turns out, a giant salamander crawls up to them, and it can be used to make something very tasty. Linda found strong vines and prepared to tie the giant salamander with them. When she got closer, she realized that it was just a small chicken that hadn't grown up yet. She congratulated me on the salamander and said that her friends almost died because of her parents. In a matter of seconds, she had tied up the little salamander and completely imprisoned it. Thomas asked to do the same with other similarly sized salamanders. This can help Thomas get out of the swamp and stand on his feet again. Thomas said that the salamanders were too weak, so they needed to set their backs on fire to make them move more quickly. This interesting plan worked and Thomas got out of the swamp completely. He thanked his entire team for their help. Thomas approached the ogre tree and asked why it had a human face and how it learned to speak human language. He thought that the tree ogre could eat the human fruit, and it seems he was completely right. The tree ogre showed him something and he realized that it had indeed eaten the fruit of transformation. So, after the tree took a bite of the fruit, it gained the ability to speak human language and human features. Thomas also asked the tree how it was able to find the fruit of transformation if it could not move. The ogre said he didn't want to answer these ridiculous questions and said he had his assistants. These flying helpers must have picked up this fruit near the poisonous cave. Thomas asked the ogre tree to show his helpers the way to the poisonous cave where they found the fruit. The tree replied that they should go straight towards the sun, but they had to hurry because, according to rumors, the crab team was also interested in this. Thomas could not believe that some crabs could be interested in the fruit of transformation. He told his team to hurry up and promised to teach them how to manage the salamander squad. The tree ogre did not expect to see people in the swamp who could turn into monsters. Rinda found a few more small salamanders and made herself a vehicle. Soon after, near the poisonous cave, they saw thieving crabs stealing the fruits of transformation. They were too fast to catch up. Thomas asked Linda to watch the salamanders, and he and Charles went deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, they saw a dead pterodactyl, and Thomas asked Charles to get him the fruit of life. He decided to revive the dead bird, but the wolf didn't understand why he would waste precious fruit on a pterodactyl. Thomas said that these birds could guard the fruit of rebirth, so I wanted to talk to them. Meanwhile, the gorilla was watching the salamanders and guarding the cave from other monsters and crabs. She was very frightened when she saw a pterosaur fly out of the cave. She thought that the fruit of rebirth had changed the wolf into a bird. Thomas came out and said that there was not a single rebirth fruit left and that they needed to catch up with the crabs immediately. It is a controlled marsh giant crab. Its main strength is its strong claws. If this crab is called manageable, then perhaps the bird of death is involved in this story. Thomas decided not to waste time on unnecessary conversations and start eating seafood right away. The crabs immediately sensed that their exercises had been declassified and began to flee quickly, or at least try to flee quickly. Tom was told by Linda that they should use their speeding cars based on salamander paws. The race started, and although it didn't look as fast as Formula One, it was pretty epic. General Wolf also intervened and began to attack the crabs to take away the fruits of rebirth with his sword. Suddenly, during the race, an unknown green fog appeared, and the crabs immediately disappeared into it. Thomas and the company stopped immediately because they didn't understand what it was. Maybe it was poisonous. The only thing Thomas was 100% sure of was that the swamp was over, and he was standing on his own 2 feet. A green fog surrounded them from different sides, and the crabs were almost invisible. One of these little scoundrels turned to them, but he looked rather strange, as if he were bewitched. The salamander came up to eat it, but the crab immediately kicked it out and killed it. Everyone was very scared because not only did these crabs steal the transformation fruit, but they also carry bombs. This army of crabs immediately began to attack the titans, and if they climb on the monster's body and explode, there will be little chance of survival. Linda and Thomas started tossing the crabs aside, and these little monsters started to explode immediately. Thomas said that it looks like a trap, not for nothing that these crabs are called controlled crabs. They are like robots that follow someone's orders. The crab explosions started to cause serious problems, and Thomas asked his team to be careful, saying that it wasn't just crabs that were coming to them. Soon, everyone saw that one of the 6 sons of the reptile king had led his army and was attacking. He was not alone. His brother came with him, a poisonous explosion. He is also the son of the reptile king. Now it became clear that these cunning crabs obeyed the reptile, a plot to lure the titans into a trap and avenge their brother's death. Thomas, Linda, and Charles were confused. They did not expect that when their journey was almost over, they would have to fight against an army of lizards. The panic began when they saw that the reptile king, his name is Bolg, had come to them personally, and he must have planned everything. This venomous reptile is the largest of the entire genus. It has many heads and weighs more than a tree man. Thomas realized that there was an unusual fog around them. It was poisonous, and that he had to hold his breath. At that moment, he immediately remembered his past life in the body of a weak and small boy. This was happening on the dark streets of his city, with a lot of smoke and fog around. His teenagers approached him with weapons. They wanted to punish Thomas for telling the teacher everything. Thomas was very beaten, his nose was bleeding, and he desperately asked them to stop this abuse. The guys started laughing. They said that such a coward deserved to be beaten and were going to film it. A lot of time has passed since then, and Thomas is no longer a small and weak boy, but the situation is quite similar. He saw in time that Linda was standing there as if hypnotized. Perhaps it was the effect of the green fog? Surely not only Thomas saw a terrible illusion, something similar is happening now with General Wolf and the gorilla. Thomas realized that the reptilian king and his sons had taken them by surprise. They were too strong and would be difficult to defeat. He suggested that his friends run away right away. But Linda replied that she had just seen her parents. Tears appeared in her eyes and she said that in this vision the green fog killed her parents. Thomas tried to calm her down and said that they needed strength, and that they would definitely take revenge in the future. At that moment, the Bolg spoke up, saying that he would not let the little gorilla and his friends leave in peace. Bolg came to avenge the death of his children. He promised to kill the titans slowly and enjoy the process. What happened next is even hard to describe. It is a manifestation of real cruelty. The reptilian king threw two skulls under the gorilla's feet, and it became clear that they were the heads of its parents. Linda stood there as if mesmerized. She immediately realized what it meant, but couldn't move for a while. A little later, she fell to her knees and began to cry, a situation that perfectly characterizes the reptile king. He is a cruel and soulless sociopath, and it is no wonder that only someone like him would think of destroying the island and its inhabitants. He started shooting poison bombs and destroyed the skulls of the gorilla's parents. If the reptilian king wanted to break the spirit of Kong Kong, he would never succeed. The only thing he managed to do was to make the gorilla angry and make it feel real hatred. Linda said that she would tear the bulg into a million pieces and immediately went on the attack, and Thomas tried to stop her. But it was impossible. A very fierce fight broke out, with Linda striking the reptile with her hands and trying to tear off its head. Bolg said he expected much more from this little gorilla and struck back. He bit her hands with a lot of his heads and said it was time to send her to her parents. Thomas and the wolf realized that Linda would not be able to defeat the reptile king alone, so they ran to help. But it was not so simple. The reptile king did not come alone, he had his sons with him, who also participated in this war. The wolf said he would try to delay them and asked Thomas to hurry to help the gorilla. Thomas asked Charles not to be so impulsive because the reptilian army is very strong. The wolf replied that he was not afraid of death and was ready to do everything in his power for a good cause. He began to use all his martial arts skills against the king's sons, and this could hold them back for a while. Soon he met the king personally, and the Bolg called him stupid for challenging the powerful reptiles. The wolf general was much smaller than the reptile king. It was not an equal fight, and even his sword could not help the wolf. The king of reptiles said that the wolf looked miserable and he didn't even want to look at it. These words made Thomas very angry. He could not afford to watch his closest friends being destroyed by some bastard. Thomas used all his energy and attacked the king, and one of the sons of the Bolg tried to stop him. But all his attempts were in vain, and Godzilla became so angry that it is now difficult to stop him. He grabbed the king's son and threw him away like a rag, and now the battle between Godzilla and the Bolg will begin. Thomas approached the reptilian king and began to use explosive breathing, a weapon that has always come to the rescue in difficult situations. This immediately began to pay off, as Thomas hit the king's head and was able to free General Wolf. He realized that explosive breathing was working and he had to try to increase his power. He found all the energy that was in his body and concentrated it inside himself and released it in the form of fire. His accuracy today can be called billiard. He hit the other heads of the king and released the gorilla. Thomas had almost no strength left, but he realized that he could not rest, because he had to do everything to give Linda time to retreat. He started calling Charles and Linda and said that he would try to detain the reptile king, at which time they should flee. The reptilian king said that Thomas could not save his friends at the cost of his own life. They would all die on this earth today. Thomas replied that he was wrong and promised to tear the reptile king to pieces, fry him up, and eat him for dinner. A real battle of the titans began, and Linda and the wolf were in no hurry to run away because they were too worried about their captain. They watched this fierce battle and saw that the reptilian king was preparing to activate a poisonous bomb. Linda and the others have encountered poison bombs before, and they are a very burning liquid that can melt even titanium. Thomas saw that his friends were in mortal danger and decided to sacrifice his own health to save them. He covered his friends with his body and took the brunt of the poison bomb on himself. Not every monster would be able to withstand such a blow, and Linda and Charles immediately ran to save their friend. When they approached him, they saw that he was heavily wounded and lying unconscious. The army of small green reptiles was approaching them. These vultures felt weak and dreamed of revenge. The bird of death appeared on the horizon, called the three titans fools, and said that it expected them to lose. But she wasn't going to help the reptiles at all. She approached Bolg and told him that she would never forgive him for losing her mother's things. She began to organize her trademark tornado and told the reptile king to return what did not belong to him. It seems that the reptile king has too many enemies on this island, and even the strongest monster can hardly withstand a tornado attack. The bird of death was well prepared for revenge. It did not come alone and brought an army of killer birds with it. These were different species of birds that immediately began to attack the reptiles, and the odds in this war were immediately leveled. The pterosaurs flew up to Thomas and his team, took their hands and began to rescue them. The king of reptiles said that the bird of death would not be able to become the hero of this island, because soon the island would turn into a desert of death. They began to fight with the bird of death, and Helen looked quite large, even against the reptile king. Bolg saw that Thomas, Linda, and Charles had almost escaped, and it made him angry. He didn't want to give them a chance to save themselves and to recover and prepare for the coming war. That's why he activated his main weapon and started shooting poison bombs at the pterosaurs. It was hard for the pterosaurs to withstand these brutal attacks by the Demon King, and some of them immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The Bird of Death continued its battle against the Bolg, using the wind to send stones at it. The Reptilian King not only defended himself by dodging these stones, but he also broke the stones with poison bombs. The Bird of Death realized that its task was completed and ordered its entire army to retreat. The Reptile King said that he could not forgive her for the disorder she had caused on his territory and sent her one last gift. Helen tried to stage a surprise attack, but she failed and now her life is in danger. It was too late to dodge the poisonous bomb, so she decided to turn into a human to shrink in size. This helped her avoid a meeting with a poison bomb, and one of her birds immediately became an autopilot for her. She ordered her entire army to flee quickly and take Godzilla and his team with them. The reptiles asked the king what they should do. Godzilla is too strange. He didn't die from the king's poisonous bomb. Bolg replied that he felt a new source of power after using the poison bomb. This power is from the source of life, Godzilla. The reptilian king ordered all his sons to be summoned and to find the fugitives while he rested from the battle. Throughout the night, the pterodactyls flew to safer areas of the island to get away from the reptiles. The entire territory that belonged to the Bird of Death has now been captured, and we need to decide where to go. General Wolf decided to take the initiative and said that we should fly to his house now. During the flight, something strange happened. Thomas became smaller than usual. The team decided to deal with these issues later and went home to General Wolf. When Thomas opened his eyes, he was very scared because he thought the battle against the reptiles was still going on. Later, he realized that he was safe, but he had a new problem. His size had shrunk considerably, as if he were a small child again, which made Linda and Helen laugh a lot. So far, Thomas did not understand this and asked Charles why he had become so big. Linda went to her older brother and explained that they hadn't changed in size, only Tom had become so small. Thomas began to panic and scream, and he immediately called Mark to ask him what happened. Mark explained that now there is a part of the reptilian king in Thomas's blood. His cultivation was severely injured. This means that Thomas will have to start the entire development process from the beginning. Mark said that it could have been due to the reptilian king's poisonous bomb, which can take away the life force from opponents. Mark also told us that poison bombs and poisonous breath can transfer energy to the reptilian king. This means that all the evolution points that Thomas has been collecting all this time now belong to the king. Tom realized that now he had to be much more careful and start eating everything around him again to increase his size. The Deathbird told him that Thomas was really special. He was the only one who could survive the attack of the Reptile King's poisonous breath. All the Bolg could do was to make Thomas smaller, but that was enough for Thomas to start hating the Reptile King's children. Thomas said he wanted to take revenge, but Helen started laughing and said that with his size he would hardly succeed. Thomas asked her to wait, because soon he would become a giant killer dragon again. Then he asked where they were, and Linda told him that it was a cave belonging to General Wolf. There were a lot of weapons around, and in the center of the cave was a mysterious grave. Vovk told me that this grave belonged to his teacher, the man who owned all these weapons. Toma realized that it was this man who taught Charles martial arts and swordplay. Vovk said that the man was incredibly strong, fond of cold steel, and had learned telepathy. He liked to control his weapon during a fight, and could even control a sword several meters long. Thomas was very curious and asked Charles to tell him more about his mysterious teacher. Vovk said that 20 years ago he first met Master Pole when he was running away from his enemies. It was the master who taught the wolf all the martial arts and saved him from starvation. And since then, they have been living on this island. Unfortunately, Charles could not learn the ability to telepathize, which is why he could not understand the full depth of martial arts. The master said that many people in the world have similar abilities, and all these heroes are divided into good and evil. Master Paul liked to collect various interesting things. He had a ring of space in which he could hide any weapon. Thomas was very interested when he heard about the ring of space. He asked Charles where the ring was now. The wolf said that he had lived with the master for 10 years until the master's enemy came to the island. Charles found him near a tree, and Paul killed his rival but paid a heavy price for it. Since then, the wolf has been guarding the grave of his master and the weapons he left behind for 10 years. Thomas said that General Wolf was a worthy student of his master and asked him if the reptiles knew about this place. Charles replied that no one knew about this cave, and Thomas was happy and said that it was time for a delicious meal. The Deathbird and the Wolf General started shouting at him like a little child. They said that now the situation is such that it is better not to think about food. Thomas apologized but explained to his friends that he needed to eat well in order to grow bigger. Later, he managed to convince the whole team that they should go hunting. A real festival of delicious meat began, with Linda cooking fried crocodiles. Thomas helped to light the fire and improve the flavor of the meat with seasonings. He enjoyed the amount of food they had caught, which would help him gain new points for the revolution. Everyone around could smell this delicious aroma after adding spices. Linda asked everyone to be patient and said that soon everyone would receive their portion. Soon, the meat was finished cooking and everyone around them began to eat the delicious shish kebab. Thomas enjoyed his visit to his wolf brother so much that he decided to log in again to check his rewards. Mark greeted him and told him that he was giving him a new ability, the explosive bite of the child version. Thomas got angry and said it didn't sound like something really cool. Mark replied that these were the best skills he could get at the moment. As long as Thomas has little strength, he can tear apart his prey like a piranha, cut through wood like a woodpecker, and dig a hole in the ground like a mole. Although Thomas was not very happy, he had no choice, and over the next few days he mastered his new abilities. During this time, he managed to get bigger and decided to give Charles the fruit of transformation. He explained that the wolf would be able to switch freely between monster and human forms if he followed his instructions. To begin with, you need to focus on the inner core, then destroy it with the energy in the body and begin the transformation into a monster. Thomas said it might take a few days, but the wolf learns very quickly. Helen had no idea that her transformation fruit had the same power. The general wolf problem was solved, and then it was time for the magic. Thomas asked the mark to activate 200,000 evolution points and increase its size. Tom hoped that this would be enough to grow tenfold in size. He was very upset when it turned out that it wasn't so great. Mark explained that the attack of the Reptile King did not change the level of cultivation. Thomas only lost all his form, but remained at the same level. This means that the system thinks that Thomas is still very big, and in order to grow, he needs to eat an incredible amount. Suddenly, Thomas began to glow green. He did not understand what was happening. Mark explained that the Reptilian King's breath is still active and continues to suck the life force out of the Toms. The boy was very scared when he realized that he could stay so small forever. While Thomas was worried about his size, the Reptile King also had something to think about. He felt a new, vital energy thanks to Godzilla, but he didn't understand how it worked. He developed telepathic abilities and felt where Thomas was now. In the cave, General Wolf did not know that they could be in big trouble. Thomas guessed that the green light could mean the breath of the Reptile King. The Bird of Death said that the Reptilian King had left a mark in Thomas's body and would continue to suck out his life force. Thomas can get energy and increase through food, but the poisonous breath will limit this process. If they can kill the Reptilian King, the problem will be solved immediately, but it is almost impossible. The Bird of Death offered to find an antidote, but the wolf was skeptical. The only one who might know how to deal with the poisonous breath is the Bane, the monster lord who lives on top of the Snow Sage Mountain. Thomas didn't know who he was, but his name sounded pretty cool. According to the legend, the Base is immortal. He has lived for 1,000 years on this island and is now a step away from becoming the god of monsters. He is not interested in what is happening on the island and therefore does not leave the mountain of the Snow Sage. This mountain is incredibly cold and monsters cannot withstand it. You are in favor of death and said that it is possible to do the impossible, to reach the top of the Snow Sage and ask the Base for help. In return, you have to give something in return, such as health, freedom, or honor. Linda said that this legend was true. She had heard it as a child from her parents. General Wolf intervened in the conversation, and he agreed that his master had personally climbed the mountain to meet with the Bird of Death. Thomas realized that this legendary master was the only one who could help him. He asked the Helen to find birds that could carry them to this mountain. Helen said that it was a very high mountain with many snowstorms, and that birds do not fly there. She said she could carry them to the maximum height for herself, and at that moment, the earthquake began. A huge hole was formed in the ground next to the General Wolf Cave because of this earthquake. A little later, it became clear that it was an attack by an army of reptiles. They came to finish the job. At first, no one could understand how the reptiles knew their location. But then Thomas began to guess that it was him. The Reptilian King was indeed able to track them down because of the poisonous breath on the Godzilla's body. General Wolf's army of jackals immediately prepared to defend his general and his friends. And we are about to see a battle of jackals against reptiles. Not only the little reptiles came to the wolf's cave, but the king's sons were also here and were preparing to lead their army forward. Vovk ordered everyone to stay calm and follow him, by which time several of his men had already been seriously wounded. Thomas saw another huge hole in the ground. probably the second echelon of the reptilian army. Soon, a reptile called a Budo appeared from there, one of the king's 6 arms, which also has the blood of an ancient monster in it. Budova teamed up with the king's sons and prepared to destroy his enemies. These reptiles looked really terrifying and put fear into others. The Deathbird, the gorilla, and little Thomas prepared to fight to the end and not give up. They realized that their chances of winning were very small, but they had nowhere to run, so they had to fight. Suddenly, Thomas saw General Wolf run out of the cave with a huge sword and activate some unknown power. Charles began to destroy the reptiles one by one. He cut them down with his guest sword without meeting any resistance from them. One of the king's sons was not going to watch the army die. He was the first to attack Charles and tried to cut off the wolf's head. A super battle started. There was a lot of dust, and it was not clear who would win, the wolf or the reptile monster. Linda started screaming and said that they would not allow the house to be taken over by the General Wolf. She urged her friends to immediately attack the reptiles. Her first target was a Budo. This fat green worm should now feel what real Kung Fu Fury means. Budo activated the green fog and hid in it, trying to engage the gorilla in a fight on his own terms. The gorilla was blinded by the green fog and did not see this green bastard sneaking up on her from behind. Linda did not have time to dodge and was severely wounded in the leg, but fortunately, it was not fatal. Thomas immediately realized that this green fog was helping the reptile army to hide and kill all the living creatures around them. This cunning and cruel plan had to be disrupted immediately, so Thomas asked the Bird of Death to help and dispel the fog. Meanwhile, Thomas saw another son of the king. He said that at last they had met, and now he would show what Godzilla's rage meant. Fire breath has been activated. Thomas's strongest weapon remains dangerous even when he has shrunk in size. The son of the reptilian king immediately felt this dangerous power on himself, and it was only a matter of finishing off this bastard. Thomas immediately ran up to him and began to eat a part of his body, and the system was notified that the king's son's bomb had been successfully suppressed. The system has increased the rating of the Godzilla explosive bomb. Now the reload time has been reduced and the explosive copper has been increased. Now this ability can be used all the time, but it won't work until Thomas activates it. The king's son and army general was not going to give up so easily and decided to demonstrate his own tricks. This monster took out a green device from its mouth and activated a big explosion. Thomas didn't manage to kill the creature, but he seriously wounded it and gained a new ability for combat. General Wolf ordered Thomas, the birds, and the gorilla to run away to the cave and leave the rest of the monsters for him. Thomas did not want to listen to him. He said that they should all fight together and go to the cave together. The wolf said that he would not leave his master. He asked his friends to run away again, because when the reptile king came, it would be too late. The Deathbird saw how, after another earthquake, a new deep cave emerged from the bowels of the earth. From there appeared a shadowy reptile, the right hand of the king, one of the 6 hands of the king that has the blood of an ancient beast. Thomas said that this shadowy reptile is like a chameleon, hiding in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The wolf said that it is not surprising that the number of reptilian army fighters is growing. He said that there is no need to worry about him because he knows how to escape. General Wolf continued to order his friends to run away and not wait for the reptile king to appear. Thomas made this difficult decision and decided to listen to his friend. He ordered Linda and Helen to flee immediately. But we had to run away a little earlier, as the shadow chameleon activated the dark fog and began its hunt. Everything went dark, and only later did everyone see the chameleon's attacks. Thomas managed to warn his team and the gorilla successfully dodged these dangerous attacks. Thomas told this miserable reptile that he would now experience his renewed abilities. If he feels a little more pain, they will be able to reduce the pressure on General Wolf. Thomas activated a circular attack with explosive bombs, a new ability given by the system. The shadowy reptile could not understand anything. These explosive bombs did not harm it at all. But judging by Thomas's face, everything was under control. He was just choosing the moment for the fireworks. He snapped his fingers like Thanos, and all these explosive bombs started to explode. It was really large scale, and not only the chameleon but also other reptiles suffered. Thomas was pleased with his new ability. It seemed to him that these were not just explosive bombs, they were explosive cluster bombs. As soon as the bombs were activated, the team began to run away and hoped that the wolf would also be able to escape in time. Charles, meanwhile, continued to slay reptiles with his master's sword. He successfully killed several leaders of the reptilian king's army and saw that Thomas, Helen, and Linda successfully escaped with members of his clan. Then he looked at the cave and realized that the reptile king was interested in them, not in the grave of the master and the weapon. He apologized to the grave of his legendary master and promised to return soon. Together with the remnants of their jackal clan, they set out to catch up with his friends. But something terrible happened somewhere. The cave with the grave of his master exploded, and at that moment General Volkov's heart almost stopped from pain. Thomas wasted no time and immediately set out on a long journey with his friends to meet the legendary master. He complained about the bad weather, but Helen called him stupid for talking too much. Thomas started shouting at her and asked why she was back in human form. Didn't she have to climb the mountain too? Helen said that in such a snowstorm she could not fly, and she was not a dodo bird, so she could not walk. One of her pterosaurs brought her some kind of incomprehensible basket, and Thomas asked what she was going to do with it. Helen replied that it was time to enjoy this journey. She seemed to be getting quite cocky. Helen said that the gorilla would be comfortable carrying them on her back, and she invited Thomas to climb into this big basket as well. Thomas didn't want to use his younger sister instead of the bus, especially since it seemed like they were Linda's children. But the weather was so cold that Thomas also climbed into this big basket. Very quickly their plan failed. This basket was made of bad materials. Helen said he was too heavy despite his size and asked him to eat less in the future. Even though Thomas won't be able to raise his level right now, he needs to collect the maximum number of evolution points. He decided to spend a certain amount of points to buy a basket that could hold it. Soon the park found a basket for the little monster for 1,000 evolutionary points. Mark explained that this basket was made on purpose for little monsters and everything would be fine. Thomas and Helen climbed into the basket, and Linda began to carry them on her back. Thomas asked his younger sister to hurry up and said they had to capture the snowy mountaintops. This trip was not easy. There was a real snowstorm and incredible cold. Helen and Thomas were very cold. They were afraid of being completely covered in ice and dying of cold. Linda ignored the difficulties and kept going, but soon she said the road was over. The only thing left to do was to climb the mountain, and Linda knew how to do it and assured me that everything would go perfectly. The gorilla's fur must have been very warm, because so far Linda had never complained of cold. At first, everything was fine, but then the stones under the gorilla's feet began to fall and problems began. Linda did not have time to grab another rock and their team flew into the abyss. Thomas was screaming like a little girl, but Linda said everything would be fine and managed to grab a ledge on the mountain. She promised that she would not be stopped by the cold and the storm and would definitely climb to the top of the mountain. Soon the deed was done. Thomas thanked his sister and promised to cook a delicious burger for her upon his return. When they climbed to the top of the mountain, they saw a huge lake, a rather unusual location for water. Of course, the lake was completely frozen in this cold climate. The ice looked quite strong. There was no certainty that the ice would hold up to the Kong, but they decided to go and take a chance. After walking a few tens of meters, Thomas and the team saw something big underwater. Thomas said that this lake monster was trying to break through the ice, so we had to run away quickly. Linda immediately began to run forward. The ice under her feet began to crack. With every passing second, the situation was getting more and more aggravated. No one wanted to get into that icy water in such cold weather. Linda managed to land successfully on the ice, but her body balance was lost due to the large basket on her back. She was unable to restore the balance and they all fell into the icy water. And now they had real problems. Thomas saw that an ancient walrus was approaching them, and it could easily tear the enemy apart with its huge teeth. It feels at home in water areas. Gorillas and shalans are easy prey in these conditions. An ancient walrus swam up to the gorilla and struck it with its tail. Although it hurt, it was much better than if he had started biting her. Linda told Thomas that she was fine and not to worry about her, but to help the bird of death. Thomas looked at the bird of death and realized that it could not swim, which was a serious problem. Meanwhile, the ancient walrus began to attack the gorilla. Linda will be very difficult to defeat in the water element. Thomas asked his younger sister to hold on for a few minutes while he saved the life of the bird of death. Thomas saw that he was too small to break the ice and get out of the water. The only adequate solution was to activate fire breath to melt the ice, but this function did not work underwater. Linda won't be able to hold her breath underwater for long, and we need to save her quickly. Now Thomas has to save two of his friends at the same time, so he decided to try explosive breathing underwater. The situation was quite tense. Thomas is the only one of the three of them who can comfortably fight underwater. Although fire breathing doesn't work, explosive breathing can help, which is a slightly different technique for using internal energy. This power worked, and Thomas started attacking the ancient walrus and hoping that it would stop him. The explosive breathing proved to be 10 out of 10. The ancient walrus not only suffered serious damage, but also broke through the ice on the lake with its body. Thanks to this, Thomas was able to get Helen out of the water and help the gorilla to get up. They were very angry with the walrus, who may have felt strong underwater, but on the surface he would be finished. The walrus immediately realized that he was no longer in a comfortable environment, but in the territory of his enemy. Thomas and Linda approached him and said that this thick piece of bacon would make a great dinner. While they were dreaming and thinking about how to cook it, Helen hit Thomas on the head and told him that this walrus was not to be touched. She let him escape and told him that every monster on the Sage Mountain is connected to the base. Although this upset the gorilla and Thomas because they were very hungry, they recognized that it was the right decision. Thomas said that when you are insulted, it is very frustrating not to be able to respond. Helen told us that there are many monsters on Sage Mountain that have adapted to the cold and snow. All of them are followers of the base. So if you kill at least one monster, the meeting with the master can turn into a real nightmare. Soon they reached a huge cave, and it became clear that this was where the master was. When it seemed that everything was over and the worst was over, another monster appeared. It was a huge bear. He said that they could not come to the monster lord of the sacred lands and had to leave. This is an ancient polar bear. It is very large and can break all the bones of its opponent with a single blow. He was joined by a Bigfoot, a legendary mystical beast of the snowy mountains, with big feet and an ugly face. He told the gorilla to go back home and take the people with him, because they shouldn't be here. Thomas was surprised to hear the bear and Bigfoot speak human language. They looked like the master's usual guards. Helen immediately started screaming and getting angry at the cave guards, saying that she could not be called an ordinary person. Helen immediately turned into a huge bird and explained that she didn't want to walk in the mountains in this form. Bigfoot replied that humans are humans and no matter what, they are forbidden to walk on the sacred lands of the monster lord. The bear came up to Thomas and said that now it was clear what kind of cockroach had offended the ancient walrus. Thomas got angry and said that the walrus was actually the first to attack them, and explained that he was not a cockroach, but a real dragon. Thomas said that a few days ago he was so big that a bear and a Bigfoot would have looked like small children against him. Thomas said that he knew that people had been on this land, and that 10 years ago the legendary Master Pole came here. Bigfoot explained that it was a long time ago, when he was not guarding the master, and now there are completely different rules. Thomas said that they had come a long way and were not going to back down, and if the guards wanted a fight, they would regret it. It was felt that the conflict was about to begin, but a man's voice was heard from the cave, ordering the monsters to be led inside. Bigfoot and the big bear immediately bowed and said they would do as the master boss said. Bigfoot told Thomas and his friends that they could enter the cave, but if they decided to do something bad, he would kill them immediately. The gorilla, the bird of death, ate those who entered this huge ice cave. Everything around was very beautiful, and a little later they saw the throne on which the master sat. That's how the first meeting with the Bais, the most mysterious creature of the sage's snowy mountain, took place. He asked why they came. The bird of death replied that his friend had suffered from the reptile king's poisonous breath and they had come to ask the bird for help. He got all angry when he heard that they had problems with the reptile king. It seems he knew the king. The master said that he knew about this situation, that because of the king's poisonous breath, Thomas had only shrunk in size, but his life was not in danger. Bates saw that the dragon was actually a man, and he saw energy in his body that he had never encountered before. The master became interested. The energy in Thomas's body was beyond the abyss. He asked if the bird really wanted to help the dragon. Helen replied that she was sure of it, and she asked the master to help and remove the energy of the poisonous breath from the dragon's body. The master boss said he could do it, and strange things started happening right away. Thomas flew into the air, and crystal energy formed around him, and he immediately felt relieved. The legendary tales are true. The master base is really very strong and quickly managed to extract the poisonous breath from the dragon's body. Mark reported that the results of the scan showed that there was not a single gram of poisonous breath left in Thomas's body. On his way to this mountain, Thomas managed to collect 3 million evolution points and wants to use most of them to increase his size. Mark immediately obeyed his master and activated the process of enlarging the dragon's body. Master Base had never seen anything like this before, and he wondered what kind of unknown power was concentrated in the body of a Godzilla. The bird of death changes the energy of life into magic and stores it in its feathers, and the mysterious dragon grows in size in a few seconds. Fantastic. Thomas was very happy and immediately began to thank the master for his help. The master batsman replied that he didn't need to be thanked. It was all thanks to the bird of death. Thomas thanked Helen, but he didn't understand why he should thank her. He recalled their conversation, when the bird of death told him that he would have to pay dearly for the master's help. Then he realized that the bird of death had sacrificed something for him and made a deal with the master. Master Base said that all the monsters of the island know the price of salvation. The price for help is the source of life. Thomas recalled that when he lost his source of life, he shrank in size, and the pterodactyl lost its source and turned into a mummy. If the bird of death gives up the source of its life, it will also become small or die. Bayes said that without a source of vitality, the bird would quickly become old and die. When Thomas heard about the accelerated aging process, he began to shout and say that he was against it. Helen seemed reasonable to him, and he did not understand why she decided to give up the source of her life for him. He asked the baseball master to cancel the deal and promised to personally pay the price for his treatment. The master replied that Thomas could not do this because he was a human being, and the base would never cooperate with a human being. Thomas did not know that the master knew about his past. He said that he was no longer a man, but a monster. The bird of death has only now realized that he is not just a monster who ate the fruit of transformation, but a real person. Thomas could not sacrifice his friends for the sake of his own health, and he began to beg the master to change his mind. Bayes noted that they are willing to sacrifice themselves for each other, which is a rarity among monsters. The master also noted the gorilla's help in their journey and said that he agreed to cancel the deal with the bird of death. Thomas began to thank the master and offered to give away his personal source of energy. Bass replied that he did not want to take anything from them, and if they passed his tests, he would fulfill their wishes. The team of Titans immediately tensed up, wondering what kind of test awaited them. Master Base stood up from his throne and ordered them to follow him, and the monsters immediately obeyed his command. They all went out of the cave together and went to the center of the frozen lake. The master said that they would no longer be offended by the ancient walrus, and he also froze the ice on the lake so that no one would fall into the water. Then the master became very serious and said that Thomas had to pass this test like a real man. He offered to play hockey with him, and no one expected such a turn of events. Thomas and his friends were very surprised, for surely the master had met people before and knew everything about them. The master explained that they did not have to play by human rules and use a human form. He said they could use anything to put the puck in the net. There is only one rule. If a team is formed of monsters, you can only play as monsters. Bayes said that the hourglass is their timer, and whoever scores the most goals wins the match, the captain of the obvious. People invented hockey, so we need to add something human to the game, so the goal and puck were enlarged. Thomas didn't understand why the puck was so small. It would be almost impossible to play with. The batting master got angry and said that it was a test, so it had to be difficult. Thomas thought that Master Baseball would be played together with Polar Bear and Bigfoot. It would be 3-on-3. The three master batsmen replied that they would play 2-on-2, which was an unexpected move from the master. He said that Thomas would play with the bird of death, and he would play with the gorilla, which completely changes the attitude to the test. In his past life, Thomas had never played hockey, but he had seen the game several times on TV. The master baseball player invited the gorilla to his side. She looked very upset because she did not want to play against her best friend. Thomas reassured her and told her that there was nothing wrong with it and that she could play the game against him. He realizes that the gorilla is very loyal to him and will play to help his friends, which can affect the course of the match. Master Base said that as soon as the game starts, the gorilla should try his best to prevent the bird of death. He explained that if she refused, he would cancel the deal and her friend would continue to suffer from poisonous breath. He also said that the bird of death would become old and die, and Linda had no choice but to play 100%. The baseball master said they could start playing and walked away. Thomas didn't understand why he wasn't preparing for the game. The master replied that he was too big and did not want to beat children, so he asked someone else to play instead. At first, Thomas and the deceased did not understand what this meant, but soon, this mysterious player appeared. The baseball master said that his beautiful and fragile girl Betty would play instead, and Thomas would have an advantage against her. Thomas noticed that this girl was as tall as General Wolf, so she was not that small. Betty pretended that she was very weak and asked me to play with her very carefully. Thomas and the bird of death were already mentally celebrating the victory over the master of baseball. Wasn't it a bit early? As soon as the game started, Betty immediately began to demonstrate the wonders of hockey technique. As one would expect, she had been faking it all along. Thomas couldn't keep up with her fast and sharp movements. It seemed like she was playing in the NHL. The dragon tried to catch up with her and take the puck for himself, but immediately slipped on the ice. It's time to step up our efforts for the bird of death. Maybe it plays better hockey than Thomas. But at that moment, the gorilla intervened, and Linda did not forget her promise to the master and played to her full potential. Betty and Linda scored the first goal of the match in such a simple way, and Thomas couldn't believe he had been so easily fooled. He expected to easily beat the little girl and thought that the gorilla would help him. Helen started yelling at Linda, calling her a fool, and asked her whose side she was on. Linda began to apologize and said she had no choice. The match continued, and Thomas tried to turn on the full power. It was hard for him to do so, as the small and fast Betty easily and technically beat him with a wooden club. It seemed as if it was made for this game, as Thomas continued to move awkwardly and kept falling. While he was trying to find a balance in the game, the score was already crushing, 4-0 in favor of Betty and Linda. When the score was 5-0, Thomas said that now he would show this little girl what professional hockey meant. He called the Bird of Death for help and said that the two of them had to deal with this impudent girl. The Bird of Death was indeed able to break away from the gorilla and knock the puck out from under Betty's feet. Thomas had a real chance to score the first goal of the match, and he was already mentally celebrating the goal. But his clumsiness went to a new level when he accidentally hit the puck with his tail and lost the opportunity to score a goal. The Bird of Death started screaming at him and said he had missed an incredible chance to score the first goal. Thomas replied that he was just warming up, and when he had a second chance, he would definitely score. The game continued, and the duel between Thomas and Betty escalated to a new level. Thomas decided to repeat the successful strategy and asked the Bird of Death to come to his aid. For a while, it seemed that this strategy could really turn the tide of the match. But Linda remembered the terms of her agreement with Master Base and intervened to stop her friend's attack. Helen couldn't understand if this stupid monkey was really helping Betty win the match. Soon the puck was back to Thomas, and he was sure he would take advantage of his second chance to score. His confidence melted like ice cream in the sun when Betty ran up to him and made him lose his balance again with her club. If you look at this situation from another angle, Thomas did manage to score a goal, but only with his head. He started complaining and said that it was a foul, because it is forbidden to hit the opponent's legs with a stick. The baseball master said that the rules only apply to real monsters, so Betty was not breaking the rules. The girl called Thomas a fool and said that hitting him in the legs with a club is called justified interference. Thomas got angry and said that he would show her what a real justified intervention meant. Betty told the gorilla that it wasn't really her skating and balancing skills that made her move freely. It only seems so, but in fact it is a cultivation. When Betty feels a loss of balance, she immediately stretches her back. As soon as the gorilla learns to use different back positions, it will immediately start playing without losing its balance. The gorilla felt that she had never been as skillful and strong as her brother, the dragon, the wolf, or the bird. She had always wanted to be worthy of her friends and decided that this would be a good opportunity to learn cultivation. If Linda masters all these skills, she will be on the same level as her friends. Linda concentrated and tried to straighten her back when she lost her balance, but so far she was not succeeding. The Bird of Death started laughing at her and said that this is the outcome that awaits all those who help the enemy. Linda tried to calm down and become better than before. She can't drag her dragon brother down anymore. She tried to focus on her inner energy and balance her back position. Meanwhile, Thomas was able to get the puck out from under Betty's feet with his long tail. The Bird of Death immediately flew to the puck, confident that it would score a quick goal. Linda tried to react quickly to this moment, but she immediately began to lose her balance. But her faith in her strength and capabilities was very strong, and the gorilla did not lose her enthusiasm and tried to restore the lost balance. With the help of Betty's cultivation lesson, she managed to do something similar to a real acrobat's performance. Helen could not believe that her friend had become so fast and skillful in such a short period of time. With one last move to make, Linda confidently sent the puck into the goal of her current opponents. While Betty was congratulating her new friend on her first success in cultivation, Thomas was yelling at her and saying that this was a real betrayal. Linda smiled and apologized to her older brother, trying to look as if she was ashamed, which was not very good. Thomas doesn't understand why his friend is helping Bess and Betty. The gorilla must have trusted them because she believes anything. Tomos got angry when he realized that the baseball master didn't care about the rules of the game. He intimidated his sister and had to answer for it. If Thomas and the Deathbird want to win this match, they need to hurry up and score goals. During all these minutes of the hockey match, Thomas managed to master some of the game's techniques, and his level improved significantly. He told Betty he could see right through her and began to close the distance between them to demonstrate his skills. Realizing that the rules of the game were not particularly important, he struck the little girl with a powerful dragon punch. The girl fell down and started crying. She called the baseball master and said that the dragon had hit her. Thomas told her that it was called justified interference, and Betty replied that now he would pay for his actions. She immediately called her sisters and ordered them to attack the monster who had offended her. Thomas and his friends could not have expected this. It was some strange ancient cloning technique. Thomas started calling for Master Base and said that according to the rules they had to play 2 versus 2. The master replied that everything is called self-copying. It breaks the rules and only shows the player's abilities. The master ordered to continue the game, and Thomas replied that he also had abilities that he could demonstrate. His ability was to call for help from the bird of death and order it to turn on the tornado mode. High winds, or tornadoes as they are also called, can be a deadly threat in such conditions. Seeing that the Betty replicas were made of ice and snow, Thomas decided to use atomic breathing. Before he knew it, the real Betty took out a huge sledgehammer and approached him from behind. Betty hit him in the head and gave the puck to her other clones, and Thomas had no chance. Thus, the score became 10-0 in favor of Betty and the gorilla, which looks like total dominance of one of the parties. First, an unexplained justified interference, now a sledgehammer blow to the head. Thomas considered it foul play. He started shouting at the master base and said that he did not need his healing and was ready to feel the poisonous breath again. The master laughed and said that the tests were not easy, and if Thomas scored at least one goal, the master would recognize him as the winner. Thomas didn't understand why baseball decided to be so generous, but if it wasn't a joke, he could try. Thomas asked for a temporary break so that he could discuss tactics with the bird of death. After the break was over, the game resumed. One goal and a master batter would fulfill Thomas's every wish. Godzilla's strategy was simple, activating explosive bombs to intercept the puck. He told Betty that he was not afraid of her abilities because he could answer with something much more serious. Betty and her copies didn't give up either, and the tension in this match reached a maximum. Thomas felt that he was being beaten again by the copies of the girl. He said that he was not going to be a gentleman and show them his true strength. He must have overestimated his abilities because Betty dealt him a crushing blow to the stomach with a sledgehammer. If Thomas does not improve his level of play, he will lose the match without scoring a single goal. He decided to fry all the clones of this impudent and ill-mannered girl and activated atomic breathing. It was his last hope for victory, and it is unlikely that replicas of Betty would be able to withstand this infernal weapon. The girls immediately started screaming and crying, and Thomas roasted them like juicy ribs. Godzilla realized that he had to strike while the iron was hot and continued to attack. Betty started laughing and said that Thomas was born to be wrong when activating atomic respiration. Thomas continued to do his job and said that he was not trying to hit her at all. It was his cunning plan. He made a hole in the ice and removed Betty and her clones from the game. It seemed that now the problem was completely solved and he would be able to score the decisive goal very easily. But Betty showed that she never gives up. This girl is really powerful. She can melt ice even when she is in water. The ice at the hockey stadium began to break, and Thomas accelerated to score the last goal. He was very close to his dream victory over this bandit, but he began to sink under the water. But no matter how hard it was for him at that moment, he still came up with one last idea to win, one last chance. Thomas activated an explosive bomb and hit the puck with it, which helped him score his first goal of the game. He started to rejoice and said that they managed to turn the game around. They didn't care that they had lost the match overall. Betty came out of the water and looked quite aggressive. It was clear that she was unhappy with what had happened. Thomas felt that Betty began to freeze the water. He called her a fool who does not know how to lose. The girl replied that he shouldn't be happy because he had scored only one goal, 10-1. The master batsman intervened, saying that Thomas had shown excellent teamwork and surprised him. The master recognized Thomas's victory and promised to keep his word and fulfill his wishes. He said that the bird of death, gorilla, and Godzilla had successfully passed the tests. The terms of the agreement do not change. The master promised not to take away any of their source of life. The team of Titans thanked Lord Base. They were happy that they were able to get to his cave and get what they wanted. The legendary master thanked the gorilla for playing on his side and gave it a reward. It was a small yellow ball, and Linda thanked the master and asked why the ball was so warm. The master base looked at her, smiled warmly, and said that this was the source of her parents' life. Linda was surprised to hear that her parents had also been to the master, and she asked him what her parents had asked for. The master said that when her parents came to him, they asked only that their daughter have a peaceful and happy life. He said that he was returning her the source of her parents' life, and she should let it into her body and become stronger. It really did give Linda a boost of vitality, and the barbarian gorilla, which has the blood of the legendary Aokin beast, became even stronger. Thomas and the bird of death congratulated her on this gift and said that she looked even bigger and stronger. After she thanked the master, the boss said that they got what they wanted and could go down to the jungle. The gorilla and the bird of death had already begun to pack up, but Thomas did not look happy. He asked the master to go with them. The reptile king threatens the entire island and the base is obliged to protect his possessions. The death bird called Thomas a fool and ordered him to shut up. Lord Base is the god of all the monsters on this island. He cannot be asked to do such a thing. Thomas said that this only adds to the reasons why he should go with them. God has to protect his possessions. Bays replied that he was too old for that, and even if he was given an additional source of life, it would still not be enough. But to help this cheerful group, he is ready to send Betty with them. Thomas replied that it was unlikely that such a small girl would be able to help them. He must have forgotten how she had beaten him 10-1. His friends tried to convince him that Betty was really very capable and strong and would be useful to them. Master Base gave the girl the source of her life to immediately raise her combat level. Death seems to have bowed to the master and thanked him for his help, and she made Thomas do the same. Under pressure, Helen Thomas admitted that Betty would indeed be useful to them in the upcoming battle. The team of Titans decided to return to the jungle right away and not stay overnight. Thomas asked the gorilla to walk faster so that they could meet the reptiles and destroy them as soon as possible. Betty decided to help her new friends speed up. The girl said that snowboarding is the easiest way to go down the mountains and assured Linda that it was absolutely safe. Gorilla doubted this decision, but there was no stopping the snowboard, so she had to move forward. Thomas regretted asking Linda to speed up. Now he wished they were crawling like slugs again. There were many trees ahead, but Linda did not know how to stop and slow down. Soon, thanks to this method of descending the mountains, Thomas and the team returned to the jungle. They looked very determined and were preparing to start the competition against the reptilian army. Betty asked Thomas why everything was broken around him, and Thomas said that an army of reptiles was destroying everything in its path. It turned out that the cave of General Vovk no longer exists, nor does the grave of his master. There were many corpses of reptiles and jackals lying around, and no one had taken their bodies after the last battle. Up ahead, Thomas saw traces of blood, and he remembered that reptilian blood is green, so this blood might belong to Charles. At that moment, he heard someone running toward him from the bushes, the remnants of a legion of jackals. Thomas immediately asked them if they knew where their general was, but the jackals behaved very aggressively. Thomas asked Lynn to talk to the jackals and ask them what happened and where their general was. Linda talked to the jackal and told him that General Wolf had been captured by the leader of the reptilian army and taken away with him. They also said that General Wolf was very angry because of the destruction of his cave and the master's grave. Because of his rage, he began to fight against the reptilian king and his sons, despite the numerical superiority of his opponent. Soon Charles lost this battle and fainted, and the reptilian king decided to take him with him as a trophy. Thomas looked very angry. He realized that his friend was in mortal danger and they could not waste any more time. He wanted to go straight to the reptile cave, but the bird of death stopped him and explained that it was suicide. Thomas said that Charles was taken to the cave of reptiles to lure him there personally. Until Thomas got there, the reptiles would kill the wolf. Helen said that they do not realize how many reptiles live in that cave. To fight these monsters, Thomas must grow in size. The dragon replied that it would take too long for him to fully regain his strength. It was too long to wait. Thomas called Mark and asked him to activate all the evolution points he had to increase in size. Betty was surprised to see that this dragon grows so quickly at the first wish. The Deathbird said that this does not change the situation. Thomas is still a dwarf compared to the reptilian king. Thomas asked her not to worry and reminded her that there were many reptilian corpses around. He could eat them and improve the situation. When Betty and Linda saw the dragon eating dead bodies that had already begun to rot, they felt sick. Thomas agreed with the Deathbird that he was too small to fight the reptilian king. He asked how many dodo mutants were in the jungle, and Helen said there were about a few hundred. Thomas asked Linda to negotiate with the jackals to cooperate in order to save General Wolf. His plan was quite simple. He wanted to unite all the monsters of the island and fight together against the reptilian army. After quick negotiations, he realized that at least 300 monsters could be fighting on his side. He asked his friends to invite everyone they knew to this fight of the century. He also asked Betty for help. She is a student of the Master Base, so everyone around her should listen to her. Betty replied that no one in the jungle knew her, and the monsters would not listen to her orders. Thomas assured me that this was not true. Many monsters around here know the legend of Lord Base. Then Thomas saw the Tangerine Girl. He started shouting at her and asked why she came so late. Tangerine said she wanted to take part in the island's uprising against the reptiles, but Thomas said she was too young for that. After much persuasion, Thomas finally allowed her to take part, but ordered her to be very careful. Thomas told the others that even small creatures want to help in this legendary battle and are ready to convince other monsters to fight. It looks like a half-hearted coalition against the reptiles is being prepared, and it will be a battle worthy of an infinity war. Thomas and his incredible team jumped down and prepared to meet these green creatures. A similar reptilian home is located very deep underground. No wonder these demons are rarely seen on the island. Thomas was the first to land on the ground, and Betty got a soft landing with the help of his head. They started to quarrel again, and Thomas said that you can't go over the heads of others all the time, literally and figuratively. Soon a gorilla landed. It was so loud that Thomas almost died of fear. The bird of death had the softest landing, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Everything around looked pretty disgusting, a lot of green fog and bones of dead animals. Thomas asked his team to speed up because General Wolf needs them now. They hid behind the bones of dead animals so that the reptiles could not see them. Thomas said that there are several guards around, and it is not known how many reptiles are in this cave, so we have to be very careful. The reptile guards were resting quietly and did not expect to be watched. The gorilla had the hardest time being quiet, as if it was deliberately giving itself away. But her friends came to the rescue in time, and Betty took out her sledgehammer and smashed the reptile's head. Thomas said that they could not just leave the bodies of the reptiles, they had to eat them. The gorilla said that the reptile was killed by her foot, but Thomas did not care. Betty and the bird of death could not stand to watch their captain eat these horrible creatures. While they continued to destroy the reptilian guards, Thomas immediately attacked their dead bodies. Betty asked him if he had had a concussion recently, because his behavior was very strange. Thomas replied that he was fine, especially after eating hundreds of reptiles. He must have forgotten that they were in a cave of monsters and that they should keep their voices down. When they all saw the son of the reptile king in front of them, it was too late to talk quietly. The king's son was hiding in the dark for a reason. He realized that there were too many rivals for him. Betty realized that this demon could not be allowed to escape and began to attack it. She called her copies again and ordered them to kill the reptile with a sledgehammer. It was enough to crack his skull like a watermelon. Great job. It was time to finish off the wounded beast, and Linda took over immediately. She wanted to show her friends what she could do. Her new skills in balancing her body and cultivation will be needed to finish off the reptilian king's son. It should be noted that she has made significant progress. Over the past few days, her level of martial arts has increased significantly. After that, it was Thomas's finest hour. He attacked the green monster and started eating it and getting evolution points from the system. This total attack of the Titan team was impossible to stop. They acted like a real team and did not stop until the very end. Thomas was happy and said that teamwork is much better than individual battles. Mark congratulated his master and said that he had discovered a new ability, the Dragon Wheel. Thomas was happy to hear that the number of his possibilities was growing, but suddenly everyone heard a loud sound. The bird of death said that this sound was like the voice of the reptile king. It seems he had spotted his enemies. There must have been a blood connection between the king and his son, and the Bolg felt that his son was killed and wanted revenge. Soon, another of the 6 sons of the reptile king appeared. His name was Poison, a real black giant mutant. This is the last of the sons of the reptile king. Thomas has never seen such big monsters, and he probably likes to eat too. Soon, a poisonous mist also appeared. This green substance has long been causing many problems for the Titans. Thomas calculated that there were 4 more big monsters left, and he asked his friends to get ready for a real war. The gorilla Deathbird and Betty are always ready to kill the hideous green monsters that are trying to destroy their island. Poison had already approached his enemies and prepared his huge paws for an attack. Linda asked her older brother to let her kill this big rat. After the hockey match, she realized that her potential was much greater than she thought, and now she wants to develop her fighting skills. The Deathbird said that it could solve the problem of the poisonous fog, as if it was created for this purpose. Thomas told Betty that they must destroy the other reptiles. He asked her to be careful during the first battle with these monsters. The reptilian army immediately began to attack them, and without hesitation, Thomas joined the defense with his tail. Betty noted that after training with her, Thomas began to beat his tail better. With poisonous atomic bombs ahead, Thomas warned his new friend to be very careful. Probably she was not used to listening to anyone but Lord Bass. The girl did not have time to dodge and suffered significant injuries. Thomas was very scared. He began to panic and think that Betty was dead, although a student of Lord Bass should not die so easily. The girl stood up and laughed. She said that to kill her, you have to detonate a real atomic bomb next to her. She was always careful and kept her clones around her, so the bomb hit a copy of her. Thomas was angry when he realized that he was talking to a fake Betty all the time, and he had to get used to her peculiarities. Betty activated several more copies and started attacking the monsters with her sledgehammer. Looking at this, Thomas thought that this reptile was very unlucky to meet this devilish girl today. The Deathbird said that it could now distract the reptilian army and ordered Thomas and Betty to attack. The dragon senses that this is his chance to show his abilities and gain additional evolution points by destroying the monster. This global war against the reptilian army took place not only on the battlefield, there were other aspects of this confrontation. The tangerine came to the other animals of the island and asked for help in the battle against the reptiles. The Great Hygiene could smell the titans on the tangerine, but this could not be proof that the tangerine was really doing their bidding. The captain of the hyena pack decided not to believe this nasty rat and ordered him to run away before he was eaten. This was not the first time the mandarin had come to a pack of animals to ask for help, and no one believed her story. She realized that her friends were now fighting in underground caves against huge reptiles, which is why the tangerine girl was not going to give up. And one of the pterodactyls also helped. He was also looking for different animals to involve them in the war against reptiles. He flew to the other monsters and told them that a little tangerine was running around the island trying to get the animals to fight. The big white wolf could not believe that even a small rat would risk his own life to save the island. He called on everyone around him to unite and help the titans defeat the reptilian king and his army. He gathered his own personal army of animals and said he would kill anyone who would hurt the little tangerine. Meanwhile, Tangerine was running all over the island. She really wanted to help her master in this difficult struggle. At that moment, she met a lynx. It was the territory of this predator, and the lynx smelled juicy meat. This predator started shouting at the rat and said that the tangerine had no right to involve other animals in a battle against the king of reptiles. Tangerine said that she understood that the lynx did not want to fight against evil, but asked to be let go so that she could help her friends. Lynx replied that the reptiles would win this war anyway, and it was better not to waste time on these meaningless games. The story of a small but very brave tangerine spread throughout the island. Joseph, the great white wolf, came to her defense, and he did not come alone. He was followed by a whole army of animals. The lynx was surprised to see such a large army around her. Had they all come to defend the little tangerine? Joseph approached the mandarin and asked her to show him the way to the titans, who were ready to help in this war. Then he looked at the lynx and said that it had two options, to go to war with them or to die. Lynx said that she and her army are ready to support the titans in the war against the reptiles. Meanwhile, a very violent and aggressive fight continued underground. No one wanted to give in. Linda used her new techniques that Betty had taught her, and it looked quite effective and impressive. After this battle, it is unlikely that anyone will underestimate its enormous potential. The king's son felt the power of kung fu. Not only did the gorilla show miracles of skill, Betty also destroyed reptiles with a sledgehammer and her clones. It was a real team effort where everyone wanted to show their best. And the bird of death attacked with a tornado as usual. Thomas also wanted to show his leadership skills and activated firebombs, firing them like a machine gun. There were so many bombs that it was almost impossible for the reptiles to dodge them. The king's children used to use small reptiles as poisonous bombs, but now Thomas had destroyed all the small reptiles around him, and it was impossible. He offered the king's children to use their bodies to form poison bombs, but the reptiles did not appreciate the offer. He saw a huge monster trying to swallow him whole. Thomas realized that now was the perfect time to activate the dragon wheel, a new ability he had received from the marks. The king's son had never seen anything like this before. He was used to explosive bombs and explosive breath, but he didn't know how to defend himself against the dragon's wheel. Soon it became clear that it was almost impossible to defend against this attack. So Thomas cut the reptile's body into two parts. The dragon was very happy with his new ability. He said he looked like a human chainsaw. Everyone began to congratulate him on his incredible performance, and the gorilla said that Thomas was a real team captain. Even Betty was amazed. She had never seen monsters learn new magical abilities so quickly before. Suddenly, there was even more poisonous fog around, and the aggressive and terrifying sound of the king was heard. Soon after, Bolg personally appeared on the battlefield. He was very angry because of the death of his sons, and said that the moment of death for the Titans had come. Bolg could not believe that these insects dared to climb into his cave. He said that the dragon would die a terrible death, just like General Wolf. Thomas could not believe that his close friend was dead. Did the reptiles really kill him? The whole team of Titans fell silent and stopped. These words of the reptilian king were able to throw them off balance. Everything was covered in green fog again, and Thomas did not understand what was happening. Suddenly he saw among this fog the sword that belonged to General Wolf. Had Charles returned, and was he still alive? Thomas immediately ran to the sword and saw that it was sticking out of his friend's body. So it seems that the words of the Monster King were true. Then the real science fiction and mysticism began. General Wolf's body began to glow yellow. After that, the spirit of the Monster Lord appeared, looked at the dragon, and ordered him to wake up immediately. So it was all just a dream or an insidious illusion of the Reptile King, and Thomas immediately returned to his consciousness. He saw that he was not the only one who saw this insidious illusion. All his friends continued to be in a trance. Thomas did not understand why he was the only one who could wake up and realize what was happening. Betty whispered to him, telling him that Lord Bass had taught her how to resist the poison, and that's why she could see what was happening. She ordered Thomas to stay still and wait for a chance to attack the Reptile King. Bolg ordered his son to bring the dragon's body to him so that he could tear his enemy into several pieces. Poison approached the dragon and calmly took it into his mouth, thinking that the dragon was in a trance and not a threat. The venom had never been so wrong before. As soon as Thomas was in the reptile's mouth, he immediately activated the power of his spikes. He immediately felt unbearable pain and realized that he should not put unknown objects in his mouth. The Reptile King could not understand how Thomas was able to leave the trance from the poisonous fog so quickly. The whole team of Titans has fully recovered thanks to Betty's help, and they are ready to destroy the insidious reptiles again. Bolt could not believe his own eyes, although he had many of them. No one had ever been able to wake up from his trance so quickly before. Thomas began to attack him and said that now the poison was seeing his death embodied in front of him. He activated his extraordinary powers again and rushed to attack the son of the Reptile King. It was a very strong hit. The poison had no chance to survive and he died losing his own head. The Reptilian King almost went mad with rage. His fourth son died because of this damn dragon. He told Thomas that he would make him cough up his own blood and then send him to hell. The epic battle of Godzilla against the Reptilian King began. But Thomas was not alone. His friends were always with him. Seeing the dragon's support, the Bolg decided to activate his poisonous breath and destroy the Titans. He started shooting at them, and history repeated itself. Thomas again, like a true captain, covered his friends with his own body. The bird of death called him stupid. It didn't want the dragon to get hurt again. Thomas called Betty and asked her to cleanse him of this poison, if possible. Betty trained with the Monster Lord's hands, and it was no problem for her to cleanse the dragon of the poison. During this time, Thomas managed to shrink a little, but he thanked God that he did not lose half his size. Bolg realized that the new member of the team of Titans poses a serious threat. If Betty can cure the poisonous fog, then she is really not safe. He wanted to attack the girl, but at that moment, it was as if the devil had possessed Thomas. He was angry because of the loss of his size. Although Thomas had shrunk only a little, he began to eat his son to take revenge on the Reptile King. Mark immediately appeared and said that he was congratulating his master on the first reptile monster he had eaten. In addition to being very tasty, the monster also gained a new ability, Thunder of Rage. This means that the dragon's attacks will not be even safer from now on. It can be used once every 3 days for a minute. After activating Thunder Rage, Thomas will be exhausted for an hour, which is a pretty terrible side effect. So Thomas has to activate this weapon to kill his opponent, because otherwise he will be left without strength and will lose the fight. It's a rather ambiguous ability, but it can come in handy at a critical moment anyway. Thomas activated 1,000,000 evolution points and asked the system to increase it in size. Meanwhile, the Reptilian King began to have serious problems, and it seemed that his inner strength was failing. Thomas did not understand what was happening with this enemy. It seemed that the Bolg was losing even without a fight. Mark reported that after scanning the monster, he saw that Thomas's internal energy was interfering with the Bolg. In addition, when Thomas used the evolution points to grow, his energy resonated with the energy of the Bolg. So if Thomas bites him on the neck, he will be able to get back his part of the source of life. Thomas told his friends that he could get most of his power back if they helped him. He asked his friends to attack the right and left heads of the Reptile King, while he attacks the middle head. Bolg called the Titans losers and said that he would kill anyone who dared to challenge him. But such words cannot intimidate monsters who are ready to give their lives for each other. The whole team of Titans attacked us Reptile King. Betty activated her copies again, so now they have a huge number on the advantage. The Bird of Death and the Gorilla also did not rest and attacked the monster's right head. Thomas, meanwhile, activated the explosive bite and told the bug that he would now show him how to bite his prey. But he had a problem. The skin of the Bolgas turned out to be very thick and hard and caused pain to the dragon's teeth. Thomas was in so much pain that he completely forgot that he was fighting a real monster. Bethy started yelling at him and told him to hurry up and fulfill his part of the plan. They would not be able to cover him for long. The Bird of Death and the Gorilla also started shouting at him and told him to do everything faster. He apologized to his friends and said that in a minute the matter would be done. But life is a very changeable thing, and if it seems that everything is very simple, then you probably don't see the whole picture. Another son of the Reptile King appeared and inflicted very serious injuries on Thomas. All his friends were very scared. The Bird of Death called him stupid and careless. Thomas has never been in such a dangerous situation before. He is badly injured, and there are two huge monsters around him. For a moment, it seemed that he would not be able to fight anymore. The Demon King decided to eat his enemy alive. Linda could not watch her best friend being eaten by this ugly animal. She ran to save Thomas. Betty and all her clones also joined the plan to save the captain. At this point, chance also played in favor of the Titans, and the life source in the monster's middle head was activated again. Soon, it broke into many pieces and caused the reptiles great pain. Thomas seemed to rise from the dead like a zombie and said that no one had the right to bite him, and that the bolt would be severely punished for this. The wounded monster let his rival in and asked his sons to help and destroy the enemies. The Deathbird realized that Godzilla's power had returned, and now Thomas would fight again at full strength. Thomas said it was General Wolf, and he began to look for him with his own eyes. No, Thomas did not go crazy, and soon General Wolf did appear and greeted his friends. The Deathbird said they came here because of him, because a true team will never abandon their friend. Thomas said that they thought Charles was already dead, but the wolf said that he was only wounded and unconscious. When he woke up, he got a chance to escape and took it. Then Charles looked for the body of his master but found only his sword. Thomas said that they would help him find the body of the master, but now it was time to unite and destroy evil. Seeing the team of Titans united, the reptiles became even more enraged and attacked. Thomas asked his team members to kill the king's sons and give him the opportunity to personally destroy the Bolg. Of course, it was not so easy. There was a whole army of small reptiles trying to stop him. But the desperate work of his entire team brought the time of victory closer, and they all fought as if it were the last time. It was a truly coordinated effort by all team members, and the Reptile King is having a hard time right now. The wolf cut down the opponents with his sword, Linda and the bird used their physical abilities, Betty hit with a sledgehammer, and Thomas bit like a dog. Sometimes it seemed that this was his favorite way to fight, and he immediately received evolution points for it. The Reptilian King saw that while the members of the Titan team were distracting him, the dragon was eating his sons. He also realized that Thomas had become much bigger and stronger during this fierce battle. Looking at him, the Reptilian King realized that by eating monsters, Thomas became stronger. What happened next could hardly even be called cannibalism. The Reptilian King took the body of his son and ate it. No one could have predicted this, and it was unclear whether it was a cunning plan or a loss of judgment. Thomas realized that the Reptilian King did not want to give him the opportunity to increase his power and was trying to prevent him from doing so. Thomas also saw that the army of small reptiles began to retreat. Does the king want to fight one-on-one? Thomas said that he never fights alone because he has his favorite team that is always there for him. All the heads of the Reptilian King have prepared to fight against the team of Titans. Something epic is coming. General Wolf never forgave the Reptilian King for destroying his master's grave, and for that, he cut off one of the Bolga's heads. The Bird of Death helped Thomas attack from above, and the dragon successfully destroyed another monster's head with the help of fire breath. Linda and Betty also kept up with their partners and used all their strength in the fight against the forces of evil. The Reptilian King had never experienced such a total beating. He was powerless against this team. Thomas came up to him and asked him how he was doing, and said that this is what happens when you try to defeat Godzilla. General Wolf joined him, and together they said that it was revenge for Linda's parents, the wolf's cave, and all the animals on the island that had been cruelly killed. They prepared to deliver the last decisive blow and said they were sending the Bolg to hell. But suddenly they heard an incredibly loud reptilian sound, and it seemed like someone even bigger than the king. Thomas asked the Bolg if he had a father, and immediately felt as if an earthquake had begun. The Bird of Death told Thomas to get out of here immediately before it was too late. But before they could do so, they saw something huge coming down the mountain toward them. The system immediately reported that it was a rotten reptilian king. It seems these bastards have several kings. This huge mutant's name is Julius, and he is several times bigger than Bolg and his sons. Thomas could not believe that true evil was still invincible. The rotten reptilian king was the real Satan. As it turned out, the bolt was just the tail of a rotten reptile king, and Julius used it to give orders to his slaves. This huge demon approached the team of Titans and said that no one had seen his true face for 1,000 years. He also added that he would feel a real pleasure when he killed each of the Titans. A rotten, poisonous fog was launched from its eyes, and Thomas and company did not yet understand how they could confront this monster. Betty began to choke on the putrid fog, but suddenly an interesting idea came to her. She thought that the horror vision could have been created by the fog, but this time it was too strong. Even the master of monsters can't resist these terrifying illusions. She thought that her physical body was too weak and would not last long, so she had to get back into shape. It was then that she turned into our old friend, Lord Base in person. The rotten and reptilian king was incredibly surprised to see the legendary lord in front of him. He greeted the Lord Base and said that finally the lord had come out of his hiding place and for the first time in 1,000 years they would start a battle. Previously, the lord believed that it would be wrong to interfere in the affairs of the jungle and stayed away. But now times have changed, and he has found true friends who can inherit his legendary legacy. The Lord of the Monsters told the Titans that they could wake up and that this terrible nightmare would now be over. The rotten reptilian king replied that Lord Base might not even dream of it and activated his death breath. A super fight between super titans began, a real battle of good and evil in the deep caves of the island. The team of titans could not believe that they were seeing this legendary confrontation with their own eyes. For some time they were in terrible illusions due to the insidious green fog of the reptile king. After seeing the lord fight against Julius, the whole team of titans wanted to get involved and help the base. The monster lord said he didn't have time to answer because Julius was his priority rival. The lord also added that his opponent is too strong and he won't be able to hold him back for long, so Godzilla has to save his friends right now. Thomas said they couldn't just run off and leave Lord Bane alone, so they had to fight together. The reptilian king laughed at their defiant faces and said that he would make them wash with their own blood. It activated its deadly breath, and with such a large mouth, the amount of venom also increased several times. The Titans immediately felt the effects of this green liquid, and Linda said that her whole body began to itch. General Wolf also suffered greatly from this attack. He told him that he even found it difficult to hold his master's sword in his teeth. Thomas was trying to figure out what to do, because if he didn't, the whole team would soon die. After his death, she said that this was not a worthy death for a true self-respecting Titan, and she could not accept it. That's why Helen activated her tornado to blow this green poisonous fog. As soon as the situation improved, Thomas and his friends immediately continued to attack and said they would send the Reptile King to hell. Julius replied that they were just a bunch of losers who had achieved nothing in life and ordered them to get out of his house. The Reptilian King never thought that he would have to show his true colors to destroy a pack of children. Only now has this bunch of fools realized that this is the true appearance of the king. The bolt is only a part of the Julius, his tail. This huge monster can scare even the bravest titans of the world. At first you didn't understand what the king was trying to do. He started taking something out of his mouth. Only later did it become clear that all this time he had been holding a real sword in his stomach. Thomas was amazed that the king was not afraid to pierce himself from the inside all this time. This sword must be poisonous. Thomas warned his team members to be very careful. But at this moment, when you are fighting against such a giant with a sword, even caution may not help. Thomas realized that he had to immediately give everyone their task. Charles is a master swordsman, so he must fight against the king. He asked the gorilla to attack Julius's body, while Thomas himself would attack the head. He hoped that this plan would work and that General Volk would be the first to attack. Charles dreamed of revenge for the destruction of his cave and the grave of his master. It was an X moment for him. Linda decided to keep up with her friend and also ran to attack the Reptile King's body. She immediately struck a powerful blow to the stomach with her right hand. Not many people in this jungle can withstand such an attack. The Reptilian King called the gorilla stupid and said that if she was tired of life, he could send her to hell. But Linda was not alone. At that moment, Thomas approached the Reptile King and prepared to demonstrate all his abilities. This was the perfect moment to attack. Thomas activated his fire breath and hoped all he could do was seriously wound Julius. Although the fire breath is a very powerful weapon, the Reptilian King also has strong defense. Thomas was very surprised to see that even the fire breath could not penetrate the king's defense. Meanwhile, the Titan team's help was on its way, and the whole island united and rose up against evil. Tangerine brought the army of animals to the meeting place, but for some reason she did not see all her friends. They started looking everywhere for a place to go down into the dungeon and saw a strange blue light. A little later, it became clear that it was Godzilla's fire breath, and the Mandarin explained that it was a special technique of her master. While the army of animals went to help, a fierce battle continued in the dungeon. General Wolf showed wonders of skill with the sword. His legendary master really taught Wolf many tricks. The White Wolf saw the golden glow and realized that it was General Wolf's equipment, so the Tangerine was right and the Titans needed help. They wanted to hurry, but they couldn't get into the dungeon, and the White Wolf started to panic and asked what they should do. Mandarinka replied that everything was under control and that she had real professionals behind her in diving underground. They have to hurry because the Reptilian King has activated all his dangerous killing abilities against the Titans. The team of Titans began to have real problems. Even the master of baseball did not understand how much strength the king of reptiles still had. It seemed that it could release its poison forever. And the bird of death also said that it was very difficult for it. The king's deadly poison is too strong for the death bird to activate the tornado, and the monster lord to attack the Julius. General Wolf was also losing all his strength, just like the gorilla. Does the king of reptiles never get tired? Thomas asked General Wolf to prevent the king from spreading his wings, so that the Tom would find his chance to attack. Linda also asked to be given a task so that she could be useful, and Thomas reminded her of a game of Lord Baseball. He asked her to recall all the skills she had learned during this game and demonstrate them now. At the same time, Thomas activated explosive bombs and began bombing the Reptile King. This attack from all possible flanks was supposed to succeed and wound the king. Julius remained calm and said that all these things would not work on him, because he was on a different level. He was confident that he could easily repel the attacks of explosive bombs, golden sword, and cultivation. He probably didn't have time to fully unravel the intentions of the Titans team. Thomas always comes up with something interesting. This time, the dragon activated the explosive bombs and asked the gorilla to redirect them at the opponent. The reptilian king realized that his rivals had demonstrated a real cunning and caught him by surprise. All that was left was to activate the Thanos mode and order the bombs to explode. Soon it happened, and the reptilian king felt the power of Godzilla's fire. But Julius was not going to give up without a fight and managed to wound his opponent with a poisonous sword. This made Thomas even more angry, and he added explosive breath to his explosive bombs. It was a real action game with incredible abilities, and the Titans were able to seize the initiative. Julius felt the real pain and began to bleed green. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. So did the team of Titans finally win. They all began to rejoice and jump for joy. The reptilian king was dead. Good had defeated evil. The only one who did not jump for joy was Thomas, who felt weak and began to faint. This probably happened because of the wound that the reptile king inflicted on him with a poisonous sword. His friends immediately rushed to help him. The cut was quite deep, but Lord Base assured him that he could heal it. Perhaps they started celebrating their victory too soon, and didn't check whether the king was really dead. They all stood with their backs to the Julii. Perhaps the victory gave them too much confidence. General Folk was the first to pay for this overconfidence, as he was seriously wounded in the back after the king's attack. As it turned out, this disgusting earthworm is still alive and out for revenge. The team of Titans didn't understand how the reptilian king could come back to life. Was he immortal? After her death, she realized that there was no time to treat the dragon and immediately activated the power of the tornado. Thus, the battle against the reptilian king continued. And now he can be called the king of zombies. As it turned out, after his resurrection, Julius became even stronger and was able to overcome the power of the tornado and the bird of death. Seeing her friend being brutally attacked, Linda ran forward to the king. She looked very angry and said that Julius should finally go back to hell, which is where he belongs. The king called her a fool and said that he would now do everything to reunite her with her parents. A good joke. Linda believed that such a brutal tyrant had no place not only on this island, but in the whole world. Even her friends had never seen such an angry gorilla. It was real hatred and fire in her eyes. The king of reptiles is unlikely to call her a stupid monkey now. It's better not to make her angry with King Kong. Lord Base saw that the reptilian king was bleeding again and realized that this was a good sign. Julius said he didn't have time for battles against monkeys and decided to finish this performance. His Bolgtail pulled out a black sword and seriously wounded the gorilla. Lord Bay again rushed to the aid of the wounded titan. Today he is not a monster lord but a surgeon. The monster lord had never seen anything like it, and as soon as the gorilla hit the ground, its wounds began to heal immediately. Perhaps it is because of the soil. Perhaps that is why the reptile king was able to survive and hardly feels tired. Julius told the lord that his sources of vital energy would not help him, because no one can match the strength of the reptilian king. He also said that none of the little titans would be able to survive a blade wound. Julius said that it was too late to save these titans and asked them to give their source of life to small reptiles. Meanwhile, Thomas was still lying on the ground and feeling weak in his body. Was this the end for the Titan team? It is in these moments of despair and total disbelief that unexpected help comes, when you do not expect it at all. Loud noises were heard in the dungeon, and stones began to fall from the ceiling onto the army of small reptiles. This created a hole in the jungle and sunlight entered the dungeon. That's right. It was a global coalition of island animals who decided to risk their own lives for a good cause. Despite its small size, the tangerine has made a huge contribution to this cause. Now the island has hope for a brighter future. All the animals and titans against the reptilian army. Who will win? The great white wolf, along with the mandarin, was in front and ordered the brothers and sisters to destroy these miserable worms. This epic scene is no worse than the final battle in the Avengers, the Infinity War. The reptile king could not believe his eyes. He said that all these animals would never see the sun again. Lord Base activated all his vitality and abilities to try to heal his friends. He is a real monster lord. Of course he is capable of this, and of course he succeeded. The team of titans realized that the lord had done the most noble thing. He was giving them power from his own source of life. Having spent a lot of energy helping his friends, Lord Base could no longer stay in this form and changed again. It was not expected to see the Lord of Monsters in the form of a little girl named Betty. Now that the Titan's strength has been restored, they can strike back with a powerful blow. An equivalent war of the island's animals against the reptilian flock began, and the number of warriors on the battlefield was incredible. The reptilian king realized that he no longer had a numerical advantage, but he still did not give up and activated his poisonous breath. This caused many animals problems. Julius had not yet lost his power and was very dangerous. Although Thomas returned to active combat operations, he did not learn how to dodge poisonous breath well. The dragon was wounded again, but this time he didn't feel any problems. The source of life, Lord Base, protects his body. Thomas turned around and decided to thank the Mandarin, who had done what seemed impossible. Mandarin was happy to be of use in such a big war and said that sometimes miracles happen. It's hard to defeat the reptile king alone, but when the island's animals united, they immediately felt that they could destroy Julius. If they act as a real team and complement each other's abilities, they will be able to do it. The Deathbird activated a tornado and attacked the king, but was seriously injured. Seeing that their queen was wounded, the pterodactyls immediately lost their minds and began to attack. They attacked the reptile king like kamikazes without any fear of death. Although he killed most of them, he still received unpleasant wounds on his body. Soon, other animals joined the pterosaurs, calling on everyone to unite and attack the boar. General Wolf told the other animals that he had never seen such coordinated work and courage, and he was proud to live on the same island with them. Thomas also did not stand aside and activated the power of killing the dragon, and Julius immediately felt it on himself. General Wolf looked at the reptile king and realized that he was just a weak man in a monster's body. Charles immediately recalled training with his legendary master when Paul told him what makes a warrior the best. The master said that the best sword warrior can be a being with a good heart. After many years, General Wolf finally understood what his master meant, and now Charles will always guard this island from the forces of darkness. The wolf felt a surge of motivation and began to attack the reptile king with his sharp sword. Julius managed to defend himself in time and told General Wolf that the sword would not be able to pierce his thick skin. The wolf replied that he was ready to strike 1,000 blows and win by sheer numbers. Suddenly, real miracles began to happen. The spirit of his master came to Charles. He said that they finally met and told me that he asked Lord Bass to keep some of his life energy in this sword. As soon as Charles realizes what it means to be a real sword warrior, this source of energy will automatically transfer to his body. It seems that this moment has come now, and Master Paul told his student that he would never leave him and would always be at his side. Now that the wolf has received some of his master's energy, not even the king of reptiles will stand in his way. It was the reunion of the century, and Charles reached a new level and became a true warrior of the sword. He approached the reptilian king and with one swing of his sword seriously wounded him and cut off his wing. General Wolf has spent too much of his energy on this, and now he needs time to recover. At that moment, Linda saw that the reptile king's wing was starting to grow back, and she couldn't let that happen. Although Linda did not have any weapons or amazing skills, she had a brave heart and a will to win. And she also had real friends. Thomas had already activated the dragon wheel and was rushing to help. The tail of the reptile king held a black sword and wanted to kill the gorilla, but Thomas cut off its head, so the tail has a head. As the battle continued, Thomas reminded the gorilla of the hammer-throwing skill he had taught her. Linda immediately remembered their long and hard training sessions and tried to apply this knowledge. Meanwhile, Thomas turned on the rage mode and said it was time to kill this disgusting monster. He looked very serious and aggressive. His eyes had never glowed such a bright red color. Having shaken the reptile king, Linda let him go at the right moment. Now came the moment of truth. Thomas activated explosive breath and thunderstorm power at the same time. It was such a powerful force that even the thick skin of the reptile king could not withstand it. Thomas tore Julius to pieces, and after that the reptilian king would never be able to rise from the dead. Thomas laid down to rest and thought that after the king's body was torn into 100 pieces, he would no longer be able to interfere with them. All the animals of the island were happy. They hugged and danced with joy and understanding that good had won. Betty asked everyone to take their time with the holiday parties and said that there was more to come. Part of his body was moving, so he's not dead and he's trying to come back. She ordered the other animals to quickly lift the monster's body parts so that it would not touch the ground and could not recover. Suddenly, something inexplicable happened. Everything around me instantly turned green like a garden. Grass and flowers began to grow at a high rate, and everything around them returned to normal. Thomas thought that it was unlikely that this dungeon had been so beautiful, even when there were no monsters. He saw that even the ogre tree had come to fight for the animals, but how it did it remains a mystery. The ogre tree should have been included in the team of titans right away. Then, there would have been much less problems. The tree immediately fell to the floor and said that it was very tired and hoped that the reptile king was dead. Thomas greeted his friend and said that he did not expect to see him in this battle, and he thanked the tree for its help. Thomas thought that the reptile king's meat should give him a lot of evolutionary points, but it looked very disgusting. On the other hand, he spent a lot of energy, and now he needs to restore his energy. Betty said that it is human nature to eat anything with a human face. She recognized that Thomas has a good heart, which is rare among monsters. She also said that Thomas almost never abandons his nature and principles, and this is worth noting. Thomas saved the island from destruction, and the monster lord can't help but return the favor. So the rest of Julius's life energy now belongs to Thomas. It was a rather unexpected gift, but it would have been foolish to refuse such power. Thomas grew in size and received 10 million evolution points for the Reptile King's energy. He asked Mark to check whether he now had new combat abilities. The system congratulated the owner on the first eating of the Reptilian King's life core, for which Thomas received an ability called the 9 Sons of the Dragon. This means that once a day, Thomas can activate 9 of his little copies and direct them at his enemy. Mark told us that these are 9 ghosts that have the skill of infrared scanning, smart blocking, and thermal tracking. Thomas said that he did not like the name of this one and called the system not serious. Then the dragon saw that the other animals began to eat the remains of the reptile king's body. He ran up to them and told them that the king's meat was very poisonous, and if they wanted to live, they shouldn't eat it. Thomas also reminded his friends that there were many small children of the reptile king left around. He said that they must be destroyed before they grow. Thomas asked the team of titans to split up to cover as much ground as possible around the dungeon. When they started searching, they saw many tracks but did not meet a single reptile. Is it possible that an entire army of green freaks has vanished into thin air? Betty told me that they deal with special reptiles. They came to this island many years ago. There were always more and more of these reptiles, and Betty said she believed they were all created with the blood of the king. Perhaps after Julius's death, all these disgusting creatures turned into liquid and disappeared. This would be a real relief and would mean a total cleanup of the island. Tangerine ran to her dragon and told him that General Wolf had found the remains of her teacher's weapon. As it turned out, it was a real ocean of weapons, gold, and jewelry, something the Titans had never seen before. Where could Master Paul get so many jewels? Thomas saw the crown. Did the master kill even the king? Betty said that 2,000 years ago, human talents often came to this island to hunt monsters. Then the Lord of Monsters, a master baseball player, appeared and protected the animals of the island. He destroyed all the cruel masters who tried to destroy the surrounding nature and put up a defense around the island. General Wolf cried and begged for forgiveness from the master because he could not protect his remains. The reptilian king probably took the remains of the master to use it against General Wolf. The gorilla also saw something in this ocean of jewelry, probably something very important. It was like a call from her heart, and she immediately searched for a golden jewel she knew. Thomas asked what it was, and Linda said that it was a strong bracelet her father had made. This thing increases the strength of the fist. When her father came to fight against the reptile king along with other monsters, this bracelet was with him. The spirit of her father came out of this bracelet. He congratulated his daughter on her victory over the king and said that he and her mother were very proud of her. He also said that he had given the last of his life energy to this bracelet. He said it was a father's gift and asked me to keep going forward with this power bracelet and their source of life. Linda was happy. She cried with happiness and realization that part of her parents is now always with her. Betty says that they all united because of Thomas, and so she suggests that he take all the jewelry for himself, except for Charles and Linda's guns. Everyone agreed. Even the bird of death said it didn't need it, and only the dragon likes to collect unnecessary garbage. Betty said that she had spent too much time on the snowy mountain and did not interfere in the affairs of the island, but the animals need a leader who can lead them. That's why she suggested that Thomas should be made king of the island because he had earned this right. Everyone around her was in complete agreement with her opinion. Thomas was indeed the strongest monster on this island and deserved to become king. Everyone began to shout that Thomas was the new king and to glorify his great achievements. Thomas turned to the animals and said that there was already a responsible king on this island who took a chance and challenged the reptile king. This king died, but his daughter grew up, received his power, and fought the reptiles on her own. Today, she finally did it. Linda risked her own life to buy time for Thomas to kill the reptilian king. That's why Thomas suggests making his snout the king of the island. It would be fair. He said that Linda has experience and all the qualities of a leader. She is wise and strong and will be a good king. Thomas said his goal was to become the king of all monsters, not just the king of a small island. This young dragon is not going to lose confidence in his own abilities. Before the animals had enough time to rest and enjoy this important victory, new problems began. One of the helpers of the Bird of Death came and said that they were having problems. Thomas and Helen asked him to be more specific about it, and the pterodactyl said that the mountains began to collapse along with the earth. He also said that many of them died, and the animals quickly realized that they had to see it for themselves. The whole team of titans quickly mobilized their forces and went to check the words of the tarantula. When they approached the water, they saw that a great cataclysm had begun. There were two mysterious people on the shore of the island, a young warrior named Lester and a gray-haired old man named Li. The Linai master told us about a family that deserved a cruel death. This master had feelings for this island because he had lived here for a long time and said that it was easy to make friends with monsters. He also knew that the monsters on this island had to fight against the reptile king and his army. Over the past few months, there has been a lot of turbulence in the sea and mysterious energy that causes electronic equipment to malfunction. Lester said that he did not understand why the mysterious energy was connected to the island's green reptiles and monsters. The master told his disciple to think less and explained that when he entered the kingdom, he would understand everything at once. As soon as Lester received the signal from the master, he immediately sailed here, but he could have been spied on, so he had to speed up. The master reassured his apprentice and said that the little chemist would not be able to stop them from fulfilling their plans. Meanwhile, the team of titans approached this place, and Thomas was amazed because even his explosive breath could not flood the island. It was unclear what force could have caused such a cataclysm. Thomas thought that only human missiles could do this, although one missile would not be enough for such a hole. Linda called her older brother and said that there were two unknown people on the ground. Thomas doesn't understand where the people on this island came from. Maybe they are monsters who ate the transformation fruit? Thomas called Mark and asked him to analyze these two mysterious men. Thomas could not understand whether these people were real or whether they had extraordinary powers. The Deathbird was furious that they had destroyed its favorite mountain and dreamed of revenge. Master Lenai and Lester immediately sensed the monsters approaching, and it didn't scare them too much. Although Thomas looked incredibly big and powerful against them, he was 100 times bigger than an ordinary man. The team of titans came close to the two people. Lester was surprised to see such large animals. He had also never heard or seen monsters fly with the help of pterosaurs before. Thomas doesn't understand what kind of team of monsters they are, and he was also surprised to hear that Thomas can speak human language. The Bird of Death said that there was nothing to talk about with these people. They had destroyed its mountain, and that meant only one thing: death. Lester did not expect that the giant bird could also speak human language. Helen immediately activated the tornado mode and prepared to send these men to hell. Seeing that the Bird of Death can harness the energy of the wind, Lester also prepared for battle. He immediately flew up into the air and attacked the bird with his sword, which almost hit the eye of the Helen. Thomas realized that these people had extraordinary abilities and could fight real monsters. The Liana Master tried to calm and stop the conflict and said that it was not necessary to fight. After these words, it only got worse because General Wolf said that no one has the right to destroy the mountains on this island. The Vine Master tried to stop the wolf. He kept saying that he and his student were the same people. Lester immediately realized that this giant wolf was really good at martial arts. He must have had an experienced master. The only thing left to understand was whether the giant beasts on this island had a human mind. Lester felt that the dragon might have something to do with people, but these thoughts seemed silly to him because a monster is a monster. He believed that an animal cannot be compared to a human being living in a technological civilization with strong capabilities. Lester is ready to show the animals his true power and destroy them. The Bird of Death did not expect that killing this impudent guy would be such a difficult task. And I was lucky because Toma intervened at the last moment and covered it with his body, and the dragon was immediately seriously injured. He said that everything was fine and he was protecting her because he was taking care of her new feathers, and Helen said that he was a fool because he didn't need to worry about her feathers. Lester was surprised by the behavior of this monster. He had never seen animals so desperate to protect each other. Thomas started shouting at Lester and said that they don't hurt girls on their island, and now he would give a lesson in ethical behavior. Lester prepared to defend himself. He did not know that the bird of death was a woman. Even if you're a person with extraordinary powers, it's hard to defend yourself from a blow from a huge Godzilla tail. Thomas showed intelligence and deliberately made Lester jump high, and at that moment he attacked the guy. It was a very powerful blow, and Lester realized that it is better not to offend animals on this island. The battle was not over. Thomas prepared his explosive bombs and began to attack the enemy. Lester didn't understand what was going on. The explosive bombs were too inaccurate. Couldn't the dragon shoot accurately? But a few seconds later, he realized that the dragon had actually thought of everything in advance, and the bombs exploded and caused the young master problems. Leon was shocked to see his favorite student being beaten so badly, something he hadn't taught him. Leon urged the monsters to stop fighting and said that he had helped them fight the reptilian king before. General Wolf said that he did not remember such a thing and prepared to strike a decisive blow with his sword. It was at this moment that something amazing happened. The Rian master raised his hands up and activated the power of the tree. The team of titans was shocked. Was it really an ogre tree that helped them defeat the reptile king? Leon said that he is a scientist who can control plants and turn into plants. Thomas came up to the master and asked why he had called his student here, and why the island had suffered because of their appearance. Lester explained that it had nothing to do with them. He was not the only one who appeared on this island. There were other violent people as well. He said that the monsters may not believe his words, but if they waste time, the island will have even more problems. A vine master interrupted the conversation and said that he and his apprentice were not enemies to the animals of the island. 60 kilometers away from the island, there is a warship that fired gravity bombs and attacked the island. Leon explained that these are special bombs, and after their explosion, a strong gravity can be formed that will destroy everything around. Thomas was surprised that in addition to monsters and superpowers, technology in this world is also so advanced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the same cruel people Lester was talking about appeared. They began to destroy defenseless animals. Even a large white wolf was killed as it fought desperately against the king of reptiles. These people mocked the monsters, called them weak, and believed that their large bodies only hindered them. Meanwhile, other animals of the island approached the scene of the fight. They were angry and preparing to fight. The leader of these bad people, Robert, took out a gun and said that he would never get tired of killing animals. He said that launching gravity bombs at monsters is always a pleasure. 60 kilometers from the island, there was indeed a very technologically advanced warship. The captain was approached by his assistant and told that their people on the island had sent coordinates for attacks again. To land on this island, this fleet stayed in the area for more than a month. Captain Black ordered his men to attack. He believed that adults in the Temple of Hades should have no problem with this. The mysterious man in the hood replied that this ship was financed by a wealthy family that allows them to do whatever they want. The owner of the house and the 6 elders would not stand in the way of this entertainment, so another bomb flew towards the island. The Master Lord in the form of a Betty flew on a large bird to meet this huge rocket. He immediately informed his friends and said that something was approaching them at high speed. The bird of death and the dragon immediately flew towards it and realized that it was a huge rocket. They realized that if this missile attacked the island, many animals would be killed, so it had to be stopped. Thomas gathered all his energy and activated his fire breath. It was the only plan he could think of. The fire breath collided with the rocket and completely destroyed it. The explosion was very large. The ship was shocked that an unknown beam of light appeared and destroyed the gravity bomb. The captain did not understand how the power that could activate a beam of light appeared on this island. The pagans on the island also saw that one of the missiles was destroyed, and they were also unhappy about it. Robert managed to see a bright blue light that attacked and destroyed the bomb. They realized that this island seemed to have a rare world superpower and that its owner was probably very dangerous. This team was contacted by people from a warship and ordered to go to the area of the beams for research. But first they had to deal with a pack of aggressive animals that came to destroy them. These animals came to take revenge for their brothers and sisters and destroy the invaders. This time, the evil team decided not to use gravity bombs and kill the animals with their own hands. Lester said that these people must be stopped immediately, or missiles will continue to fall on the island and its inhabitants. Thomas said that he was ready to believe Lester's words one day, and reminded him that this was their island, and they would not allow anyone to destroy it. Thomas asked the bird of death to show them the way to the red smoke place so they could see it with their own eyes. Betty reminded the gorilla that it was decided to appoint her as the queen of the island, and now she must be responsible for the animals' lives. The Deathbirds said that they had to destroy the invaders on their own and had no right to bother the master base on such trivial matters. Betty understood that the people who came to destroy the island were Thomas's compatriots. The question was, whose side would the dragon take? It seems that Betty still doesn't believe in Thomas, but the dragon said that he will fight for the monsters and help protect the island. Betty said that she felt better after hearing those words and hoped that Thomas and Linda would be able to protect the place. So the team of Titans went in search of the team of evil and prepared for the total destruction of the invaders. Lester was upset that the monster team had abandoned them and decided not to bring them along to help. The Master of the Vines ordered his disciple to follow him and said that some goals must be fulfilled. Meanwhile, the evil team destroyed the animals on the island as if it were just a game for them. Even huge white wolves could not resist the technology and extraordinary abilities of these people. But after the battle with the reptilian king, the animals learned to unite for common interests. A big black bear came to the aid of a white wolf and began to beat the invaders. He was unhappy that people dared to cause destruction on the territory of Queen Linda, and they should certainly die for it. This powerful man's name was Hans, and he was pleased to have found a rival of equal strength. At such moments, he always activated the power of his suit, and technology helps him defeat even the strongest opponents. These iron hands were very powerful and caused serious damage to the bear. The big black bear tried to counterattack but was caught off guard and attacked from the back. It was Robert, and he used his sword to cut off the bear's head, and he told the Hans that they had no time for fun. It was hard for the white wolf to watch his friend being brutally killed by these heartless bastards. Hans jumped high and told the wolf that it was his time to die. But evil cannot win forever. The Hans was cut into two parts. Cruelty always leads to double cruelty. The evil team was very afraid for their friend. They did not expect this island in Steam to have so many problems. His general stood up for the white wolf, and the enraged Charles drew his sword and prepared to continue the party. He was not alone, and very soon he was joined by his team, the Bird of Death, King Kong, and Godzilla. Robert thought that these monsters had become real spirits because they used pterosaurs to fly. Thomas was incredibly angry when he saw that the monsters who helped him fight the reptilian king had been brutally killed. If the Tangerine Girl hadn't called them, they would still be doing their own thing and would be alive. And it was especially hard to look at the bear's body. King Kong and Godzilla have not felt such rage for a long time. Even in the battle with the reptilian king, they did not have as much hatred as they do now. Thomas looked angrily at the team of evil and said that none of them could leave this island alive after what they had done. The evil team felt the strong aura of the Titans and was surprised to hear that they could talk. In the sky above the battlefield, the latest fighter jets, a special development of wealthy families, appeared. The fighters took out their weapons and began to aim at the team of Titans. In a few seconds, they started shooting and attacking the monsters without interruption. The people who came to this island thought that they could easily conquer it, but they underestimated the queen of the island. After Linda officially became the main protector of this place, it was as if she became several times stronger. The evil team looked really scared. Now they were no longer sure that they were just animals. They considered them gods, or animal-like mutants who could turn into monsters. They had never seen such strong animals with such huge proportions. The warship, which was located not far from the island, also observed these events. They looked at the team of Titans and did not understand what they were. Were they really some kind of mutants? No one had ever seen monsters who could wield a sword and use the power of the wind, and everyone was trying to figure out who they were. The captain was told that Hans's vital signs had disappeared, which meant he was dead. It was also noted that the fighters were destroyed, and all this news scared the captain and other fighters of the evil team. Captain Black ordered the reinforcements to react quickly and go to Robert's aid with 10 fighters. Vovk asked his friends not to interfere with him and let him destroy these thieves on his own. Robert realizes that he is looking at a real superhero. He saw General Wolf turn into a man with a wolf's face. He said that their family was the first to see the island and ordered the team of Titans to flee. General Wolf replied that he did not understand anything and said that Robert was going to die a horrible death. Charles drew his sword and began to attack. But Robert was not alone. He had many assistants who were always ready to defend their boss. Patron activated the defense and told the wolf that he would first have to destroy it before fighting Robert. Mark appeared and told his master that he was able to upgrade the human superpowers scanning function. Thomas asked to compare the abilities of the team of Titans with those of these mysterious, evil people. Mark said that thanks to his fighting skills, General Volk is unlikely to lose this battle. Mark also analyzed the level of combat abilities of each member of the Titan team. Only monsters with superpowers can fight these people in human form, such as General Wolf. For example, a gorilla must continue its active training to reach the level of a Thomas. Meanwhile, the battle between General Wolf and Patron continued, and there was much to see. The patron felt that the wolf's speed was too fast. It was difficult for him to defend himself and almost impossible to counterattack. And speed and intelligence are very important in a sword fight. Charles was able to find the key to his opponent's defense. The ship immediately showed an update, and the patron no longer showed any signs of life, so it was also dead. On the ship, they couldn't understand how two class fighters could die so quickly. Does this wolf have such a strong sword aura? Captain Black began to worry about his son Robert. The stronger the monster, the more he proves that there is a secret kingdom on this island. The captain was told that the second team and fighters would be on the battlefield in 5 minutes, but some fighters were destroyed on the way to the island. Hearing this, the captain was very angry and ordered 10 more fighter drones to be sent to the island. Robert didn't look as confident as before when he saw that 2 of his men had already died. This time, Folan went ahead and asked the young master to give him the opportunity to avenge their friends. Folan belonged to an ancient and powerful family. He was a Class A fighter and was fluent in magic. General Vovk did not care about all this. He did not give his name and said that the dead did not need it. Folan began his magic attack with the confidence that his knowledge would be enough to defeat the wolf. Charles tried to destroy this golden magic ball with his sword, but it was not so easy. It was like a lightning strike. But General Wolf remained alive and was ready to continue the fight. The bald mage did not understand how General Wolf was able to get rid of his paralysis so quickly. Perhaps this is the main problem of all rivals of General Wolf, an underestimation of his capabilities. It's much smaller than Godzilla and King Kong, but its intelligence and speed are on a whole other level. The bald mage believed that metal weapons would only increase the negative impact of lightning. But General Wolf took the sword in his mouth and swung it to show off his wonders of skill. He easily defended himself against all the attacks of the magical master and struck a striking blow with his sword. At this point, the other members of the evil team decided to attack the wolf, but the Bird of Death came to the rescue. She said that no one had the right to interfere in the fight between the 2 gentlemen and activated the power of the tornado. She attacked Robert and his assistant with a rock and showed them that wind can be a formidable weapon. Scala smiled and said that this little breeze was no threat to him. Wasn't he the guy from the Fantastic Four? But the Bird of Death was not alone. It always had friends with it who were ready to help. Scala realized that he was about to meet someone much stronger than himself. It was the huge hand of the island's queen, and not even a rock could withstand such a powerful blow. But the problem with the rock was that the Linda wasn't going to stop at one hit. She shouted that the invaders must die and turned on the machine gun. Even Thomas had a hard time watching it. He thought it was too brutal for a girl. Only after a few minutes did Linda stop and decide that was enough. She turned to face Robert and Folan and said that now it was their time. On the ship, they reported to the captain that the rock was now also dead, and only 2 members of the evil team remained. Captain Black was surprised. He realized that these monsters are really at an incredible level, and they should be respected. A mysterious man in a hood asked the captain not to be nervous because help was on its way to the island. Captain Black asked one of his best fighters to take a few people with him and quickly travel to the island in a waterboat. He was a crystal, a person with extraordinary C-class abilities who possesses crystal superpowers and can defend himself against thunder and lightning. The captain hoped that the old bald wizard would be able to withstand the onslaught of monsters until help arrived. It was very hard to do because the monsters were attacking from all sides without stopping. Folan asked the young master to try to escape while he distracted the monsters because their powers were unequal and death was close. This man knew what real honor and courage were, and he was ready to sacrifice his own life to save the younger generation. He ordered the young master to flee immediately and activated the power of lightning against General Wolf. Charles knew what real magic was. His legendary teacher had taught him several defense techniques. Thanks to this, he was able to parry the magician's attack and even struck back. Folan once again loudly told the young master that he had to run away, and this time Robert followed his advice. Charles felt that this magic show had to end and drew his sword. He pierced the bald wizard through with a precise stroke, and that was the end of Hogwarts. Charles was able to confuse thunder chains, attack with electric shocks, and even throw swords. He is too strong for these profane people. Charles began to cry and scream that he did not want to die and begged for help. Thomas could clearly see this little rat trying to escape from the battlefield. He thought it would be wrong to let this tyrant escape and decided to test his new ability. So he activated the power of the 9 children of the dragon. And now we will see for the first time what it is. As soon as these little spirits appeared, their master immediately ordered them to attack Robert. This young man has never seen anything like this before. It doesn't even compare to folk magic tricks. Our story very quickly changed from a spectacular action movie to a real horror movie. But Robert received a dose of optimism when he saw that fighter drones came to his aid. He started shouting with joy and thought that he was finally saved. Meanwhile, the ship realized that Folan had also died in the battle against the monsters. The captain was happy to see that the young master was still alive and that the fighters had managed to help him. They also saw that the second team would join the young master in a few seconds. People on the ship were very surprised and shocked to see real ghosts. Thomas's new abilities were not only effective, but also able to intimidate opponents. This new team, which rushed to the young master's aid, was a parody of vigilantes. Robert was very happy to see that they were close by. So happy that snot started flowing from his nose. But he realized that he couldn't stop for anything, or he would be chased by a real army of demons. The team of vigilantes has not yet seen what they will have to deal with. And when they saw the 9 sons of the dragon, it was too late to react. There was a huge explosion, and Robert and one member of the vigilante team were injured. It was not yet clear whether they were alive or dead, because they both lost consciousness. The real judicial team of this island stood over the Avengers. This judicial team was preparing to try them for crimes against nature and animals. And most importantly, this panel of judges was not going to talk for long. The team of Titans was preparing to destroy the invaders, but at that time fighters approached them. These fighter drones started firing and attacking at full capacity. Their shots are unlikely to kill the Titans, but serious injuries are almost guaranteed. The Avengers felt that this was a good opportunity to attack. They were confident that they could win with the help of drones. That's how this legendary battle between the team of Titans and the people of X from a parallel universe began. As soon as the Bird of Death began to suffer serious damage, its army of birds immediately flew to the rescue. The Mexican took out his favorite pistols and started shooting non-stop. The birds tried to destroy the fighter drones. It was a real air war. The captain was informed that several members of the new team had been killed. Later, he was told that his son Robert was most likely dead as well. And Black replied that he would tear these beasts to shreds with his bare hands. The captain was incredibly angry and said he was going to the island to avenge his son. An unknown hooded man felt that the situation was getting out of control and decided to report it to the Lord. The Dark Lord knew that the captain had 6 sons, and he probably called for help only to find a hidden place on the island. He ordered the bat to join the captain. Perhaps they could kill the monster and find a hidden place. Badru is a messenger of the Temple of Hades, with a superpower based on his soul. Meanwhile, a naval boat with the Crystal was trying to break through the island's defenses. It was very difficult for Crystal. It seemed that the thunder and lightning would never end. Captain Black came to his rescue unexpectedly. What a surprise. He helped overcome the island's defenses, and the Crystal immediately asked why the captain came to help. Black said that his son Robert died. The monsters on the island killed him. Crystal asked the captain to give them the opportunity to avenge his son. Black smelled a strange odor and realized that the Beatru was not far away, and that it would help these giant beasts to die. He asked the Crystal to divide the troops into 2 parts. One team to search for the hidden kingdom, the other team to take revenge for Robert. Soon, the messenger of the Temple of Hades also joined Captain Black and Crystal. He said that he could smell the Oatmeal Master's soul from the opposite direction. Batru also said that he could feel other soldiers from their fleet. He said that another soldier from the department could arrive on the island before them. Captain Black was unhappy that someone would overtake him because he wanted to be the first to destroy the monsters. Badru said that the giant beasts must have been the first inhabitants of this island, which is why the energy of the mysterious realm opened their minds. Crystal reported to the captain that the other soldiers had already managed to successfully swim to the island. Black ordered them to actively search for the place of the hidden kingdom. When they were able to land on the island, the Batru immediately showed the captain the place where his son had died. It was very hard for Black to watch, but he had to make sure. That's why he ordered the Dan to activate their Earth-type B level. Dan was quickly able to raise the bodies of all the soldiers who had died on this battlefield. When the captain saw that his son was really dead, he promised him revenge for his death. I wondered why the monsters didn't eat all those corpses but buried them. Maybe they were people with the superpowers of monsters. But the captain didn't care whether it was humans or monsters, he would tear them to pieces. At that moment, the Crystal noticed something unusual in the sky. At first he thought it was a fighter drone, but then it became clear that it was a pterosaur. Soon other birds appeared, and they immediately noticed the strangers. Crystal realized that these birds were passing information to each other and that this could cause a lot of problems. At that moment, he activated his extraordinary abilities and showed everyone why he was called the Crystal. He activated the crystal spears and started attacking the pterosaurs with them. Captain Black was pleased with his work. He said he wanted to kill all the monsters on this damn island. A real flock of pterosaurs gathered above them. And it's better not to joke with these animals. But Crystal didn't know what a joke was. He was always as serious and focused as possible. Other team members with their extraordinary abilities also came to his aid. They began to attack the monsters with a huge number of different weapons. The Deathbird sensed that its army was in danger and immediately appeared on the horizon. She activated the power of the air and said that these stupid people should go to hell. Crystal told the others to be careful, because this strange bird could harness the power of the wind. Hotak had superpowers of fire and said he was going to grill this bird. Its power was really dangerous for any animal on this island. The bird of death saw a fiery tornado approaching and prepared to defend itself. The power of the wind only seems like something simple, but this force can stop even fire. Helen told this guy that he had no right to burn her precious feathers, because if he did, she would cut off his head. Crystal didn't like the way the bird of death talked to his men. He thought it was a woman with the superpowers of a monster. Hotak was ready for the second round and dreamed of having a fried chicken dinner. He again activated the power of fire with double energy and began to attack. The Deathbird called him an overconfident fool and easily defended himself against his attacks. It was a real pleasure to watch this air confrontation. Crystal tried to activate all his power to finally defeat this damn bird, although it was not easy. Helen decided to stall for time and wait for Thomas and her other friends to arrive, as it would be easier to defeat the invaders with them. Crystal reported to the captain that the bird of death was deliberately delaying time and waiting for reinforcements. The captain started screaming and said that he would not let the monsters who killed his son just walk away. He activated all his power and directed the lightning energy against the bird of death. It was a painful blow, and even the force of the wind did not help Helen to defend herself against this powerful attack. The bird of death was wounded and began to fall rapidly to the ground, seemingly fainting. The army of pterosaurs was scared and excited. They didn't like the fact that their queen was on the verge of death. Thomas and Linda saw something important happening near them, and they realized that the bird of death might be in danger. Thomas was angry with stupid Helen. He had told her many times that she should wait for help if she met with superpowers. The bird of death fell to the ground and the team of evil prepared to strike a decisive blow. But even in such difficult conditions, Helen did not know how to give up. She activated the tornado and continued to defend herself. Meanwhile, pterosaurs arrived to help, and they began to aggressively attack the conquerors. Crystal didn't expect that the strange bird could really control an army of tarantulas, a skill only superhumans can do. Captain Black realized that he had to intervene and protect his people from the bird army. He told the bird that he was ready to fight to the death and promised to destroy it. Strong lightning strikes began to attack all the pterosaurs along with their queen. Captain Beck is a very powerful warrior. Even the evil team was surprised that their captain was so powerful. But for them, it's only just beginning. Soon they saw the other monsters of the island approaching, and Thomas activated the explosive bombs. The bird of death was unhappy that Linda and Thomas hadn't come to her aid for too long, and it cost her a lot of feathers. But in any case, now her friends are close by and a real battle will begin. Monsters against superhumans. At first, none of the teams understood why these bombs did not explode. But soon Thomas activated them and wounded his opponents. Now these evil people will realize that it is better not to joke with these blue balls. Thomas was satisfied with his attack and prepared to kill all the survivors. He was several times larger than all these invaders and tried to use his size to win. It struck with its tail and ate some of its opponents alive. Thomas looked to people like a real disaster that was impossible to deal with, and his aggression reached a new level. Soon, he even activated the sound power he received from the system, which scared the evil team even more. Batru said that it was a mental attack of a monster and ordered everyone to wake up, because many of the evil warriors were as if hypnotized. They had no time to rest. The gorilla was already running full speed ahead to destroy them. She said that she would destroy anyone who tried to offend the bird of death, and she immediately killed the Dan. Linda looked very aggressive and powerful, and her look alone was enough to win. At the same time, the dragon also continued to attack the invaders and activated its fire breath. The crystal saw that its captain was in danger and turned on the crystal defense to save him. It cost him his health, but the crystal defense was able to withstand the dragon's fiery breath. This battle was very loud. It could be seen and heard from the other side of the island. General Wolf saw the fiery breath and realized that the dragon and other monsters had met with superpowers. He ordered the White Wolves to accompany the other monsters to a new territory while he helped the team of Titans. Crystal and the captain were surprised to feel the power of the fire breath. They realized that it was this power that destroyed the gravity bombs. Thomas was also surprised to see that the crystal was able to protect itself from his explosive breath. The dragon asked the system to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the evil team. Mark reported that Thomas has a real team of superstars in front of him, all of whom have extraordinary abilities. Thomas told the Bird of Death that their opponents were incredibly powerful and they had to be careful. The captain ordered Alex to turn into a monster and demonstrate his own abilities. Now this battle is getting more and more interesting. Now we will see a real monster fighting against another monster. Alex quickly turned into a huge lizard, something similar to the villain in the movie The Amazing Spider-Man. Thomas recalled that they had already fought against huge lizards, and the memories were not good. Alex decided not to run off to fight the dragon right away, and now it will become clear whether he is strong enough to defeat the Godzilla. The first blow was quite powerful, and it was hard for Thomas to stop this aggressive lizard. Crystal, meanwhile, said he would fight against a huge gorilla. It was a matter of honor for him. In death, you had already managed to regain your strength after being injured by lightning and continued to attack the evil team. But it soon became clear that some of the evil team had similar abilities and wanted to demonstrate them. It was Nana, who told the Bird of Death that she was not the only one who could fly on this island. It was unexpected and very interesting. Not only interesting battles on the ground, but also real air duels. Thomas continued to fight against the huge lizard, but so far his case was not very good. Batru looked at Captain Black in fright and said that the soul of the young Master Robert remained in this dragon. The captain couldn't understand how the soul of his dead son could get into this dragon. Batru said that the dragon could have inadvertently swallowed the soul of the young master, as well as his other partners. When Captain Black heard this, he felt really angry and said that he would use the thunderous hell to turn the dragon into ashes. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, important events were also taking place. Lester and his skilled master were in a dungeon, practicing strange magic. Finally, they found the hidden kingdom, but they could not get inside yet. The Master of the Vines replied that this strange dragon must have been able to enter through the world veil, but how did he do it? There is a green liquid in the world curtain from molten reptiles, meaning that these reptiles can freely enter and leave the world curtain. The dragon has received the energy of the dead, rotten reptile king, and so can enter the hidden realm. When Lester heard that this dragon could take the energy of other creatures, he realized why Thomas was so strong. Suddenly, the young master and the experienced teacher felt something similar to a great earthquake. Only the fight between Captain Black and the dragon could create such strong sounds and movements. Lian told the young master that they still couldn't enter the hidden realm yet, so they'd better go and eat something. In the sky above the island, an aerial duel between two winged creatures continued. It was not easy for the death bird to fight against the Nana, even though it was much larger, but the Nana was fast and strong. Thanks to these two qualities, she was even able to wound the Bird of Death, and the Helen bled from the wing. Nana's weapon could change direction at will, which led to big problems for the Bird of Death. This weapon was a yatana, a sharp iron weapon that is somewhat similar to a sword blade, but of a different shape. It was difficult for the death bird to dodge these attacks, and it should also be noted that she did not have a personal weapon. The situation began to deteriorate rapidly when the Barbachu pulled out a weapon and started shooting at the Bird of Death. Because of this, Helen received another severe injury to her other wing, and if it is not stopped, she will not be able to fly. Having tasted the blood of her rival, Nana prepared to slaughter the chicken and cook it for dinner. It was also hot on the ground and a huge gorilla was trying to break through the crystal's defense. Batru intervened and activated his secret ability to block the soul. Linda immediately stopped and froze in place as if hypnotized, barely moving and barely breathing. This blocking of the soul is somewhat reminiscent of ordinary illusions, and Linda felt like she was back in the dungeon. A reptile king appeared in front of her and began to attack her with a poisonous mist. Soon he bit her hard, and it all looked so real that it was hard not to believe it. Soon she realized that it was all just an illusion. Even bad dreams are not as bad as this. The human forces have a lot of combat experience. One attacks, the other helps. They have an understanding of combat tactics. Thomas realized that he had to intervene immediately to stop it from getting out of hand. But first he had to destroy Alex. He told the dragon that distracting from the battle was a sign of disrespect for the opponent. His captain was near the huge lizard and ordered Alex to speed up and kill the dragon. Captain Black not only gave advice as a coach, but also personally participated in the battle and actively helped his men. Thomas said it was great that they were all gathered in one place because now he would destroy them all together. Thomas is ready to activate his full power and show the invaders what the true power of Godzilla is. Captain Black was surprised. He didn't understand how the dragon could recover from a lightning strike so quickly. Not only was Thomas paralyzed, but within seconds, he was able to launch his own attack. It was not a simple dragon attack. It seemed that Thomas wanted to demonstrate to the captain what real lightning means. But first, you need to destroy the big lizard, and the best way to do that is to activate the power of spikes. The captain realized that Thomas also had skills with the attributes of thunder and lightning. Now it's no wonder why Thomas was able to easily repel Captain Black's lightning attack. They have similar abilities. Thomas was close to tearing Alex to shreds, so Captain Black took out his hammer of Thor and intervened. He struck a powerful blow to the dragon's head, but Thomas did not see the attack and could not dodge it. This made the dragon very angry, and he began to respond immediately with strong blows with his hands. Although these hands can hardly hit hard, Captain Black realized that thunder and lightning attacks could not defeat the dragon, so he had to try to break its head. Meanwhile, Thomas could not understand why he began to feel the aura of Captain America. A similar team of evil is really a fan of the Avengers and tries to copy them in everything. The dragon's manicure was destroyed due to a strong hammer blow to the leg, and Captain Black completely changed his tactics. Now he focused his attention and energy on hammer strikes instead of activating lightning attacks. He kicked Thomas very hard on the legs and managed to throw the dragon off balance. Now it will be difficult for him to run marathons. As it turned out, the reptilian-looking Alex is still alive and continues to attack Thomas. When Linda saw that her older brother was being attacked from all sides, she realized that he needed urgent help. The Bird of Death thought the dragon was too stupid. He was fighting even worse than she was today. Helen rushed to the aid of the captain of the Titan team. If they don't get there in time, the dragon may be brutally killed. Captain Black started laughing and said that he had been waiting for this very moment, the moment when the monsters would all gather in one place. He activated the power of thunder and lightning and delivered a powerful blow to the Deathbird, Gorilla, and Dragon. Linda was able to withstand this heavy blow, but the Bird of Death was weaker and began to fall to the ground. It seemed that the situation for the team of Titans was critical, but suddenly the power of shiny gold appeared and came to their aid. The huge reptile didn't even have time to realize what was happening, and it was already left without a head. It all happened so fast that it was hard to even understand where the danger came from and what had happened. The only thing we could be sure of was that Alex would never help the evil team again. Ever. It's time for these ruthless invaders to meet the latest member of the team of Titans, General Wolf himself. The werewolf was furious that he had not been invited to this party and was in a hurry to get to the center of the action. Charles decided not to waste time on empty talk and battles with weaklings and challenged the captain of the evil team right away. Black immediately felt the power of this creature, although he did not yet understand whether it was a wolf or a man. They were worthy of each other. Each had extraordinary abilities and superpowers, and yet the winner was not known. Now that the whole team of Titans was together, Toma suggested working smart and attacking using tactics. He asked the gorilla to distract the crystal while he activated the explosive bombs, which is more like a well-coordinated team effort. Their results immediately improved, as the Linda started attacking the crystal and it did not have time to prepare for the bombs. The blue balls from Thomas again caused serious injuries to the crystal, while the opponents have not yet found a way to defend themselves against these bombs. After the explosion, the crystal did not have time to group and continue fighting, and the gorilla immediately took advantage of this and grabbed it. Thomas greeted his sister and asked her to hold the crystal in her hands and not to rush to let it go. Thomas's plan was simple, and that was to activate the fire beam and destroy this inglorious bastard. But the new enemies should not be underestimated. The crystal said it was not so easy to kill and was seriously wounded by a gorilla. He told the dragon that the gorilla's arm had been injured because of his plan, and that it would remain on Thomas's conscience. Linda struggled to hold the crystal in her hands during the fireball attack, despite the heavy bleeding. But it wasn't enough to kill the scoundrel. The crystal defense was able to withstand the Godzilla's attack. But it was not as simple as it seems. The fire beam was able to change its direction because of the crystal protection. He started yelling at her to get out of there and save herself, but it was too late to react. Nana was roasted like a juicy steak, and the crystal realized that the gorilla and the dragon had used him to attack the others. Linda let it go for a while. The crystal did not understand what she was up to. The crystal said that they would not be able to crush him like an insect, because his crystal defense is the best in the world. Thomas laughed in his face and said that now they would all see how good the crystal protection was. They joined forces with the gorilla and began to put titanic pressure on this little worm. Now the crystal didn't look so cheerful and cheeky anymore. Its eyes were almost completely out, and blood started coming out of its mouth. He started screaming and begging for help, but Captain Black was busy fighting General Wolf. Soon, the crystal's protection could not withstand this pressure. It was hard to watch. Rated 18+. Now the evil team has realized that these monsters are not simple animals, but real titans with extraordinary abilities. Linda told them that they would enjoy killing everyone who came to take their island from them. All those who offend the surrounding nature and the inhabitants of this island will be ruthlessly destroyed. Barbechu said that he had a plan and asked Lord Batru to delay the monsters for a few seconds. The dragon asked his younger sister to be careful because the gun in this guy's hands looks very dangerous. At that moment, the Lord of Batru began to use his magic and say some incomprehensible words. Some unknown black and blue balls appeared around Thomas and the gorilla, and they had never encountered such a force before. Iron chains began to come out of these unknown balls. They looked like earthworms and began to attack the monsters. At that moment, the Barbechu finished setting up his weapon and said that now the monsters would get to know the gravitational field. What all this means is still unknown, but one thing is clear. The team of Titans is in mortal danger. It seems that the evil team has not only gravity bombs, but also its own gravitational field, and this is a serious problem. Barbechu laughed at the animals and said that he was going to crush them and drink their blood like juice. A sick old man. The bigger the body, the harder it is to withstand the effects of the gravitational field. The internal organs begin to be crushed, and it is unbearable. Captain Black thanked his assistant for his excellent work and said he would add something to the gravitational field as well. He was referring to the power of lightning, at which point Thomas and Linda felt even more unbearable pain. It was hard to look at them. General Wolf and the Bird of Death were very worried about their friends. They saw blood coming out of their mouths and realized that the situation was critical. Thomas realized that it was almost impossible to withstand a gravity bomb in a large body, so he had to urgently turn into a human. He told Linda to get ready for the transformation. It would be easier to get out of this trap in human form. Linda listened to her older brother's advice and immediately began the process of becoming human. When she completely transformed into a little girl, she did not understand why Thomas was still in the body of a dragon. He told this stupid girl that someone has to remain a monster to save another. The plan is simple enough. Godzilla will do everything in his power to save his little sister. He activated his fire breath and used it to move the Lind beyond the gravitational field. Seeing a huge gorilla turn into a little girl was quite unexpected for the evil team. Captain Black will realize that these people have extraordinary talents, but who gave them the right to kill his son? Black was very angry and realized that the moment had come to kill the dragon and not let it escape. There was a huge explosion. The force of the gravitational field along with the force of lightning and thunder attacked Thomas. The gorilla was ready to tear to pieces the person who insulted her older brother. She turned into a huge Kong again and prepared to tear off Captain Black's head and eat it. But the captain had a stronger ability rank and was able to easily defend himself from the huge gorilla's attack. Perhaps the strength of the Lind is not enough to defeat Black, but General Wolf is at a completely different level of combat ability. The general activated part of his master's life source in time, and it was a double attack on the enemy. It was hard for Captain Black to withstand such an onslaught. The power of the legendary Master Paul together with General Wolf is a very powerful cocktail. This mix is so strong that even the captain's shield could not withstand the tension and broke. The Bird of Death told General Wolf that he had to finish off the wounded enemy and not give him the opportunity to recover. The wolf heeded this advice and continued to attack. Batru saw that Captain Black was on the verge of total destruction and immediately began to cast various spells. Linda saw it, and she realized that this dark guy had been to Hogwarts and knew something. She realized that he had to be destroyed so that General Wolf could kill Captain Black in peace. But Batru was a messenger of the Temple of Hades and an assistant to the Dark Lord for a reason. He saw everything around him and reacted in time. This dark wizard activated the soul chains again and tied the gorilla's legs. A good skill. He did not stop there and continued to launch the chains of the soul into the sky, to the place where hellish battles are now taking place. His target was the Bird of Death and General Wolf, and it was easy for him to imprison them in these iron chains. In order for an air attack to be successful, it is imperative to have support from the ground. But the team of Titans did not think about this. Thomas was still in the gravitational field and realized that if he didn't help his friends, they would all die. Thomas remembered how Linda was able to save herself and realized that the gravitational field did not affect all his other abilities. Very quickly, he realized that the 9 sons of the dragon could help him now. He ordered his sons to attack the evil team and cut off their arms and legs, a bad example for children. These young children seemed to be too underdeveloped, and they started arguing about who would be the leader of the group. Their father started shouting at them and ordered them to immediately do what he said, that is, to attack the enemy. The children said that they try to think tactically and attack in different groups. Batru said that it felt like they were in a kindergarten, not on a battlefield. But soon the dragon's children began to act in earnest and managed to escape the gravitational field. Barbie had seen these monsters before, and they attacked Robert, so the old warrior immediately started shooting at the children. But these are unusual children. These are Godzilla children. They don't care about an iron ball from a machine gun. Realizing that even bullets could not kill these monsters, Barbichu realized that he would soon be finished. The 9 sons of the dragon flew at full speed toward the old thief. He was very lucky that he was able to dodge the first attack of the little Toms, although he almost broke his back. The little dragons gave him a real gymnastics and aerobics workout, which will be good for his joints. Barbichu realized that as long as he was not touched by little dragons, he did not have to worry. The old thief saw that the dragons were returning and began to guess that he had the ability to observe them. He soon realized that one of his sons, Thomas, had been behind his back all along. He didn't understand why one of the dragons was there. Shouldn't they attack in groups of 3? Little Thomas called the Barbicha a fool and said that in war, all methods that help to win are useful. The other dragons started shouting at their spoiled brother and said that they should attack the electric boy. The dragon explained that he chose Barbicha because he thought that this old man was much weaker than the others. This immediately explains everything. The dragon has finished his speech and is ready for decisive action. Within a second, it exploded and achieved its goal, and the old thief was punished. Thanks to this, the gravitational field was destroyed, and Thomas thanked his sons for their help. He could breathe much easier if the gravitational field continued to press on him, but he could turn into a pancake. The other dragons were unhappy with their brother, who decided not to follow the plan and attack his own targets. Then they decided to throw all their energy into fighting the electric guy because he looks too strong. The situation was intervened by Abatru, a dark wizard who decided to deal with the annoying children. But things didn't go according to plan. The soul chain may connect the soul and body, but the little dragon is something else entirely. As soon as he realized that his plan had completely failed, he immediately felt the fire of dragons. Captain Black didn't understand how this could happen. Batru is a superhuman of extraordinary level. He can't be defeated so easily. All people who have a soul are too weak for this work, and the captain will have to do everything himself again. He began to attack the little dragons with the power of lightning, and it looked quite successful. The dragons felt that the electric guy was too strong and started to run away. They did not want to die, but Thomas shouted at them and called them cowards and a disgrace to their father. Captain Black completely destroyed these little spirits and enjoyed his little victory. But soon he felt that something big was coming his way, that he would be given a lesson and taught how to deal with children. Thomas approached the electric guy and told him it was time to die. It was a very powerful strike thanks to one of the abilities that the system gave him. Black felt the power of the dragon. It became clear that this was not like beating little children. It was a battle against a real titan. The wounded captain called the dragon a bastard and said that he had never been beaten so hard in his entire life. The captain promised to turn all the monsters of the island into ashes and prepared for cruel revenge. To be honest, it looked quite impressive and scary. Captain Black ready to fight the army of titans alone. Deathbird, Linda, and Thomas saw that the electric guy was preparing for a decisive battle. He activated all his power and brought down a real rain of sharp swords, spears, and arrows on them. Thomas realizes that this electric guy has brought too much danger to them. It will be almost impossible to dodge. The Bird of Death said he was not going to die. General Wolf said that their opponent was of a rank. Thomas replied that their goal is to protect the island, and they also have their own trump cards and strengths. The dragon activated the explosive bombs and hoped that they would be able to stop the attack of Captain Black. Thomas could not keep attacking with water bombs all the time. He had to come up with a new plan. Thomas asked the system to take away all his evolution points and give him more fruits of life as possible. He hoped that by eating a large amount of the fruit of life, he would gain an incredible amount of strength. This plan really worked, and Thomas continued to release firebombs with even more enthusiasm. General Wolf told all the other team members that they must help the captain immediately. If one goes to war, then all the other titans also go to war. Charles started activating the golden glow. Helen turned on the tornado mode, and Linda started throwing rocks. Strangely enough, all these methods were also quite effective and stopped Captain Black's attacks. Even after eating a large amount of the fruit of life, Thomas felt terribly tired and lacking in strength. He could no longer continue at the same pace. Unfortunately, they managed to break only a small part of the lightning weapons. Captain Black is too strong. With one last hope left, Thomas covered his friends with his body and hoped that his thick skin would withstand the blow. It should be noted that in the Friday moments, this dragon always protected his friends and was ready to sacrifice his own life for this. The whole team of titans was very worried about the life of their captain. It was unbearable to watch him suffer so many injuries while protecting them. All those lightning strikes automatically turned you into a human. It was probably only serious physical fatigue that made his body transform again, as Lord Base had also had this problem before. Captain Black celebrated his victory and felt that the complete destruction of the monsters was very close. It was a mistake to show this self-confidence. General Volk realized that this attack took a lot of strength from the captain, and this is a great moment to strike back. Black looked at Charles and said that he would turn him into ashes in a few seconds. Meanwhile, Thomas was able to regain a small part of his lost strength and said that the outcome was not yet determined. Thomas said that the electric guy had nothing to do with it, and he decided to return to human form on his own because it was more comfortable. He took out an assault rifle that belonged to a barbershop and started shooting gravity bombs at the blacks. This weapon was quite interesting, and Thomas enjoyed using it against its developers. Captain Black immediately felt the power of his invention and the power of gravity. Thomas enjoyed this weapon and said it was as good as a Godzilla. The captain felt incredible pressure. He was in pain and called Thomas a cruel bastard. He refused to accept this outcome of the battle. It seemed to him an absolute disgrace to die by his own weapon. The team of Titans watched and heard the captain say that he would make them all die. Did this fool really decide to blow himself up and thereby kill others? Thomas assured the bird of death that it should not worry, because he would not allow this to happen. The dragon decided to kill Captain Black faster than Captain Black could kill himself. That's the plot. And the new fire breath began to work and made the electric captain scream in pain. This huge explosion created real ruins around, and this battle will be legendary. Linda began to rejoice and congratulate everyone on the victory, and she thanked the dragon for his help. Thomas said that it was too early to rejoice because there is still a warship in the sea filled with people with supernatural powers. If they are as strong as their predecessors, this could be a problem, so you need to be prepared for it. That's why he gave his friends the fruit of life so that they could quickly regain their strength. Meanwhile, all the dead enemies began to glow strangely with a bright light. It was because of the mark. It collected their vital energy in order to increase the strength of its owner. But out of the 9 corpses, only 8 had life energy. And for some reason, the life energy of the Batru had disappeared, and there is no explanation for this. Mark explained that this could be due to the complete destruction of the bat. But Thomas replied that the system reads too many fantasy novels. Thomas started eating life energies, hoping that it would help him discover new abilities. The system reported that thanks to this, Thomas improved the strength of his tail and spikes. Thomas also received almost 1,000,000 points of evolution and modernization of fire breath. Thomas was upset because instead of evolutionary points, he would like to get real wings and learn to fly. Mark congratulated his master and said that he had gained a new ability, an atomic weapon. This atomic weapon accelerates a group of charged particles capable of destroying everything in its path. Thomas wondered if he ate a gravity rifle. Would he get extra powers? He must have a brain disease. He kept dreaming and coming up with new tasks to train, and Mark suggested he get his brain tested. Not far from them was a huge pterosaur that looked like a real dragon. The body of this pterosaur was inhabited by the soul of a Batru, and it can do this in critical moments before death. When Batru saw that all his friends were dead, he realized that he had to escape and tell the authorities. For now, he can't turn into a human, but later he will find a new body and will definitely take revenge on these monsters. Thomas asked the bird of death if its helpers had been pretending to be dead all this time, but Helen said she didn't know the pterosaur. General Wolf said that this bird was very strange. Its neck was twisted, and it should not have survived. Thomas said it didn't matter, and turned to the side of the forest and told the spies to come out of the shadows and stop following them. The dragon is very attentive, and there were indeed 2 spies in the forest, more precisely, the Master of the Vines and his apprentice Lester. Thomas realized that these 2 were not helping the team of evil, so they could not be called enemies yet. But the dragon is very curious why all these people suddenly came to this island. Lester said that he was ready to tell everything he knew, but first the dragon had to answer the question. Is he really not a talent? Neither Thomas nor his team members expected to hear such a question. Thomas said that they were not human talents, but ordinary monsters of the island. Lester asked why Titans can turn into humans and have human wisdom. Thomas said that the animals on the island have a non-standard characteristic due to the extraordinary natural conditions and environment. Moreover, if humans are allowed to turn into monsters, why shouldn't monsters start turning into humans? Humans have learned to awaken their meta-human abilities, so the animals on this island have also awakened their personal meta-human abilities. Thomas asked Lester and his master why they had come to this island and what their purpose was. Lester explained that 200 years ago, on a blue star, some people awakened their superpowers and gained different abilities. With the emergence of extraordinary abilities, people have turned their attention to previously inaccessible secret and forbidden areas. In these forbidden zones, people have discovered magical hidden kingdoms underground, where there is a lot of energy that helps to increase strength. In addition, there are various strange monsters, titans, powerful weapons, and treasures in the hidden realms. That is why the strongest people with extraordinary abilities compete to find and capture these secret realms. This island causes malfunctions in technological and electrical products, so it is likely that there is a hidden kingdom here as well. That is why the Black family mobilized their entire clan and organized this expedition to find the mysterious kingdom on the island. They also received the help of a very big person, one of the strongest forces on the continent, the Dark Lord. Thomas asked Lester if Captain Black was really the head of a powerful clan. Lester replied that it was true, and he also said that the Black Cloak was a special messenger of the Dark Lord. The Titans wondered if there was anyone stronger and more dangerous than Captain Black. Lester said that there is the most important Dark Lord, and 6 elders who are related to the main deadly sins. The Black family has invited Envy, one of the 6 elders. This woman has extraordinary abilities and great power. She didn't have any extraordinary powers before, but then the Dark Lord helped her, and this woman became like an Iron Man. Thomas was surprised, but he is still very skeptical of all these stories. General Wolf asked if it was known about her fighting style, fighting technique, and what abilities she controls. Lester said that after Envy became an elder, it rarely shows its skills and few people know about its true power. Now we need to find out how many extraordinary people are left on the warship and whether they still have gravity missiles. Lester said that most people on a warship are not a threat, but there can be a few really dangerous craftsmen. The Deathbird didn't like it. It said that if many extraordinary people came to the island, it could end in disaster. Thomas was afraid that the ship would find out that their captain was dead, and that they would start attacking the island with gravity bombs. Thomas did not understand that if electrical appliances did not work near the island, how could they launch fighters and bombs? Lester said that there used to be protection around the island, something like an electric field, but today it has disappeared. Thomas began to think that the king of the rotten reptiles might have been involved in this protective field around the island. Lester and the Vine Master came from the Celestial Division, and they have long been aware of the extraordinary electrical fluctuations around the island. After no one from the Celestial Division was able to get to the island, it was decided to call the Vine Master to investigate further. Thomas was surprised to hear all these strange stories about the Celestial Division, as if it were in a parallel universe. Master Ryan has been investigating for 6 months, and now he is sure that the mysterious energy of the island came from the Reptile King. The monsters were shocked. The destruction of the Reptile King led to the disappearance of the protective electric field around the island. The Deathbird could not believe that the Reptile King and other fierce green animals could defend the island. It was the other way around. The Reptilian King must have been a creature from the island's mysterious realm, and the energy from the realm was in his body and protected the island. It seems that Thomas is a really unlucky dragon. He wanted to save the island, but instead, he brought even more problems. Thomas decided to quickly destroy all the other invaders and calmly begin searching for the hidden kingdom. General Vovk agreed with this plan and said that we should destroy the warships when they were not expecting it. The Bird of Death said they were fools. The sea around the island has hidden currents and storm clouds. Only a dragon can overcome it. If you try to fly with the help of pterosaurs, warships will notice and start attacking with missiles. The dragon called itself the boss of diving and swimming, and it can quietly approach a warship and cause real chaos. After that, the Deathbird, along with Linda and Charles, will be able to help him destroy the warships. General Wolf asked Helen if her assistants could fly through thunderclouds. The bird replied that its assistants, like it, could not fly long distances, otherwise they would have left the island long ago. General Wolf said that with the help of pterosaurs, they would be able to distract the warships and gain an advantage. Lester was amazed by the cunning and intelligence of these monsters. They are real military strategists. While the Titan team was preparing their attack plan, Batru was approaching the warship in the body of a pterosaur. A warship noticed him and started shooting, thinking it was the enemy. The pterosaur was killed by a well-aimed shot. The bullet pierced its head through and through. Suddenly, a real Batru spirit appeared from the pterosaur's body and said that no one had the right to shoot it. He started attacking the man who dared to kill the pterosaur he was in. It was not done to kill this scoundrel, but only to take his body. After how many seconds was the transformation completed, and the many completely settled in this body of level C. He decided to hurry and tell the Dark Lord about the situation on the island. Meanwhile, many people began to worry about Captain Black. He and his team have not responded to messages for more than an hour. Taurus asked everyone else to report this difficult situation and allow him to assemble a team and go to the island. At that time, he heard someone's voice saying that everyone on the island was dead. Taurus realized that he was looking at a Batru that had inhabited the body of one of the team members. He replied that he did not know that it was a member of the Captain Black team. The guy's body was only at a sea level, but what was done was done. Taurus started yelling at him because he didn't understand why Batru had returned alone and where the captain and his crew were. Batru smiled and calmly replied that the whole team was dead, killed by an unknown blue hippo from the island. Taurus couldn't believe it. Captain Black is at the highest level of meta development, and the #1 crystal in the world in defense. How could they be defeated? Batru told the elder of the Black family that the monsters on the island were extremely strong. He had also died and was now forced to walk in a different body. Taurus said that Batru was a coward who should have died with everyone else, not run away and taken the bodies of other people and animals. One of the hooded men asked Taurus to watch his tone, because he was talking to a messenger of the Dark Lord. Then this man called the Batra and said that the jealous man wanted to meet with him urgently. Batru told Taurus to think about the future situation of the Black family, because they had suffered too many losses today. Taurus was furious and told the Batra that he was a bastard, and there was real hatred between the two. The Deathbird told Thomas that she did not agree with his plan and did not want him to attack the warship alone. The dragon replied that Helen and Linda were bad swimmers and would not be able to approach the warship quietly and unnoticed. The Deathbird offered to turn into people and hide in Thomas's mouth, so they could all attack the warship together. Thomas said it was a good idea and said that he brushes his teeth twice a day, so there shouldn't be any problems. The Vine Master said he had an idea and could help the dragon feel better underwater. Thomas and the Bird of Death were immediately interested in this new method, and they began to listen attentively to the old man. Leons said he could make a sealed sphere that would keep water out and withstand sea pressure, and help you breathe underwater for 30 minutes. Thomas liked the idea, but he didn't understand why Leon was helping him and thought the master should focus on finding the kingdom. Leon said that Thomas had proved by his actions that he was the owner of this island, and the Heavenly Division had no plans to seize the place. The Vine Master and his apprentice want to help protect the island from invaders and thieves. Lester said that he hoped the monsters would not kill the ordinary people on the ship. They had done nothing wrong. Thomas said that these ordinary people could escape and call for help to conquer the island. Lester replied that these people knew little and said he had a way to erase their memory of the island. Thomas said he would think about it, but when the real fight starts, anything can happen. Meanwhile, the Vine Master finished forming the sphere and said that the monsters could go inside. The girls immediately began the process of transforming into people, and at the same time became incredibly beautiful beauties. They went forward and carefully began to climb inside this mysterious sphere. The Master of the Vines called Thomas and told him to put on this sphere. Thomas thought he looked like a little fluffy cat with this thing around his neck. The dragon said that he would start weaving first, and General Wolf would keep the distance for 10 minutes. This plan must lead to victory, otherwise all hell will break loose on the island again. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord learned about the death of Captain Black. He did not expect this island to be so dangerous. Batru said that the creatures on the island not only have human intelligence and various abilities, but also can transform into humans and speak. This surprised the Dark Lord, and he asked his assistant if he was sure they were spirits and not talented metahumans. Batru replied that he had fought them and could confirm that they were not talented people who had turned into beasts. He began to beg his master to do something about these miserable creatures on the island. Batru proposed to completely destroy the island and capture the hidden kingdom. The Dark Lord said that no one had the right to teach him, and the Batru immediately bent down and apologized to the master. The Dark Lord said he needed some time to analyze the situation and asked to be left alone. The Dark Lord wanted to rest and relax, but now it seems he needs to take this case under his personal control. He changed a bit and said that he hadn't appeared like this for a long time, which is a pretty good form for a Dark Lord. It is one of the 7 deadly sins of the world, envy, and it is ready to destroy the hippo and his friends. Envy ordered everyone to leave the ship's control station, because from now on she would personally take over this function. Rumors quickly began to spread throughout the ship that everyone should leave the control station and give up control of the ship. The superhumans were surprised that the Dark Lord personally took control of the ship. It looks like the landing on the island will be very difficult. Everyone already knew that the previous team and Captain Black had died in a battle with the island's titans. This ship has a super brain that can control it, but the super brain takes a lot of energy, so the ship is controlled by people. The ship began to accelerate very aggressively, and many people lost their balance because of this acceleration. Soon after, it was reported that a huge unknown creature was approaching the warship. This creature looked like a dragon. The evil team realized that the hippos from the island that killed Captain Black can swim perfectly and are going to attack the warship. Thomas was already very close and activated the power of fire breath. Now it will become clear how strong this ship is. The warship's shielding field worked and was able to partially reduce the force of the impact. People inside started panicking and shouting that they were being attacked by hippos. One of the leaders asked no one to worry because the defense field could withstand the attack of a human target with a CC level. Jealousy was furious and said that no monster had the right to attack her and ordered the missiles to be fired. This warship had a lot of weapons that could destroy an entire city. But would it be enough to defeat Godzilla? Thomas did not expect a warship to have such a strong shield, and explosive breathing works much weaker underwater. When he saw that missiles were being fired at him, he thought it was hardly even an attack. Dragon believed that this would not be a serious problem for him and activated homing explosive bombs. This ability was very useful at that moment, as the explosive bombs destroyed the warship's missiles. Toma realized that he needed to change his tactics and use other abilities to destroy the defense field. Taurus said they could not allow this behemoth to continue to attack their ship. He ordered the metahumans to dive into the water and attack the monster. Thomas has already gotten very close to the ship, and it looks like it's too late to stop him underwater. The soldiers began to scream and panic. Even though they had supernatural powers, they were afraid to look at the monster. This dragon looked like another planet. It was huge and very aggressive. Thomas decided to activate the power of his tail and spikes to pierce the ship's defense field. Seeing the protective field collapsing, the evil team's fighters were amazed. Not even the CC-level defense could withstand it. One more hit will be enough to completely destroy the protective field, and then it will be fun. Thomas decided to make his past move and use it to completely destroy the warship's defense. Jealousy was furious and did not want to wait quietly for Thomas to come and cut off her head. There was high turbulence inside the ship due to the dragon's attacks, and some of the men had already said goodbye to their lives and started calling for their mothers. Thomas continued to deliver powerful blows to the ship and completely destroyed its protective field. But at the last moment, the warship began to drift, as if the real Dominic Toretto was at the wheel. Soon, holiday gifts began to fly from the warship in Thomas's direction, but he did not ask Santa for them. The dragon realized that now he was in danger again and needed to somehow protect himself from these missiles. These gravity bombs were very dangerous, and the evil team was sure that it would be enough to kill the blue behemoth. Thomas only later realized that he was not the main target of these missiles. They flew towards the island. We had to come up with something immediately and save the island, which is home to millions of living organisms that could now be destroyed. Thomas again turned to a proven technique and activated the explosive bombs, and it worked successfully again. But he was unable to destroy all the missiles that were flying at the island, so he had to use the technique of the 9 sons of the dragon. He told his children to hurry up and save their house before it was too late. The evil team has never seen anything like this before, and it looks like this blue behemoth can launch its own missiles with a tracking system. The sons of the dragon were successfully catching up with the missiles and destroying them, and there was only a little bit left. There was only one missile left, and Thomas asked his son to hurry up. The island could not be destroyed. Soon the last missile was successfully deactivated, the 9 sons of the dragon proving to be stronger than high-tech gravity bombs. After it became clear that the island was not in danger at the moment, it was time to destroy the warship. General Wolf and his army of pterosaurs started their attack. They kept a distance of 10 minutes with Thomas as agreed. The evil team was scared when they saw a werewolf with a sword on a dragon. Even though he was their enemy, they admitted that it looked very cool. This picture became even cooler when General Wolf activated the life source of his master. During all this time, the warship was able to partially repair the protective field. But now this protective field is at risk of being completely destroyed by 2 incredible forces of nature. A Godzilla attack, along with the attack of General Wolf and his master, is total destruction, no matter who is standing in front of you. The evil team began to panic. They screamed and said they did not want to fight against this terrible behemoth. Envy said that these monsters had no honor and attacked 1 ship in 2, and they should die for that. She gave the order to shoot at these demons without stopping and not to stop until they were completely destroyed. General Volk immediately sensed the danger and realized that the situation was getting very hot. He ordered all the flocks of pterosaurs to dodge urgently, which was easy to say but hard to do. Thoris said that these monsters killed their leader. The evil team must unite and avenge Captain Black. He ordered the flying metahumans to attack the winged dragon and the werewolf, and the metahumans who could swim should attack the blue hippo. Taurus also said that all other warriors should show their strongest qualities during the battle. The legendary battle of people with extraordinary abilities against the island's monsters has begun. While the metahumans who could fly began to fight the pterosaurs, those who could swim were already in the water. This battle was fought on all fronts, water, land, and air, and this added to the spectacle and unpredictability of the outcome. Thomas was furious to see the metahumans united to fight them. The dragon was very angry and said that he could also call his people for help. He swam forward toward the warship and the water cannons, with a huge number of harpoons and water bombs around him. The dragon was able to bypass them and swam out, making the evil team look like ants against the background of Godzilla. When Thomas swam out, he immediately took up the sphere that the Vine Master had made for him. He threw her to the ground and told the Pikachu to wake up and help him win the fight. The evil team does not understand what this means. Did the dragon offer them to play soccer with this plant ball? Very soon they realized that in this sphere there were also friends of the dragon in human form. As soon as the evil team started enjoying the sexuality of these two girls, their little party was over. The bird of death immediately turned into a monster and began to cut down its opponents with sharp feathers. Soon, the warship began to rock from side to side, as if something huge had climbed on it. A little later, it became clear that it was Linda. She turned into a big gorilla again and got ready to rock and roll. Judging by the faces of Taurus and his assistants, these guys were not very happy to see King Kong. Linda immediately walked to the center of the warship and ripped off one of the rifles that killed the pterosaurs. No one could understand how this huge monster could fit into a small plant ball. This Pokemon is out of control, and now they have to fight not only against the blue hippo, but also against its friends. Thomas was happy to see the gorilla and the bird of death actively helping him. Taurus asked the team not to panic and said that they had to surround the huge gorilla and kill it. But they had one problem. Linda wanted to kill them too, and judging by her size, she had a better chance of doing so. Jealousy screamed and called the gorilla a stinking pig, and was offended that Linda's feet were walking on her ship. She told all crew members to get into the lifeboats and leave the ship's control to her. Taurus doesn't understand why they have to abandon the ship when the battle has just begun. It looks like the Super Brain program has broken down again. Everyone wanted to fight and take revenge for Captain Black, but Envy was not called a Super Brain for nothing. The evil team was divided into two parts. Some believed that they should listen to the Super Brain, others wanted to continue fighting the monsters. The Super Brain will be very angry if the evil warriors do not heed its orders, which can lead to even bigger problems. Apparently, Envy heard this riot on the ship and decided to intervene with a rifle. She said that anyone who did not obey her orders would die, and repeated that everyone should leave the ship. It was unclear why the Super Brain was knocking out its own people. It was absurd. Soon all the lifeboats were full and Envy ordered people to jump from the ship into the water. Realizing that the Super Brain had completely lost its mind, everyone decided to obey its orders and jump into the water. The team of Titans did not understand what was happening. They had not even started a serious fight, and their opponents were already fleeing the ship. Jealousy told the gorilla that it would pay for standing with its stinking feet on its face. The ship immediately began to sway in different directions. Linda found it difficult to keep her balance and fell into the water. Thomas began to worry about his younger sister. He knows very well that she cannot swim at his level. Linda was a gorilla, and although she hunted in the lakes on the island, the water element was not for her. She saw the ship begin to sink underwater and thought it was trying to escape from her. Linda caught up with the ship and said that she would not let anyone escape justice and began to push it out. Suddenly, strange things began to happen, and Linda noticed that the weapons and parts of the ship seemed to come to life. Linda realized that she was now too easy a target for attack because of her large form, and began the process of transforming into a human. But this made her situation even worse. Now she is too small, and it will be difficult for her to get out. Her friends were on the surface and watched as the water began to glow pink. A few seconds later, the Envy came out of the water. Now it had a full body of metal and its own weapon. It looks like this warship belonged to a super metallic female SS level, hardly easy to defeat. Thomas saw that most of the crew and the evil crew managed to survive and are sailing boats towards the island. They also saw that the warship had turned into a large woman-like titan. They still didn't understand what Batru knew, that this ship was the Dark Lord and it could turn into anything. Envy approached the Titans and told them to prepare to meet her wrath. She called General Wolf a husky, Godzilla a big lizard, and the bird of death a bald bird, which sounds very funny. Thomas began to worry about his younger sister, who is still missing. He said that Linda could not swim well and decided to go in search of her. He asked his friends to be careful. It will be hard to be careful when there is a huge iron woman with an atomic sword in front of you. As always, General Wolf was the first to challenge the opponent and attack, and we are in for a battle of swords of the highest order. Although they had a big difference in size, General Volk's fighting spirit and physical strength were not inferior to Envy. But her sword was extremely powerful, and Charles' first attack was unsuccessful. In addition to being bigger than the wolf, her sword was also more powerful than his, and that's a big problem. While Charles was developing a new strategy to attack the Bird of Death, it activated its signature weapon, the power of the tornado. General Wolf told Iron Woman to get ready for the second round and activated the Golden Beam. The Iron Woman smiled and replied that this was not enough to defeat her. Such attacks would not even tickle. In response, she activated her personal power, a pink shield that was able to protect her from the attacks of the Titans. She said that she would now cause them real problems and teach them good manners, like a bad stepmother. Iron Woman prepared herself for a new wave of attacks, but she completely forgot that the captain of the Titan team was not far away. Thomas appeared almost out of nowhere and delivered a powerful blow to the Iron Woman and sent her into the water. Thomas was very upset and told his friends that he couldn't find Linda. It was as if she had fallen underground and it was killing him. General Wolf has not looked so angry for a long time. He said that they should destroy this iron can. After they destroy her, they can all start searching for their younger sister together. The Iron Woman started shouting at Thomas. She called him a disgusting lizard and said he had no honor. Even though she activated her pink shield, it is unlikely to help deter firebombs, tornadoes, and the Golden Ray. Meanwhile, Linda couldn't get out and help her friends even though she heard them fighting hard against the Iron Woman. Whatever she did, it was not enough to get out and support the team of Titans. Although they would have needed this help, even all their energy was not enough to break through the pink shield. While the Iron Woman laughed in the face of the monsters, Thomas and company did not understand how to kill her. She said that now it was time to strike back and now she would make them suffer. This is a completely different kind of opponent for the team of Titans. They have never fought against Transformers before. Realizing that it would be difficult for them to defeat the daughter of Optimus Prime, the team of Titans decided to temporarily retreat. The Iron Woman said that she had to fight cowards, but running away would not help them avoid death. It had a lot of different weapons, like a real warship, and started firing gravity bombs. Thomas told the Birds of Death and General Wolf to be very careful because these missiles have a homing system. As in the past, in such cases, Thomas activated explosive bombs to protect himself. Of course, this could have partially stopped the Iron Woman's attack, but it was not enough to destroy all of her missiles. Thomas could not activate the explosive bombs without stopping, so some missiles reached their target. At least 6 rockets hit the Thomas, and the explosion was so strong that even the Bird of Death was injured, although it was relatively far away. Using a golden ray and his sharp sword, General Wolf tried to destroy enemy missiles. Iron Woman appreciated his fighting skills and said that this stupid husky was really good at dodging missiles. She realized that it was time to show the team of Titans another of her skills, her mastery of metal like a magneto. Charles immediately felt the suction effect and had difficulty holding his sword. At first, Thomas could not understand what was happening to his brother Wolf, but then he realized that it was magnetism. He remembered Lester's story about the Iron Woman who could wield metal, and realized that she was right in front of them. Toma told his wolf brother that this woman could handle metal and ordered him to let go of the sword quickly. Charles replied that he could not let go of the relic from his master, even though he risked death. The Iron Lady called the wolf a stupid husky, fired a bunch of gravity missiles at it, and said it would die with its relic. Thomas had no choice but to cover his brother with his body to save him. After she died, she called the wolf a stupid old-fashioned grandfather and ordered him to let go of that old sword and save their lives. The evil team enjoyed watching the Iron Lady destroy monsters, so they asked her to inflict maximum pain on the Titans. Thoris was also watching. He saw that the Iron Lady had not yet killed the Titans, but he realized that it was only a matter of time. He invited the evil team to work together with the Iron Lady and destroy the monsters together. The warriors replied that they liked to watch the battle of the gods. They did not want to anger the Iron Lady and prevent her from doing her work. Taurus called them miserable slugs, hiding from the real battle, and reminded them that the Black family had been feeding them like children for many years. Taurus is the elder of the Black family, and after the death of their captain, he cannot stand by and wait for the others to avenge him. Feeling that the animals were in great distress, he realized that it was his finest hour for revenge. He wanted to take revenge for Captain Black by personally ripping off the dragon's head and activating the power of thunder and lightning. Thomas managed to see this insidious attack in time. It looks like they are being attacked from all sides. Thomas said that they should forget that they were at sea and not even think about escaping from the battlefield. The Iron Lady started laughing at him and said that even running away would not help them avoid punishment. But then, she turned around and looked at the evil team and said that they were all just fools who knew how to spoil and break everything. She pulled out her iron rifle and started shooting at the evil team. No one expected such a plot twist. Has she gone crazy? The evil team was deathly afraid, and it looks like they should have run away to the island as soon as possible and not watched this battle. They realized that she was trying to kill her people again and began to pray. Some even realized that the Taurus's intervention had angered the Iron Lady. But it was too late, and the evil team was officially destroyed. Thomas was pleased and asked the Iron Lady to continue. She only makes his life easier. General Wolf noticed that the Iron Lady's defense shield was now weakened, and the perfect moment to attack had arrived. Thomas realizes that this unbearable woman is afraid of lightning and gets ready to help General Wolf. Now she will feel the lightning power of the tornado, and the monsters have a chance to win. The Iron Lady only smiled in response, as she considered all these covert attacks to be child's play. A little later, it became clear that not the entire evil team was destroyed. Some managed to survive. The most angry of all was Taurus. He was still alive, and I don't understand why the Iron Lady attacked them. The remnants of the evil team found themselves in the middle of the Battle of the Gods. Not the best place to rest. There were dangerous attacks from all sides, so these little scoundrels signed a death warrant for themselves. Thomas activated his spikes and inflicted a severe wound on Taurus. The Elder did not expect that after so many years of playing with lightning, he would be fried by his own weapon. After these little ants were exterminated, all Thomas's attention shifted to the Iron Lady. Meanwhile, Linda was still in her human form, but she still couldn't get out. She saw the Iron Lady microsystem next to her. All the while, she was inside the warship. Linda was very excited and realized that this was her chance to create a real disaster and destroy her rival. After that, the girl started doing what she does best, destroying everything around her. The Iron Lady immediately felt a pain in her stomach, and she began to think that there might be other crew members left behind. This made the Iron Lady very angry, and she began to hate these little ants even more. The team of Titans saw that the Iron Lady was in trouble, as if she had a problem with her microchip. When they saw that her protective shield was almost completely gone, they realized it was the perfect moment to attack. As always, General Wolf was ahead of everyone when it came to fighting his rivals, and the spirit of his master came to his aid once again. This time, he managed to take revenge, using his sword to cut off the rifle on the Iron Lady's arm. Toma realized that it was the perfect moment to cut off her other arm. She held a sword in her right hand, and if you leave her without this weapon, victory is guaranteed. But then the dragon saw that the Iron Lady was in great discomfort and began to vomit. It turns out that even Transformers can vomit, so Linda was able to get out. She was happy to finally be able to take part in this battle against the Iron Lady. Only now Thomas realized that all the problems that the Iron Lady had were due to Linda, the wonderful work of the younger sister. The Iron Lady also realized this. She got angry and said she was going to send this little flea to hell. Thomas asked his younger sister to be careful because this giant iron woman was determined. Linda was shocked by what she saw. Not long ago, this woman was a warship. What a transformation. But Linda was never afraid of anything. She jumped on the Iron Woman and prepared to attack. She didn't care if it was a woman or a warship. Either way, it would be destroyed. So far, the gorilla was confidently winning the fight, climbing on top of the Iron Woman and destroying her. The Iron Lady didn't like the dirty gorilla's feet on her face, so she found the strength to strike back. She said she would kill the gorilla with her friends, even without one arm, although it would be quite difficult to do so. The Iron Lady activated her sword and prepared to cut the Linda into two parts, but the Bird of Death arrived in time to save her sister. Iron Lady couldn't let her enemies get away so easily, so she activated her jetpack. General Wolf saw that the Bird of Death and the gorilla were in a precarious position. He realized it was time to come to the rescue and activated his master's energy source. This double attack was dangerous for anyone in this world, but the Iron Lady managed to defend herself with her sword. But this time, the double attack of General Wolf and his master was so powerful that it completely destroyed her weapon. It seems that the Iron Lady has started having problems. She lost one arm and also lost her sword. The only thing that was difficult to take away from the Iron Lady was her character, her thirst for revenge and aggression. She threw away the broken sword and activated the power of metal and directed it against General Wolf. Charles immediately felt its power, and at that moment he was holding his sword in his mouth as usual. Perhaps now he should realize that it is dangerous, and it is better to keep the sword elsewhere. The wolf didn't like his weapon being manipulated, so he decided to show the Iron Lady his true form. She was very frightened when she saw this behemoth wolf, and now she was not a little werewolf, but a full-fledged monster. The remnants of the evil team were still watching this battle. They were scared and realized that the Dark Lord was now close to defeat. Despite the fact that his opponent was made of iron, the wolf began to bite this evil woman. At that moment, Thomas appeared, and he realized that he had to help his brother and end this battle with a confident victory. Thanks to his high-speed aha, another arm of the Iron Lady was torn off, and now it will be difficult for her to make iron donuts. It seemed to calm her down a bit. She seemed upset and even ready to cry. But all this was just a temporary preparation for the upcoming attack. The Iron Lady does not give up on anyone. She called the monsters vile creatures and said she would bomb their island with her missiles. Thomas was frightened and angry at the same time. He really did not want this dangerous missile attack to happen again. The dragon prepared its explosive breath and planned to tear off the Iron Lady's legs so that she would no longer bother them. But the Iron Lady realized that this lizard had a weak spot, its mouth. So she activated her last missile and aimed it at the mouth of the Godzilla, which was a perfect hit. Thomas did not have time to use his explosive breathing and immediately felt a burning pain in his mouth. A few seconds later, he lost consciousness and fell into the water. It looked very bad. The whole team of Titans was very scared. They were afraid that Thomas could die from this attack. In response, the Iron Lady only laughed, saying that her bombs must taste delicious. That wasn't all she had in store for the team of Titans. The Iron Lady activated metal manipulation. No, it wasn't to take away General Wolf's sword. It was to direct his missiles at monsters. Now the wolf, the gorilla, and the bird of death are in real trouble. Strangely enough, the Iron Lady began to win this battle only when she lost both arms. General Wolf ordered the girls to immediately duck and jump into the water, but it was too late. All the missiles hit the target. General Vovk lost consciousness and began to drown. It was not only him. The death bird was also injured, as was the gorilla. It all looks very bad. Is the team of Titans completely destroyed? Soon, following his friends, the bird of death also went under, and the three of them lost consciousness and began to drown. The evil team celebrated their long-awaited victory. They praised the Dark Lord and congratulated each other on their victory. While Thomas was descending to the seabed, the system found a source of inanimate energy inside the host. Thanks to this source of inanimate energy, the system was able to restore the host's injuries and bring him back to life. Finally, Thomas opened his eyes and fully regained consciousness and began to recall what had happened. He remembered that he had swallowed the Iron Lady's rocket and began to ask the system why he had survived. Mark showed up and said that it was just a rocket. It was child's play compared to what Thomas had been doing earlier in the lava. He explained that Thomas had previously fought monsters on the island, but had never resisted human technological attacks. This is why the ability to activate inanimate energy has not been used, and thanks to the Iron Lady, it is now possible. Now Thomas can suck up not only the life energy of monsters and humans, but also eat heat energy, world energy, geothermal energy, and nuclear energy. The dragon was very happy when he realized that he could now take a bath in magma, which sounds very cool. But later, he lost his enthusiasm when he saw that his younger sister had also lost consciousness and was drowning. He immediately picked her up and saw that she had also been wounded by a rocket, but she did not have the same ability to heal herself. Later, Thomas became even more angry when he saw that all his friends were wounded by these deadly missiles. He felt a real hatred for this Iron Lady and promised to destroy her. The dragon grabbed all his friends and swam up to give this bad girl a personal lesson in parenting. Meanwhile, the Iron Lady wasted no time in getting back to work. Thanks to her power of metal control, she was able to restore her arms. Soon, she will need them because an aggressive Godzilla is approaching her. Thomas emerged from the water and showed the Iron Lady with his whole body that he was going to tear off not only her arms but also her legs and head. What she definitely did not expect was that Thomas swallowed 50 tons of explosives and survived, which is some kind of fantasy. She saw that the bird of death, the gorilla, and the wolf had taken human form, but were still unconscious. The Iron Lady said that the four monsters couldn't defeat her, so Thomas wouldn't be able to fight her one-on-one. If 50 tons of explosives were not enough to kill this blue behemoth, then a 1,000-ton missile would have to be activated. She told Thomas that if he dodged this missile, the island behind him would be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, the bird of death was able to find the strength to come back to life, and Thomas asked her to turn into a bird. Helen said she would try to do so, but asked Thomas what his plan was. The dragon asked her not to ask too many questions, to turn into a bird, to take Linda and Charles with her, and to run away. Helen looked at her friend with distrust and asked him to be careful. Soon she was able to turn into a bird, took her friends and started flying away. Meanwhile, the Iron Lady lost her patience and activated a huge missile. She was sure it would be enough to destroy the blue lizard. Thomas quickly asked Mark if he could now absorb the atomic energy in this bomb. Mark replied that it was possible, but if there was too much energy, Thomas would explode and die. The dragon realized that if he used explosive breath, the explosion from the rocket would still damage the island. He has no choice. He must swallow the rocket. Otherwise, the island and his friends will surely die. Thomas decided to take a chance. If he dies, it's fate. But right now, he's a crazy behemoth who defies death. The dragon grabbed a huge rocket and went underwater with it. All this was done so that when it exploded, the impact of radiation and nuclear energy would not damage the island. The explosion was indeed incredibly strong. Large waves rose in the sea, and the bird of death was watching all this. The evil team was sure that after the dragon swallowed the rocket, it was torn into a million pieces. The system immediately sensed that the owner began to absorb lifeless energy. The system could not absorb all this and said that the host's body could not withstand such a large amount of inanimate energy. There was too much atomic energy in the body, and the owner was in danger. His body could explode. The system kept making noise and shouting that the owner was at critical risk of a body explosion. Thomas did not want to die young, and he also realized that if he died, the Iron Lady would destroy the island and his friends. That's why he decided that if he had to explode and die, he should do it with the Iron Lady. Mark said that he was a genius because he was able to set up the dragon system in such a way that it could release all this energy outside. In this way, Thomas can avoid death. Now it is possible to use explosive breathing and release atomic energy. This time, you need to activate explosive breathing and try to concentrate all the energy in your mouth. It will be a very powerful breath. Thomas got excited and said that he was going to give the Iron Lady a taste of her own creation and blow her up. Meanwhile, the bird of death, I was still nearby and watching the situation. Her little friends came back to life, and Linda immediately started screaming and asking everyone where her older brother was. Helen told her that he swallowed a rocket to save everyone else and exploded on the seabed. It was hard for Linda to believe that the dragon could die so easily, and she craved revenge and the total destruction of the Iron Lady. The Deathbird said that the dragon's last wish was to save his friends. But General Wolf replied that there was no safe place on this island without Thomas, so he turned into a monster and attacked. Linda did the same thing. She said that they had to take revenge for the dragon even if they died because of it. Bird of Death. I realized that it was time to join my friends in this madness. Even if they are destined to go to hell, at least there will be 4 of them and they will be able to defeat the devil. The Iron Lady called them fools and said that if they wanted to die, she could send them to the big lizard. When this woman said all these cruel things, she always confirmed her words with real deeds. But she could not even imagine that this huge lizard was still alive and would return for revenge. Thomas emerged from the water and protected his friends from the missiles with his body, his system reminding them of the danger of an explosion. Linda didn't understand why her older brother had become so red and fat. His gluttony must have gone beyond all limits. Even Charles was surprised to see the team captain's condition. It looked abnormal. Thomas looked at the Iron Woman and said that he had come back to show her something and prepared to attack. This dragon has never activated such a fiery breath before. It's like the end of the world. The Iron Lady has not yet had time to recover from the shock and activate her pink defense. The atomic energy began to attack her, causing serious problems to her body. It seems she was celebrating victory too soon. Thomas's friends were also shocked. They had never seen such a powerful fire breath from him. They didn't even understand what it was. The fire breath used to be blue, but now it's red. After this attack, the Iron Lady completely disappeared. Not even a remnant of her remained, and everyone wondered how Thomas could do it. The evil team realized that they could now become the dragon's next target and began to flee quickly. Thomas returned to his normal form. He became smaller and blue again. His friends were happy to see him alive, and everyone loved his new ability. Thomas said that he was just lucky. He was close to death, but managed to stay alive with the help of the system. In desperation, as a last-ditch effort, he used nuclear energy to create explosive breathing. The release of lifeless energy in the body is a real art. Even General Wolf was delighted. The Bird of Death saw the remnants of the evil team running away and said that they could not let them get away so easily. She called an army of pterosaurs for help and told them that a delicious dinner was waiting for them. The evil team didn't want to die, so all these villains activated their abilities and began to defend themselves. They had weapons in their boats, so they were still dangerous, even though there were few of them left. One of the crew members saw a head of envy floating next to him. He was very scared and said that he was seeing a real ghost and began to pray to God. Jealousy said that this bunch of cowards had no right to sit in her boat. They should all die. The lifeboat began to fall apart, and the Iron Lady demonstrated her ability to control metal. The crew members begged her to stop and let them live. Some of them did not even know how to swim. Thomas remembered that they had promised not to kill ordinary people. So he asked the Bird of Death to save the ordinary crew members without superpowers. That was not a problem. But the Bird of Death was interested in the bright pink light. What could it be? Later, they saw that it was the head of the Iron Lady, so they decided to make a horror movie. Even after the attack of nuclear energy, she is still alive. Someone else would have died and never come back. Thomas also thought that she could use the leftover metal to recreate her shape. He told his team members that they could not let the Iron Lady escape and launched an attack. His crew immediately supported him, even though the rest of the warship's crew was scared to death by their appearance. Meanwhile, the Iron Lady was transformed into a rocket with the help of metal scraps in the sea. She started to run away and said that the stupid lizard and her friends would not be able to keep up with her. The team of Titans just had to watch this little female head run away from them. Linda looked at the defenseless crew members and asked Thomas what they would do with them. Among these people were those with extraordinary abilities, who begged for a second chance and said that they had been deceived. Thomas began to shout at them and said that those who had offended his island had no right to beg for a second chance. Suddenly, the dragon heard a familiar voice asking him to show mercy and save the lives of these people. It was the Vine Master and Lester. They said that the Black family was to blame for this situation, and these people were innocent. The rest of the crew did not understand who these two men were, but were happy that they were trying to persuade the dragon to have mercy. Later, they recognized Lester, a guy from the Celestial Combat Unit who had fought against them before. Some even suggested killing the scoundrel, recalling their past confrontations. But there were also those who understood the whole situation. Dr. Frankenstein ordered the fools to shut up and said that they should now pray for Lester. Lester said that he would take these people back to the Heavenly Combat Unit and they would be hypnotized and their memory of this day would be erased. Thomas was not very interested in this. He was thinking about the Iron Lady who had escaped and realized that the island was facing an even bigger crisis in the future. Thomas wanted to find Betty to discuss a strategy for defending the island. At that moment, Lester approached him and asked to have a personal conversation with him, a rather strange offer. The dragon gave him a chance to have this dialogue and asked him what he thought about the whole situation. Lester thanked him for his act of mercy and said he was ready to tell him about the location of the mysterious kingdom on the island. The dragon was very happy with this information. He did not know that there really was a mysterious kingdom on this island, and he thought that these were just legends. The guy told me that the hidden kingdom is located where the monsters fought against the king of rotten reptiles, in an underground cave. This interested the dragon, and he thought that he should have explored this strange place earlier. Lester explained that the interior of the cave is very complicated, but the Liana Master made auxiliary notes, so it will not be a problem to find the kingdom. Thomas was glad to hear this, but he realized that Lester and the Master were entering the kingdom for reconnaissance. This is not a place that can be easily entered. There are many traps and dangers in the hidden realm, and only the strongest can enter. What hidden entrances in reality are guarded by mysterious and powerful ancient monsters? You have to pay a great price to kill these monsters. At the entrance to the mysterious kingdom on this island, you can feel an unknown mystical energy. This energy does not allow you to enter. Humanity has already seen something like this. It takes a truly powerful being to destroy this barrier. As soon as Thomas heard that he would have to attack the barrier within a month, he realized that he was too excited. Lester said that Thomas should try because, according to the Vine Master, all those who have the energy of the Reptile King will be able to enter the kingdom. If Thomas does indeed get to enter the mysterious realm for free, he will always remember the kindness of Lester and his master. To become a friend of the monsters, Lester had to give them a gift, and he understood this perfectly. After this interesting dialogue, the monsters helped the rest of the crew escape. The Vine Master put them in a green sphere and promised that everything would be fine. The dragon thanked him for his help, and this young dragon began to trust the master and his student. Suddenly, Mark appeared and said that a shark attacked and killed people's bodies with extraordinary powers. If they eat them all, the system will not be able to analyze their vital energy. Thomas said nothing to his friends and immediately dove into the water. If Thomas doesn't make it in time and the sharks eat all the corpses, he will have to eat the sharks. They had to reassure us by saying that the sharks had only recently arrived, and while the monsters were fighting the Iron Lady, the sharks stayed away. These cunning shrimps chose the right tactics and attacked immediately after the battle was over. At the depths of the sea, there were many corpses of people with extraordinary abilities. The sharks smelled the blood and came to have a delicious dinner. But in the ocean, you have to remember that even if you are a predator, you can still always become a prey. Thomas came and showed the sharks that they are not the strongest force in the depths of the sea. Thomas called them little rascals who had no right to attack what belonged to him. The sharks were surprised. They had seen Thomas a long time ago and could not believe that he had grown so much since then. They made the only right decision in this situation. They started running away. But the dragon was hungry after a hard battle and decided to eat shark meat. The water immediately turned red. It looked very creepy. The metahumans were frightened when they saw this, thinking that the hippo had gone mad and was going to eat them too. The bird of death calmed everyone down and said that this was a normal practice for Thomas. He had lost a lot of strength and needed to eat. Lester and the vine master looked at each other and pretended to understand. Soon Thomas returned, and this picture can be put on the main poster of any horror movie. Even metahumans, who are supposed to be afraid of nothing, started screaming and crying like little children when they saw him. Thomas ate the corpses of all the metahumans and received their life energy, but he didn't get any new abilities, only evolutionary points. He asked why everyone was looking at him like he was so scary. Thomas said that he killed a shark and buried their bodies on the seabed, and for this he would like to feel a little respect. The meta people looked at him and tried not to show their fear. Thomas started shouting at the vine master and asked him to take the rascals out of his sight before he ate them. Lester thanked the dragon for his mercy and promised to meet him later. Finally, they took the metahumans and went to the celestial combat unit. The bird of death could not believe that they would not really kill these scoundrels. Thomas replied that after the escape of envy, these people were not needed, so there was no need to worry. He gave his friends the fruit of life to restore their vital energy. Thomas said that in the underground cave where the reptile king lived, there was a mysterious kingdom. He told his friends that they should immediately go there and try to enter the kingdom. An hour later, the team of titans found an underground cave and saw a protective gate. Green liquid is created inside the pink barrier, which proves that Lester and the master were here. This translucent pink barrier looks like a real impenetrable wall. The gorilla probably didn't know the word pierce in that way, and immediately started hitting it with its fists. Thomas asked the gorilla girl to save her energy because this barrier rejects all external forces. Thomas said that it was the perfect moment to see a miracle and asked to watch him. You said that if he had something to tell, there was no need to wait. The dragon reminded us that earlier he had eaten the life energy of the reptile king, and this defense also has this energy in it. The gorilla also ate a lot of reptiles, but for some reason the barrier does not let it in. Perhaps because she ate the king's children, and they don't have enough of their father's vital energy. This may be the cause of the problem. The death bird asked Thomas how he planned to help them get to the kingdom. Thomas told us that there are many different monsters in the kingdom, and their bodies must also have similar vital energy. Thomas will be able to catch them and bring them to dinner for his friends, after which they will also be able to enter the mysterious kingdom. He asked the team of titans to wait for him and promised to do everything quickly. He also said that he would be careful and reminded us that he was the most dangerous behemoth in the world, able to conquer any kingdom. Upon entering, he realized that it was very quiet, and he hadn't seen anyone else yet. After walking 500 meters, Thomas thought that Lester was wrong, and there was no kingdom here. He saw some strange light from the upper cave, although he thought he had to go down. He decided to climb the mountain and understand where this glow was coming from. Having walked only half of it, he thought that he was very tired during this hard day. The dragon chose not the best moment to rest. A huge black snake appeared right above him. It started attacking him and scared him very much. This black mamba could easily swallow him. It is an ancient hippopotamus snake, an incredibly venomous beast with teeth as hard as titanium. Thomas thought that this beast might be the guardian of the hidden kingdom, and Lester talked about it. Thomas realized he was in trouble when he saw that a black mamba had managed to bite his hand. He began to feel weak due to the effects of her venom, but now was not the time for weakness. The dragon realized that he had to fight and kill the snake and give its meat to his friends. He managed to dodge her attack and struck back, and the fight officially began. Thomas was able to take a bite of its meat, but the black mamba managed to escape his sharp claws. This snake hardly likes to be bitten, so now it will try to kill the intruder. Thomas realized that he had come unannounced and decided to give the snake a gift: explosive bombs. The bombs were activated, and the black mamba felt the power of Godzilla. Thomas was surprised that she didn't die. Her black skin seemed to be able to withstand the attacks of fire breath. The black mamba also had its strengths, and like reptiles, it had the ability to attack with its poisonous breath. Thomas dodged in time and thought that this black snake would be a lot of trouble. After that, the black mamba began to run away, as if it did not deserve the title of an ancient behemoth snake. Thomas was sure that the black mamba would not withstand his most dangerous weapon and would be fried like a Bavarian sausage. This black snake wanted to escape, but no one has ever escaped from the fiery breath. The attack was so powerful that even on the island everyone saw a flash of bright blue light. Other predators were also watching, and they saw with their own eyes how their sister received a portion of the fire. Thomas wondered what a hippo snake tasted like, and he got a lot of points in evolution for it. The system said that now his armor strength has increased, as well as his resistance to monster poison. Satisfied and well-fed, the dragon prepared to continue his journey to the mysterious kingdom. He climbed a mountain and ended up in a strange place, not at all like a clearing on an island. Everything looked completely different, which is probably what a real mysterious kingdom should look like. It seems that this is not the underworld, but a real otherworld, a parallel red reality. A little while later, Thomas heard something and saw an unknown creature come out from behind the bushes. Thomas looked frightened. This huge lizard was quite terrifying. And anyway, how does a lizard get its hair? Mark said that dinosaurs and birds are really related, through a long process of evolution. The feathers of this lizard may be a transitional phase to spikes. This mysterious place looks like a prehistoric world. There are even more of these lizards. Their saliva contains a lot of poison, and these monsters also have a very strong bite. One such monster can kill a mammoth, and when there are 4 of them, it's a real problem. Thomas was surprised that they were looking at him as prey. Can't they see that he is a huge dragon? He decided to show them who the real predator was and struck them with his tail. His physical abilities were on a completely different level. He was 10 times bigger than these little bugs. While Thomas was fighting 4 ancient lizards, a mysterious bird flew overhead. She made a lightning attack and wounded the dragon's face. It's not nice to use hidden attacks during a battle. These were ancient dragon birds of various species, very cunning and fast monsters with dangerous claws. Thomas told Mark that this is really a world that has taken a wrong turn on the evolutionary tree. Perhaps these monsters are mentally retarded, and instead of looking for benefits and running away from harm, they started attacking the huge dragon. Mark said that the energy source in this city is the same as that of the reptile king, but much stronger than that of Thomas. That's why these monsters identified the dragon as a foreign organism that must be eliminated. Thomas said that he would eliminate anyone himself and started attacking the dragon birds after he finished his lizard sandwich. He said they would soon realize who the real boss of this island was. Even if the hidden kingdom is under the island, it is still the territory of a Gojira. To attack these guys, you don't even need to use your extraordinary abilities. Thomas was relaxed. But suddenly all the animals began to run away, as if sensing the approach of a real demon. And so it happened. Something very large appeared behind the bushes. Was it a real Tyrannosaurus Rex? Toma realized that now he would have to strain and show his true abilities. He was ready for this battle. He said that he was going to destroy this great dinosaur and show all the animals in the mysterious kingdom that he was their king. But so far, everything has not gone according to plan. The dinosaur was able to dodge Thomas's attack and inflicted serious injuries with its claws. Thomas immediately fell to the ground and felt severe pain, bleeding all over his body. He realized that his opponent was a real football player and that he needed to find a special approach to defending him. The system told us that it was an ancient speed dragon with deadly claws and incredible speed. Thomas realized that he had to destroy another dinosaur in a down vest. This time it won't be so easy. Lester was right. Animals in the hidden realm are real killers. The dragon realized that it was the perfect time to start activating his extraordinary powers. He started attacking the dinosaur with explosive bombs, but it easily dodged all his attacks. Thomas was amazed. He was facing a really unusual monster. You have to be able to adapt and always find a way to win. The speedy dinosaur decided to use his signature move, but Thomas was already ready for it. He easily dodged the attack and saw another creature on the mountain. Could it be another speedy dinosaur? As it turned out, it was a completely different creature, an ancient bone dragon with giant sickles on its forelimbs. This guy was also not friendly to the tourist from the island and started attacking. It seems that all the animals in the mysterious kingdom are not very friendly, and compared to them, the island is a real paradise. Thomas realized that there was no point in talking to them and began to attack again with explosive bombs. The bone dragon managed to dodge, but still felt the burning pain of the Godzilla's breath. Meanwhile, his younger brother, the speedy dragon, attacked by surprise and knocked Thomas down. Such big guys, and still fighting 2 against 1. A very unfair game on their part. Perhaps Thomas is too used to fighting with his team of friends, and now it's unusual for him to defend himself alone. Both dinosaurs are very fast. They can easily dodge fire breath in open space. Thomas realized that they had to be lured into the forest so that his extraordinary abilities could be used to their fullest. In addition, the dense forest will help him dodge the attacks of these high-speed monsters. These dinosaurs were not going to stop and continued to attack the stranger. From all sides, they used their sharp claws to tear Thomas to pieces. One with fast feet, the other with fast hands, as if they were from martial arts movies. Thomas began to run into the dense forest to lure them after him. His finest hour would soon come. As soon as the dinosaurs ran after him and entered the forest, Thomas immediately activated the explosive bombs as if from a machine gun. Now these two dinosaurs are in a bad situation, and the second round of the battle has begun. Thomas said that they were surrounded, and now they would have serious problems. He activated Thanos mode again. The bombs started exploding. It was very powerful, and the whole secret realm heard the sound. These two dinosaurs were still alive, but they were heavily injured and the blast wave threw them back. Thomas looked like a Terminator who wanted payback. He asked them how they felt. He said that he would no longer allow them to escape and began to attack. The dragon wants them to become his evolutionary points. It looks like the secret kingdom has its own tricks and techniques. These two dinosaurs grabbed the tree with their feet and started swinging. Thomas had never seen such military techniques on the island before, which surprised him, and he prepared for the unexpected. The two dinosaurs swung around and, letting go of the tree, began to attack the dragon. Their main weapon was numerical superiority. One by one, Thomas would have torn them to pieces long ago. But he reminded these two bastards that every enemy who came this close to him was defeated. Now they will feel the power and taste of its thunderous spikes, a date they will definitely not forget for the rest of their lives. One of the dinosaurs could not withstand this tension and lost consciousness, and another one remained. Thomas grabbed his hands and told him that it was not over yet. He activated explosive breathing right in the face of this dinosaur. After Thomas burned the face of the bone dinosaur, it was the turn of another opponent who woke up and started running away. This speeding dinosaur started screaming and calling for help, and Thomas thought it wouldn't help him. In the mysterious kingdom, all the monsters looked like real friends, and many dinosaurs came to the aid of their brother. Thomas said that he expected something more from them, and decided it was time to test the new skill. He got this ability after defeating Captain Black, and now he's going to try it out for the first time. I must admit, it was incredibly powerful. The monsters of the mysterious realm had never encountered such power. One attack was enough to destroy all the dinosaurs and lizards that came to the aid of their brother. One of these monsters lost half of his body, and I would not want to be in his place. This weapon has great power and can ricochet during attacks, and Thomas wondered if it was possible to eat monster meat after this electrolysis. After tasting it, Thomas realized that the meat tasted quite good, as if it had been grilled. Thomas got a lot of evolutionary points for eating a speed dragon. He wanted to have that speed too and asked the system for it. He decided to eat a few more bone dragons and see what the system would offer him. The system reported that Thomas would now have sharper double claws, but he thought this was too weak an advantage. He mentioned that he hadn't logged in for a long time, and it could bring him a lot of benefits. And so it happened. Thomas took the form of lava. That is, all the energy in his body turns into magma, and he becomes a lava behemoth. This ability can only be used once per day for 60 seconds, as it takes a lot of energy. Thomas also received magma claws that can only be used in the form of lava. They are very hot and can cut off anything. He ate a lot of monsters and was completely full, so he thought he could take the leftovers with him. But then the dragon saw that there were too many remains of the killed dinosaurs. He asked the Mark to give him a bag to store his goods in, but the Mark replied that the owner had read too many novels about cultivation. Thomas said that he urgently needed a room with a large volume. Mark replied that he was busy developing new features for the system, and it took a lot of his energy, time, and effort. Toma realized that he needed to negotiate differently, and asked how many evolution points he needed to do so. Mark replied that in order to get what the owner wanted, he had to spend 10 million evolution points. Thomas started yelling at the system and said that it was robbing him like a real thief. With tears in his eyes, Thomas agreed to give 20 million to evolution for what he needed. Thomas was upset. He's risking his life and competing against real monsters, and this guy made 20 million in 2 minutes so easily. After a while, Mark said that the work was done, and the 200 cubic meters of space was ready. Mark said that he was doing everything to save his master's life, but Thomas replied that he did not believe this little thief. Now Mark said he would show the owner how to move the monster's corpses to his vault. This can be done very easily by simply asking the system to do so. Mark used an unknown staff to open a strange portal near the corpses of monsters. In a few seconds, the whole pile of large bodies was moved to the Thomas storage. Mark was pleased with his work and said he was happy to help his owner. Thomas also recognized that it was amazing, but he was worried that the monsters' bodies would remain intact so that he could eat them later. Mark assured me that the bodies were fine and could be quickly removed from the storage facility. Thomas said he now trusts his system and went to look for firewood. It is unclear whether he found the firewood, but he returned to the Titans team. They were glad to see him, even though they had been waiting for his return for a long time, and everyone was curious about what was inside the mysterious kingdom. Thomas asked them to take their time and said that the conversation should begin after dinner. At first his friends didn't understand, but then he opened his hidden space and took out a lot of meat from there. They made a fire and barbecued, while Thomas told them everything that had happened in the mysterious kingdom. He said that this red world must be very big, and in a few minutes he met an incredibly large number of hippos there. Envy has escaped, and Thomas is sure that soon evil people will return to this island and then they will have real problems. Jealousy alone almost destroyed them, and if all 7 deadly sins came, they would be almost impossible to defeat. Thomas said that the protection of the mysterious kingdom is very powerful. He wants to bring all the animals of the island here to protect them in times of crisis. After the team of Titans has eaten the meat with the energy of the mysterious realm, they can try to enter it. Linda said that she ate the most and was the first to try it, and she succeeded. Helen was also able to do so, but for some reason General Wolf could not pass through the pink gate. There could be many reasons for this. Perhaps General Wolf had too little dragon meat? This is a rather strange situation. Linda and Helen easily entered through the protective gates of the mysterious realm. The next step is to call the animals from the island, feed them dragon meat, and let them into the kingdom. But there's a problem. There are creatures on the island that don't eat meat, and we need to find some way to get the energy of the realm for them as well. Thomas ordered his team to gather as many animals as possible from the island, to call anyone who wants to escape the crisis. Meanwhile, Thomas and Linda will hunt dinosaurs and destroy all the dangers around the cave of the mysterious kingdom. So the team of Titans was divided into 2 groups, each with its own task. When Thomas and the gorilla entered the kingdom, he told her that their journey would begin here, and soon this red world would belong to them. Linda immediately felt the energy inside her that was in the reptilian king, which was quite an unusual feeling. Thomas said that as long as they are in this place, their power will grow. But constant fighting and eating will speed up the absorption of this energy and increase their strength, so you need to start hunting. It was strange because before, Thomas was immediately attacked by hippos here, but now he doesn't see anyone. Later, Linda found huge tracks of an unknown monster. These footprints were much larger than the size of Thomas's feet. Perhaps they belonged to a T-Rex 100 meters tall? Thomas began to worry. He had never seen a single T-Rex during his time on the island. Later, the dragon and the gorilla saw an ancient stegosaurus, a giant with amazing defense and a powerful tail. Thomas had never seen such monsters in the hidden realm, and he was curious about their strengths. Linda was immediately excited and asked her friend to rest while she destroyed the 2 sausages. Thomas asked her to be careful because the 2 of them have strong defenses, but Linda didn't listen to him. When she sees an opponent in front of her, she no longer listens to anyone and craves only one thing: victory. Like a real King Kong, she wants to defeat other titans and show her superpower. The gorilla attacked one of the stegosaurs and struck it with its own hands, but its friend decided to teach the gorilla a lesson. He accelerated, reached top speed, and crashed into her. It was a powerful blow. The stegosaurus didn't stop there. As we've already realized, the mysterious kingdom doesn't like outsiders. But they have never met such strong monsters as the team of Titans. Linda grabbed one of the stegosaurs by the tail, swung it around, and threw it away like a sack of shit. Then she took another stegosaurus by the tail and pushed it against her brother. Lindy calls it a seesaw ride, and the stegosaurs will surely feel dizzy for a long time afterwards. The job was done. Linda was satisfied with her work, and Thomas also congratulated her on the successful start of her acclimatization in the kingdom. They probably started celebrating too early, because besides the fact that they don't like outsiders, the local monsters are also very friendly. No one likes to be insulted by their friends, and now Thomas and Linda will be tested once again. The stegosaurs called for reinforcements, and these large boars began to run at the Titans like a bull at a bullfighter. Thomas and Linda were only too happy to do so. Dinner was willingly meeting them halfway, and it would be wrong to refuse. Thomas told the gorilla that 6 stegosaurus would be too much for her to handle, so he decided to help. He activated his extraordinary abilities and showed the stegosaurus what the power of titanium was. After killing these boars, it was left to collect the military trophies. Thomas opened his virtual vault and started dumping monster bodies there, and it was a glorious hunt. Thomas heard strange sounds and he realized that a large hippo was approaching them. From a distance, it was not clear what kind of creature it was, but judging by the sound, it was something really more dangerous than their previous enemies. An ancient tyrant dragon. Its height is 110 meters and its weight is 116 tons. It is strong physically and has strong armor. Among the strengths of this dragon are its powerful tail and hind limbs. This tyrant is back in his fur coat. The whole picture of Thomas's world was destroyed in a few seconds. Linda said that this dragon looked like a cousin of Thomas, but the dragon said that he had no relatives with such fur on his back. The tyrant dragon looked very powerful and aggressive. It was incredibly large and dangerous. Thomas said that no one was allowed to growl at him and his younger sister, and that this monster should be punished for that. But their opponent didn't look like a little boy who could be easily taught a lesson. There are no rules for this rascal. Thomas realized that he was much bigger than them and asked his sister to be careful. They immediately realized that this dragon also had great speed, and it was very difficult to dodge its attacks. Thomas realized that he needed to take action and activated the power of his tail, which should be enough to win. But in reality, it looked very stupid, as the tail kick did not cause the opponent any problems. The tyrant dragon showed Thomas what a real tail kick is and knocked him out. This guy is really big and strong, and it's hard to come up with a plan to defeat him right away. Linda remembered her new methodology and decided to grab the dragon by the tail. She ordered him to leave her brother alone. The gorilla also overestimated her abilities. It seems they are both a light snack for this giant. Thomas wasn't going to put up with it, so he activated new abilities from the system. Supreme power should do damage to this dragon. Thomas picked up speed and crashed into his opponent, but his powerful attack only made the dragon take a few steps back. Perhaps it was just a distraction, because as soon as Thomas approached the dragon, he immediately bit it on the neck. He immediately felt that this guy's skin was too thick. He couldn't tear a piece of meat off him. However, by activating the expansive bite power, Thomas was able to do so and started receiving evolution points from the system. As soon as he got 100,000 points, the tyrant made him realize that his snack was over. Previously, each bite gave Thomas 100,000 points, but it seems he started biting too little flesh. Thomas realized that he was not strong enough to eat this monster, so he definitely needed help. He summoned the 9 sons of the dragon and ordered them to bite the tyrant as well, so that maybe things would be easier with them. But the dragon was able to quickly destroy the sons of Thomas, although during this time Godzilla managed to bite and seriously injure his opponent. But the problem is that to kill such a monster, a bite is not enough. You need something more. The tyrant bit Thomas hard and gave him a powerful blow. It was very painful, and Thomas did not quite understand how to defend himself. The tyrant approached him and prepared to step on him with his huge foot, which would be even more painful than a bite. 116 tons of meat stepped on Thomas. It was like pressure from a gravitational field activated by the evil team. The tyrant bit Thomas by the neck and prepared to eat him, and that's how it happens. You eat everyone around you until you are eaten. At this time, the tyrant completely forgot that Thomas was not alone. He had a younger sister who was now defending her brother. She started hitting the dragon's back and ordering it to let her brother go, not that it would help. Meanwhile, Thomas could feel his own blood running down his back. It was unbearably painful. Realizing that her technique was not working, the gorilla decided to strike the opponent's eyes. The tyrant was so angry about this that he probably should have left him alone and let him eat the toast. This giant crashed into the rock at full speed to kill the gorilla, and it did not have time to dodge it. Her mouth is bleeding. The gorilla and Thomas are doing very badly in the mysterious kingdom. Is this the end? Linda lost consciousness and fell to the ground, and both titans were seriously injured. Thomas realized that if he did nothing, his sister would be eaten. So it was time for his signature technique, explosive breathing. This time, Thomas's attack was successful. The power of his explosive breath was able to throw the dragon back many meters. Thomas immediately ran to Linda and helped her up, and she asked him if they had won. Thomas replied that he could hardly call it a victory. He really did not expect this Tyrannosaurus to be so strong. Thomas said that he was able to wound his opponent with explosive breath, but the tyrant is still alive. Thomas and Linda heard the birds around them start to cry out in a strange way, as the news of the battle must be spreading quickly through the kingdom. Many monsters will hear about this and will be unhappy that there are strangers in the kingdom again. And so it happened. In a few seconds, Thomas saw someone tearing off huge trees and throwing them at him and the gorilla. At the last moment, he was able to dodge and save his sister, but it was close enough. It looks like it was the same Tyrannosaurus that did all of this. This monster was still alive and preparing for revenge. He continued to throw trees at the opponents. Thomas and Linda were in serious trouble. They had to take the Bird of Death and General Wolf with them. Thomas realizes that Linda is seriously injured. He must protect his sister like a real man. That's why Thomas attacked and showed no signs of fear, even though I was his opponent. Too tough and strong. Even attacks with spikes and a dorsal fin did not help. The simulator struck back again. But Thomas realized that there was nowhere to run, so he had to fight to the end, and he also bit his old relative's hand. There was some kind of unknown big explosion, and the blast wave went for miles in different directions. This was felt by many different monsters in the hidden realm, and they all became alert. Meanwhile, Thomas was one step away from death. All his attacks failed to reach the target, and the Tyrannosaurus was preparing to kill him. During this battle, Linda managed to restore some of her energy and fully regain consciousness. She grabbed a tree that was lying on the ground and began to beat the bad guy on the head. This turned out not to be the best idea, as the angry Tyrannosaurus grabbed Linda's arm and bled her. At this rate, she could easily lose her left arm. This guy is not the type to let go of his prey. This time it's time for Thomas to save his sister. It seems this battle will never end. If Thomas and Linda had not been together, they would have died long ago alone. Finally, the moment has come when we will see Thomas's new ability, the power of the lava in person. Linda had seen something similar before, and it helped her defeat the Iron Lady. Thomas activated not only the lava form, but its claws made of magma, a combo that is bound to help in this cursed battle. He attacked the Tyrannosaurus and immediately made it scream in pain and let go of the gorilla's hand. This monster immediately started bleeding like a bucket, and finally felt real pain. Now this bastard will realize that tourists need to be treated with more respect and will get acquainted with explosive breath in the form of lava. It was a historic attack, and with such abilities, Thomas will be able to defeat any monster. The Tyrannosaurus immediately felt a burning pain on his body, of course, because of the explosive breathing along with the power of the lava. Everything around him was covered in fire, as if Thomas had decided to turn the hidden kingdom into a real hell. Even the gorilla was amazed by the strength of her brother. She could not even imagine that he was capable of such a thing. Thomas came up to her and asked how she was doing. He was interested in her left arm and the wounds on it. He asked me to let him examine the place of injury. It seems this fool forgot that he is now in the form of a bench. Linda started screaming in pain and told him to never touch her in this state again because he was too hot. Thomas immediately began to apologize and said that he had forgotten that he was now in the form of a bench. Soon he regained his classic form and said that he felt incredibly tired and could not even lift his legs. This power was so enormous that he didn't even want to eat the meat of the Tyrannosaurus afterwards. Perhaps it was completely burned. Thomas realized that their sounds could attract other hippos, so he got the energy fruit and asked Linda to restore his strength and health. Mark helped to hide the body of the Tyrannosaurus in the vault, and he was also impressed by the new Thomas technique. Gorilla also said that it was incredible. She had never seen such a fighting skill. Then Linda got sad, because everyone in the team of Titans had special abilities except her, and so she started to think of herself as weak. Thomas explained that the real ability of the Linda is strength. He said that all these tricks are nothing compared to the true power of the monster. He asked her not to worry and promised to help her find the right movements to fully utilize her strength. Then he asked the Mark to find some suitable skills for the gorilla in the store. Mark explained that Linda doesn't look like Thomas. She looks more like a human, and Thomas is not a human at all. A gorilla has arms and legs, but a tomahawk's arms are very small. A bird of death doesn't even have shoulders, and a hippo wolf has a different body structure. So a barbarian gorilla can only use different weapons. It is strong enough to wield heavy weapons. Mark promised to find the best weapon for the gorilla, and at that moment they heard a strange sound. Is another behemoth preparing to attack them? Luckily, the energy fruit has already taken effect and restored Linda and Thomas's strength. A little later, they saw a flock of ancient lizards approaching them. Thomas looked pleased. He said it was a food delivery and now they could have dinner in peace. But a little later, it became clear that the lizards did not come alone. They were followed by a whole army of stegosaurs. And even this was not the end. For surely the monsters of the Hidden Kingdom rebelled against the uninvited guests. Thomas and Linda certainly did not expect this. It is almost impossible to defeat this army together. Later, they saw the icing on the cake, the largest hippo they had ever seen. Linda looked at her older brother and asked him what they should do. Should they fight? Thomas replied that even if you call the bird of death and the wolf general, you still cannot defeat this army. He said that a wise person never fights when there are no chances, and immediately started running away. Thomas quickly realized that an army of monsters surrounded them, and they had no choice but to break through by force. We had to not only beat these monsters but also bite them, because that was the only way to get out of this hell. The Hidden Kingdom turned out to be much more dangerous than Thomas could have imagined. Thomas told Linda to run ahead while he tried to hold off the hippo army. She asked him to be more careful and saw Thomas activate his explosive bombs. This attack was quite accurate, and the bombs killed many dinosaurs. Now that Thomas and Linda have gained a small head start, they need to show the maximum speed they can. It seems that these monsters are sick in the head. Nothing can stop them from wanting revenge. Thomas said that he would definitely gather an army of hippos from the island and take revenge for this shameful defeat. But first they have to escape, and this is difficult because the other hippos are trying to block Thomas and Linda. Thomas ordered his sons to attack and help their father escape from the hidden kingdom. The children were very obedient this time and started blowing up the Stegosaurus army. Thomas also helped them, although there were much fewer of them, but so far they had somehow stayed alive. Mark reminded us that only dead bodies can be stored in the vault, so there is no way to hide there. Linda said that there were too many of them and it would be difficult for them to win, or even escape. She suggested that her brother activate the power of lava again to kill this army of behemoths. Thomas explained that this power takes a lot of energy, he cannot use it now. Soon they realized that there was nowhere else to run. There was an abyss ahead, and if they fell they would die or lose their skin. Thomas looked around and saw something. There was a butler in this hidden kingdom. Then something else strange happened. Linda said that the army of hippos stopped in front of them for some reason. It seems as if they are afraid of something, but it's hardly Linda and Thomas. A very loud sound and strong kinetic energy was heard from the palace below. The whole army of big hippos turned around as soon as they heard this sound and started running away. Thomas wondered what could be in this palace. Judging by the sound of it, there was a very powerful hippo. Mark saw that there was too much energy from the mysterious kingdom in the Red Palace, which must be the source of the energy of the whole kingdom. Thomas realized that if this was really the chief courtier of the kingdom, then there must be a powerful guard. It's dangerous to go back because there might be hippos there, so we have to find another way to the palace. Thomas asked Lynn to find an alternative road, and they started to walk down to the Red Palace. Thomas told Linda that the red creature was very dangerous, so she had to keep her distance and be quiet. It's hard to go unnoticed in such a place full of animals, and the Titans immediately heard the sounds of birds. A huge wind spirit pterosaur flew overhead, a very dangerous guy to fight in the air. He immediately flew to meet me in the Red Palace as if he was drawn there by the energy of the kingdom. As soon as the pterosaur began to approach the creator, something else interesting appeared near it. It was not clear what it was, but it cut the pterosaur into 10 pieces. Holy shit. A 100-meter behemoth is destroyed in a few seconds. Is it really a rotating monster? Seeing these two little bugs, Thomas and Linda realized that they had to run away immediately. This spinning monster said he would not let anyone escape from him. The dragon asked the gorilla to run away while he tries to catch the monster. Thomas activated his explosive breath in the hope that it would help wound the monster. But this unknown predator was spinning so fast that the explosive breath ricocheted off him. Thomas has never seen such protection against explosive breathing. This guy is really very strong. Thomas decided to change his tactics and started attacking with explosive bombs. Will the king's guardian be able to dodge all his attacks? There were loud explosions that could be heard in the most remote places of the mysterious kingdom. Thomas was sure that he had hit this demon and was able to seriously wound it. A little later, it became clear that this spinner had no problems with explosive bombs at all. Now it was his turn to attack, and the spinner went forward and severely wounded Thomas. It was a very deep wound from which a lot of blood began to flow, and there was no way to stop this demon. Realizing that there was no plan for victory, the Titans began to flee quickly. At one point, they saw that the spinner had stopped and was no longer catching up with them, as if they had entered a restricted area. It seems to be unable to go beyond the red trunk, which is probably part of its duties as a guard. If he can only operate within the perimeter of the Red Palace, it is better to move away. Tomos was very seriously wounded, and if he had not reacted quickly and stepped back, he would have been cut into 2 parts. Linda said that it was better not to stay in this hell and to find a safer place as soon as possible. While Thomas and Linda were looking for a place to rest, blood began to drip from the dragon's body. The smell of blood spreads around very quickly and gets into the red court of the kingdom. The guardian of the kingdom immediately smelled the blood and began to scream like a madman. He said that this was the blood of the very boy who would help him break his chains of curse. He ordered all his slaves to get up quickly and start hunting. Looks like Thomas is about to get into even more trouble than he was before. I'm going to make some popcorn. Many animals from the island gathered in a cave at the entrance to the mysterious kingdom. Everyone was curious about what was happening and what was waiting for them in the red color, and the tangerine was also here. Soon they saw a gorilla and a Thomas come out of the pink gate. Thomas was happy to see his old friends, and the other animals began to bow before him and call him Lord. Many animals came from the island, but Thomas could not see the grass-eating monsters. General Wolf said that there are many monsters in the Hidden Kingdom, and it scares away all the herbivores. Thomas said that it was logical, He promised to destroy the threats at the entrance to the mysterious kingdom and then safely guide the herbivores there. Everyone was frightened to see how seriously the dragon was wounded in the battle with the guardian of the kingdom. General Wolf realized that his friend was fighting a real demon. Thomas said that he and the gorilla fought against various strong monsters and met a special predator. General Wolf was surprised that the spinner's power was stronger than the reptile king's and said that now the entrance to the kingdom looked dangerous. Thomas said that the spinner is restricted in movement and cannot leave his neighborhood while they are away from him. Everyone is safe. Then Thomas called all the animals and said it was time to eat. He opened his storage and took out a pile of delicious and fresh meat. He explained that everyone should start eating, and that by doing so they would be able to enter the gates of the mysterious kingdom. The animals were happy to see that the two kings brought them so much food. It is a real holiday for every predator. Thomas said that was not all, and brought out a real dessert, a huge Tyrannosaurus. This 100-meter-long hippo had no head, and the animals thought that Thomas and Linda were the real kings of the world. They looked at them as if they were real movie characters. It was love at first sight. The Titans were pleased to feel the love of their people, and Thomas said that without Linda's help he would not have been able to do it. The food festival officially began, and everyone could eat as much as they wanted. General Wolf said that the body of the Tyrannosaurus was very similar to Thomas, and asked if it was not his ancient relative. Thomas said they were nothing alike and asked Charles to turn into a huge wolf and start eating. Charles said he had lost his appetite watching all the other animals eat, which surprised Thomas. Then the dragon asked his friend where the bird of death and its subordinates had gone. Charles said that Helen had gone to the sage's snowy mountain to ask Baze and his helpers if they wanted to go together. Thomas immediately recalled the meeting with these snow giants. Meanwhile, the animals from the island ate so much that they turned into real wild boars. The dragon called the fat men and told them that now was not the time to rest. They had to see if they could enter the kingdom. He led the animals through the pink gate and asked them to wait and not go forward. They were so fat they would not be able to climb up anyway. Then he started shouting at Charles, the tangerine, and the white wolf because they hadn't eaten anything at all. He said it was time to taste the meat and get the opportunity to enter the kingdom. There were plenty of goodies, as long as General Wolf didn't become a fat boar. The animals ate so much that Thomas thought he might not have any meat left. But now he was only thinking about speed and ordered everyone to eat as if they were in a donut-eating competition. He also yelled at the fat Nian, who ate and went to sleep. This lack of discipline made him angry. The dragon turned into a bad king and almost single-handedly ate all his subordinates. He said that the moment had come for them to find their new home in the Red World. When their army entered the kingdom, everyone was amazed at the beauty of the surrounding nature. No one could believe that there was such a beautiful world under the island. Was it really their territory now? Thomas confirmed that the hidden kingdom is under the island, so it is also their territory. But first, their claws and teeth will have to do their job with those who already live here. Before the bird of death arrives, Thomas suggested that we plan our actions for the next few days. He said that we should constantly guard the entrance to the kingdom, use this place as a base, and study the environment. General Wolf was glad to be friends with Thomas, because only an animal with human thinking can unite different species of hippos. Thomas also warned that there are many dangerous animals around, so we need to be careful and stick together. He also said that there is a lot of strong energy around, and even if you do nothing, there will still be progress. Soon their power will become greater, and they will not be afraid of dangerous animals and the evil corporation. They also agreed that when the bird of death returned with its friends, they would be able to start reconnaissance operations in the air. They decided to split into different groups to analyze the situation. There were two groups, one led by Linda and the other by General Wolf. Thomas stayed with the Mandarin and began to worry about his friends. Thomas realizes that if the humans attack the island again, the team of Titans will not be able to stop them. All the monsters of the island need to become stronger, and this can be done through battles against dinosaurs. Mandarin also said that she wanted to be stronger, probably because she had watched too many Jackie Chan movies. Thomas said that she was already very strong, the strongest behemoth rat on this island. But that's not enough. The monsters have to capture this kingdom and become stronger to be able to protect their island in the future. Thomas said that he was very tired and it was time to rest. After that, a week passed. Many interesting things happened, and the animals got used to the kingdom step by step. Thomas lived like a king. Everyone around him hunted and brought him food, and he ate all day long. This time, the gorilla and its friends returned from hunting again and brought a lot of food. Blinda said that during this time she had become much stronger and could kill a stegosaurus with a single blow. Thomas laughed and said that the gorilla was becoming more and more like the king of the kingdom every day. Soon, herbivores from the island will join the mysterious kingdom, and there will be plenty of food for them as well. Also, the bird of death has finally returned, and as usual, it does not look very happy. She said she did not expect this place to be so much more beautiful than the island. She immediately felt her friends become stronger with the help of the energy of the king of rotten reptiles. Linda started bragging and said they had never felt so good and powerful. Helen said that Betty and her assistants would not come here. They were used to cold weather and could not stand the heat. Thomas understood their decision. The climate of the Hidden Kingdom was really not suitable for these guys. The Bird of Death also said that although the creatures from the Ice Realm refused, Betty promised to come visit. From the very beginning, they flew here together, but unexpectedly, Betty's body developed anomalies. It seemed that she was very ill, and the closer they got to the kingdom, the worse she got. She fainted, and the Bird of Death had to bring her back to the Snow King, where she immediately felt better. Thomas thought it was rather strange. Perhaps the Monster Lord deliberately did not want to come here. Thomas said that the most important thing now is to organize aerial reconnaissance to expand the range of research. He told Helen where they were now and where their enemies were, and asked her to organize a perimeter survey. He said they needed to collect a lot of leaves to feed the herbivorous hippos. Suddenly, one of the jackals ran up and said that they were attacked by monsters from the kingdom, and many animals were killed and wounded. Thomas had suspected that this might happen, even though the monsters of the realm had not touched them at all week. Thomas told Linda to defend the base, while the Bird of Death should rescue the wounded. The special operation has begun, and the team of Titans is back in action, but without General Wolf. Then Thomas saw something strange, as if the monsters of the Hidden Kingdom had gathered their army against them again. Last time he ran away like a dog, but now he is with his team and ready for revenge. Thomas ordered everyone to attack and destroy every ancient dinosaur. From a bird's eye view, it looked very large and beautiful. Thomas prepared his extraordinary abilities to deliver the first powerful blow. He, like a real general, went on the attack and knocked out a lot of dinosaurs with one blow. His team of animals from the island did not lag behind the general. They also followed his example and began to attack the enemy ruthlessly. Firebombs were also activated, of course, as it is difficult to imagine a serious fight without them. This added color to each battle, making everything look more spectacular and beautiful. But not everything was perfect for the animals from the island, and air attacks caused them many problems. This went on until the Bird of Death intervened and activated its tornado power. She called her army of birds and told them that there was a lot of work for them now. Pterosaurs were always ready to kill for their mothers, wonderful children. Even Charles and the White Wolf returned to this battle, and together with an army of jackals they also attacked the enemy. While the jackals were gnawing on the dinosaurs, the wolf made a real fireworks display with a sword. This guy's work is always a pleasure to watch. That's what old school means. Seeing how tough and strong her friends were, Linda realized that she could not shame them. It's time to activate the power of Kong to show who is the real king of the island. I must admit that during this week of staying on the mysterious island, the gorilla really became much stronger. She was fighting huge dinosaurs, but it seemed like she was fighting children. It seems that a special green giant with big horns decided to challenge her. Linda has never refused to compete in strength. Just offer her a fight, and she will immediately start fighting. These two titans were very powerful. Some animals even stopped to watch the action. This dinosaur turned out to be very strong. It was even able to push the gorilla back, but it didn't last long, as Linda lifted him up by his head and showed him who was boss. She slammed him to the ground with such force that all his ribs almost broke. The Tyrannosaurus came to the aid of the army. It seems this guy also wants a few teeth knocked out. Thomas realized that this was his finest hour. The last time the T-Rex almost killed him, but now everything would be different. Today's day of incredible battles is a dream come true for every monster battle fan. With the help of extraordinary abilities, Thomas was able to deliver a powerful blow despite the difference in size. He really knew he was the stronger man. The last time he failed in a battle against a Tyrannosaurus. This is the perfect time to celebrate your progress. Thomas decided to show the Tyrannosaurus not only the strength of its muscles, but also the sharpness of its teeth. A little later, it was time to finish this game. You need to kill the leader of the monsters. The monsters of the mysterious kingdom have not only 2 leaders, but now they will be completely destroyed. Linda and Thomas have clearly demonstrated their incredible progress this week. The island's animals were happy, and with such leaders you can go to the ends of the earth. The dinosaur army had no choice but to leave the battlefield and flee. Thomas was pleased and ordered his army to catch up and eat the easy prey. This battle brought a lot of food for the animals from the island. Everyone was happy and celebrated the victory. Thomas thanked all the animals for their help and said they were a real team. Linda said she wasn't used to eating raw meat and asked to cook the kebab again. Thomas said that if you make a barbecue, it will take a long time and it will be difficult to feed everyone. General Wolf was impressed by the wisdom of Thomas. No special treatment, equality for all. Meanwhile, the animals returned from the hunt, and the squad was led by a white wolf and a bird of death. Thomas asked them if they had managed to catch up with this bunch of cowards. Helen said that they were able to catch some of them, but most of them were running away. This area now belongs to them entirely, and now they can think about expanding the territory. The dinosaurs are unlikely to be able to create a new army again in the near future, and this is a great opportunity to gain a foothold in the kingdom. After this glorious battle, 7 more days of life in the mysterious realm passed. The team of titans and other animals enjoyed their new home and ate delicious food all the time. Thomas asked them to take their time. He made 500 skewers of kebabs, but he didn't eat any. Linda apologized and said she would help her brother eat. This week, the territory of the titans has doubled, but it's too early to relax. There is still a lot of work to be done. Thomas realized that the most ideal place for the base was in the courtyard, where there was a lot of energy that could turn them into real superheroes. But the problem is that a very powerful monster lives there, and even with a few weeks of development, it will be difficult for Thomas to defeat it. A pterosaur flew to the kingdom from the island and said that people were approaching the island. The team of titans was furious. Were people not satisfied with the past confrontation with them? But Thomas realized that it could be completely different people. If it was a team of evil, it would have already attacked with sharp missiles. Perhaps these are the same 2 men who were here earlier and showed the location of the kingdom. It's Lester and the Vinemaster, but why did they come back here? Terisaver said that a wounded hippo that looked like a polar bear came with them. Thomas immediately remembered the polar bear from the icy valley. Could it be him? The bird of death said there was no time to think. We had to check everything out personally and see it with our own eyes. At the entrance to the mysterious kingdom, there was indeed a Lester, a lion, and a wounded polar bear. This bear was seriously injured. It was trying to get to this island for several days and lost a lot of blood. Meanwhile, the team of titans returned from the gate, looking quite frightened. General Wolf thought that it was Lester who had wounded the bear and began to threaten him with his sword. Leon said they had done nothing wrong and it was just a misunderstanding. General Wolf said that he saw the bear's body badly wounded and wanted to know who did it.